it's true, the more it becomes an article of faith. I don't really understand that.
Yeah, I don't have a logical explanation. That was the effect of the course. Like, I can't tell you why it logically drew me closer. It just did. If I had to hazard a guess, it probably brought me closer because I was able to understand the early parts of the history, what was true, what wasn't true. We didn't cover the Old Testament, we just covered the New. But that exploration, like how it got spread, all of that stuff I found very interesting. I still, as I said, have this faith piece with Christ, but I can easily admit that there's not a lot of archaeological evidence. Again, I can't tell you why it made my faith stronger, only that it did. And that seems rationally, that's oxymoronic. It doesn't make much sense. Pretty frank, I don't have another way to make sense of it.
One possibility, because I think this is a thing about religious faith, because it is important that it survives evidence to the contrary, because that's all there is. So when you actually do some kind of a study and really find out that there's no evidence, and you have a choice to make, right? Whether you're going to change your mind about things or stay. And if you're going to stay, you're going to have stronger faith because of what happened. And I say that because I contrast it with, I often say, I have faith in science. But it means a completely different thing. It means that my faith in science is that if science shows me I'm wrong, then I'm going to know I'm wrong, and I'm going to have to change my mind. That's what my faith in science requires of me. It's an interesting difference between the two.
It's definitely something you get in debate in these rooms, is they will ask you about your faith in science as if it means the same thing as their faith in God, and it's two completely different things. Completely different uses of the word faith. So, but it is interesting, Marshall. I mean, my brother is a minister, and he's also a minister. And so we've had this conversation also. And some of what you're saying sounds a little like him. It's like the mystery of it, right? The community of it. The fact how much help it was to him when he had some trauma in his life. And he also ties it in with his love of physics, what does he call it? The balance of equations. When equations balance perfectly, and he thinks that's really sort of like, mystical. But it's definitely an interesting sort of approach. But I guess one thing I would ask is, when you were studying all this other stuff, did you ever study anything else? Like, did you ever study like a history of literature or a history of anything else where you have to apply those tools in a different way?
So I was a history major. I majored in Middle Eastern history with a minor in counterterror and sociology. So I took several history courses: history of the Republic of Rome, history of ancient and modern China, history of Nazi Germany. Taught with a guy who lectured in Germany for a couple of decades, as well as hip hop and philosophy.
So there is some curiosity about other.
I'm very curious. If you stick history in front of me, I will consume it. I really don't care what subject in history it actually is. I just like history.
Have you ever read any of the mythicist stuff?
I want to quickly chime in.
Sure.
You're muted, Alfonso. I don't know if you know it.
Yeah, I think I might have been breaking up, but I wanted to quickly comment on this notion that when people say, well, you have faith in science, it's no different. I think foundationally, the human experience is very similar, right? It's never identical. But where the difference lies is that our belief or our trust in sources comes from scientific process, right? It's a process that has been tested. But the way we look at the information, the way we read a scientific text is not that dissimilar to the way a believer reads the Bible. They might say, no, I know it's not a science book, but the authority that they see in it and the truth that they find in it is very similar. So I think from a human experience, we have to be honest that it's pretty much the same. What they're missing is what I was missing when I was a Christian, which was, why should I read any other book? Why should I find any other knowledge if the Word of God itself is here? So I really didn't feel motivated to researching much outside of it. And I would assume that the majority of Christians do that as well.
But the book tells you to do that too, right? I mean, that's part of my problem with it. The book says, faith is belief in things without evidence. And science says faith is belief in things with evidence.
Yeah.
That's fundamentally different.
Exactly. But I don't think it's neuropsychologically different.
Okay.
Because the experience they're having within that is, the authority that they see in it is very much akin to the way we are reading it and we are experiencing it, right? We're probably going to have less mystical experiences and moments of awe, right? We're going to be a little bit more analytical and mathematical. But at the end of the day, the way our brains work is we've been conditioned to take a certain authority for granted, like blindly almost. And then when we come across someone who believes differently, you can't deprogram the person because it's a linguistic, neural pathways that are like ingrained there, and half of it they won't understand, half of it they won't connect. But at the end of the day, the experience is the same. That's why we can't really agree or convince each other.
It's like, how do we account for people whose minds have been changed? So, like, there's lots of people in this room who are saying, I used to be this, and now I'm this,
So, in my example, Frank, like, my brother and I, excuse me, I'm getting a word called, my brother and I are very different, right? I'm very rational. I'm more logic-driven than my brother is. My brother's much more emotional than I am. It's interesting because the science and the religion thing, like science wants to explore and religion wants to obey, is how I started to see it once I hit college. And I think Alfonso is right, when he talks about, the brain. I think it was New York University did the study, and they hooked these people up who considered themselves to be religious, right? Meaning like, not just I believe this, but I actually have religious experiences per se, right? So they hook these people up, they wire up their brains, and what they noticed is that this was a 2-year study they did. So people who claim to have religious experiences, the same parts of the brain lights up as people who claim to have ET or UFO experiences. And they were then able to stimulate these parts of the brain, and once they did the stimulation, people claim to have experiences. I think all of this shit is in the human brain.
That's awesome. Yeah. I often say when I'm talking to people that, we have a very limited sensor package, right? Like, everybody on this stage has 2 eyes, they have a heart, they have lungs. Nobody in this room can hear into the ultrasonic spectrum. Nobody here can see, infrared light. Our sensor package is so limited that I think that's why our stories are so similar. Like, I always use the example of, you look at a mountain, right? I live near the Alps, and I look up and see these huge mountains, and it's awe-inspiring. I'm going to push back on you, Alfonso. I think we have just as much awe. But I would say that, you look up at a mountain, and your first thought is, well, that would be an achievement, right? Climbing that mountain would be an achievement. And typically, if you have to, navigate in a mountainous area, it is an achievement. And that's that's a very human thing. And so when we start creating symbols for what our gods look like, we're going to use those same symbols. Mountains, pyramids, temples, all that kind of stuff, because of our limited sensor package. It's like we're all kind of seeing within a bell curve and experiencing the same things, and just radically different outcomes.
Yeah, no, I agree that we all have, we have a sense of awe. I preach this as an atheist constantly, right? I'm like, how can consciousness emerge out of atoms and molecules and all this? How can the universe and the earth be so huge, and how can my brain entertain the beauty of temperature and sexual attraction and eating food and all these things? I do think that's a huge thing, and people think, oh, because you're an atheist, you don't experience these things.
Yeah.
But I think one of the foundational differences is a Christian's life, and the more fanatical you are, the more it's about the awe, about the experience, the transcendence, the moment where you're connecting. So I reconnected with Hare Krishna movement here in Bolivia. I used to be a Hare Krishna monk as a child. And I reconnected, and I made a friend.
I remember that about you, yeah.
Yeah. And a good friend, I just made a really good friend, one of these very hardcore Christians who's convinced it's the end of time, and Donald Trump is the chosen one to lead us into the apocalypse or something. And so Friday night there was a program in the Hare Krishna place. This lady was telling the story of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda, which is a companion. Probably nobody knows what I'm talking about, but it's the appearance of it's a manifestation of Krishna, right? It's one of his. It's like Christ a little bit. It's like when God came to earth, and the preaching was so similar, right? It was like, and so he knocked on everyone's doors and he asked them to chant Hare Krishna, and he was so forgiven because he was, they cast a stone in his face, and then they broke it, and he forgave them, and then everybody realized he was the true God, and they kneeled and they apologized. So there's, all these narratives are so similar. So you see that they're focused on the idea, and at the end of the thing, I was added to the chat of the temple, and they're all like, oh, this was so enriching, so wonderful, I felt so nurtured, and it was such a transcendent, mystical experience. Same thing with Christians, and which I think is like Alain de Botton said in his video, Atheism 2.0, that's what we're missing as atheists, right? We don't have a moment where we can create this addiction to truth and wisdom and science, and yell out, all hail Einstein, all glories to whatever, Newton, and so I think that's that's why I said they're really, really focused on perhaps not being in awe, but having that the experience of being in a group, in a tribe where you're supporting each other, which everybody does in a concert. Will say, like when atheists talk, I'm like, yeah, I still do that. I go to a music concert, or I go to a lecture, or I do this and that, but it's not as similar to going every Sunday, once a week, and even sometimes during the week to a Bible study and spending 20 minutes, half an hour praying and connecting with yourself and meditating, right? All these things are really important, and we dismiss them as if, it was like, yeah, it's superstition and bullshit, I don't care about it. That's, I think, one of the main differences. The fact that, at least me, I myself, and most of us here, are very much about logic, and yeah, we care about emotions, but there's something foundational in humanity, which is that oxytocin releasing ritual, which makes you addicted to your group. And actually, I don't know if it would be good, better or worse, because we would probably become more tribal and start hating religious people more. But that's foundationally a different.
I would just push on one thing, and that is that if you are a creator of something, I say a musician, and you do have to work at your craft. You know, you can't be a musician and not practice, for example. You know, you do get that recurring sense of awe and that sense of craft and awe and you know, on an ongoing basis that you wouldn't get from just going to a concert once every couple months. You know, but the performing as a musician also, it's like when I'm performing, it's very transcendent. Performing is, but it takes that weekly work also. So I think maybe there is something about whether you're creating it or just experiencing it occasionally that makes a difference too.
Well, yeah, I'm a music theater actor, so I know the experience, and it does very similar thing. You connect with the people, you perform, emotions, you transmit stuff through music, through dance. So I don't think we're that. One thing that we keep pushing to each other is atheists are this, atheists are this, when the overlapping between the different tribes and labels is a lot greater than the differences.
Sometimes.
I think most of the time.
I don't know. I suppose maybe if you choose your audiences carefully, but if I look at the world written large, I'm kind of going with what Daryl says. It's not looking good out there. You know, it's not looking generous towards humanity at the moment. And that is one thing that a lot of people would argue, and I'd be at the front of the line, that I absolutely do not choose my audience carefully. My audience is anybody and every.
Yeah, and I think that's where we meet each other, because I stopped asking people for their labels, for their beliefs, for their politics. And when I engage in a conversation just about our daily lives, our work, our hobbies, all these differences in this, oh, you're an atheist, you're an asshole, or you're a theist, you're a superstitious guy, falls apart. And the world shows that. You go into work, you might have Muslims and Christians, and they're all in there doing the work, right? Things aren't popping out, and people are like, oh, I'm not gonna serve this service. Well, you might find a few people who will say, you know what, my beliefs don't allow me to serve this customer in such fashion. well, traditionally, yeah, we need to punish each other or put people away in jail. But the new paradigms are telling us it's all deterministic. A criminal became a criminal, or he was raised in a maladaptive environment, what have you. And so you lose all these normative claims that come from traditions of philosophy and politics and religion. And so, I call it, it's all
neuroscience.
Yeah, it's all scientism. It's going to allow us to understand the world. And therefore, I don't think it's about, being pessimistic or being positive, optimistic. It's about looking at the way the world is functioning. And yeah, there's days that I'm very pessimistic, but that's due to my brain chemistry that day. Or because I encountered someone who makes me feel that way. And then I'm optimistic. What I strive for is to see the empirical evidence and say this is the world, the way the world functions, and hopefully I'll take it back to work towards thriving as a human.
Yeah.
I always took science. I always took science as a way to explain things that had previously been thought of as magic, or that one put an article of faith in. That science explains how that works. Right? Like I'm a survivor of an autoimmune disease called aplastic anemia. While I'm a Christian and I believe in God and I prayed and all that stuff, the thing that saved me was modern medicine. On the know-how and the scientific data behind that. So I think, for me, that's why I think of science. I'm not one of those Christians who goes, no, science, bad idea. In fact, I think there needs to be more funding for science, not less funding. Granted, I also think there should be more funding for history programs, but I'm biased there.
Yeah, one of the things that I say about science and religion is, you could start making a list of religious claims that were overturned by science, and it's a very long list. And you could make a list of things that religion is overturned about science, and there's nothing on the list. And that's an interesting fact, right? It's just that I've never heard falsification. But that's a different question. But the question then becomes, why is that? What does that tell you? What does that teach you? And it teaches you that if what you're pursuing is concordance with reality, then science is going to match up better. Science is a better way to get there. That's just what I see it. Maybe that's not
This is the approach I take, right? I welcome philosophy and religion and everything into the sciences. They're incredibly imprecise. I'm going to bring it back up a little bit. They're incredibly imprecise. They have tested the world. They've for example, for generations, someone started taking their neighbor's property, sleeping with their neighbor's wives, and that created conflict and murder and what have you. So they came up with a law that said, do not covet thy neighbor's possessions, right? And then they said, do not worship another god before me. Well, what does that entail? Do not fraternize with other tribes. Don't believe in the bullshit they believe in, right? So I think the main difference is science brings us precision, right? It's no longer philosophy and religion. They're all telling us how the world works. They're falling aside to traditions and rituals, and science is taking preponderance, whether we want it or not. It's taking absolute preponderance in our lives, and these other practices, they're trying to incorporate science to find scientific or pseudoscientific arguments, but again, the baseline experience is very similar, and that's where the big difference lies. That it is, let's say, a pseudo scientific experience, what all humans are going through, because it works. Things work even when they're lies, right? If you're in a church, you'll be like, yeah, I prayed so I felt the Spirit of God. It's not true that the presence of God was there, but it's a collective thing that keeps them together, and according to them, it has an outcome that they come together, whatever it is, right?
But why does it never stand up to even let's just take what you said, prayer. We know that prayer fails empirically 100% of the time, and in any sort of true study of it, I'm not talking about an individual anecdotal thing, but any true study of prayer has demonstrated that it has, zero outcome impact. And that's interesting to me, that something that is that easily disputed and debunked still maintains so much power.
Yeah, I think the explanation is, go ahead.
I don't know. It's that talking about sort of just meditating, right? We sort of have explanations for that sort of, group experience. I did Quaker meeting for years, just because I love the science, and all that stuff. But I'm talking about actual intercessionary prayer.
The experiments they did, where they prayed for. Dawkins talks about that in his book, The God Delusion.
Yeah.
How they pray for this group, and then they have a control group where they don't pray for the group, and in one, so two groups are prayed for, one isn't. One of the groups that are prayed for is told they're being prayed for, and the other one isn't told. And yeah, like you said, there's no evidence of anything happening, except that the people who knew they were being prayed for apparently did worse.
Yeah.
The assumption is that that the idea that you're told that you're being prayed for is because you're probably in bad shape. You get scared.
Or you just, maybe keep smoking cigarettes because you're being prayed for or something,
Yeah, but it's not, again, it's not logic, or at least the foundations, the axioms on which logic are predicated, that rule over whether something is believed to be true.
Yeah.
So the way prayer works, empirically, is people get this sort of certainty. Un poquito más.
Is it going to be popcorn, Alfonso?
Oh yeah. I'll give you the mic in a second. So I think what actually happens that works when we pray is that especially when it's out loud, people are saying things that like people want to hear. People. You're self-conscious, and you're saying things that you subconsciously want others to hear, or what you're aspiring to. So it has a social function, right? Now, when you're praying on your own, it's a similar process, but you're speaking to the several people inside your mind, right? Because you think that there is a God listening. So prayer does have an effect, just not the supernatural one of, like you said, provoking, owning a car or finding a parking spot.
algebraic theorems as Spinoza's ethics are. I recommend them to everybody. Incredibly brilliant, incredibly persuasive. Also in medicine, regarding prayer and so forth, I remember asking my pediatrician friend about this. I think it was cardiomyelitis, something that one of the kids in my son's class had. I go, this kid's only going to live for a few years. He's got this disorder. And birth defects. The kid had a lot of issues, although he was a very happy kid. And I said, so what's the deal with it? How does the parents deal with this? Because even the fact that my friend's kid had this was disturbing to me. He said, well, weirdly, now this was a kind of this idea that there's secular Jews and non-secular Jews is a misunderstanding. There are Jews who sometimes proclaim their secularity, but they do many of the Jewish rituals anyway, because they're also part of culture and tradition. Everything from food and keeping kosher to resting on Shabbos or fasting on Yom Kippur. Anyway, he was one of those kinds of Jews who went to synagogue just maybe a few times a year. But a Jew has a Passover Seder like almost every Jew does. And he said the ones that get through it are the Christian. He was up in a non-Jewish area of New York near Woodstock. The families that cope with it best are the ones who are believing Christians, because that's the kind of people that were up there.
Norma, are you going to your plate?
Can't hear anybody. What did the woman say? Is that the background noise?
Are you going to your plate? Everyone's leaving the room.
You know the answer.
People are very
I think you know the answer to the question. Everybody likes their plan. So of course I am. So if you want me
signs are there, everything is, so whatever happens in your life, you interpret to be the fulfilling of a prediction or something.
Well, I think that, let's see, I think about prediction, like, any one of us here could come up with like prediction about pretty much just anything. Like I could say, like I predict that in 12 days somebody would eat a sandwich, in California or whatever. Like we could do that. Anybody can make those kind of predictions, but people don't really care about those kinds of predictions. They're not really teaching us anything. They're not telling us like what's right or what's wrong.
makes that kind of prediction so powerful is that it's incredibly risky, like just the prior probability of that prediction of 1.75 arc seconds of that being true, the probability of that being true is very low, so it's a very risky prediction to make. It can easily be wrong by any number of ways. And so I might contrast something like that with a Roman general won a battle in 450. That seems to be like a 50-50 kind of thing. The Romans could have won or they could have lost. That doesn't really seem very compelling to me. I don't know. Do you guys understand where I'm going? Sort of. I just like to talk about history. It's all about reinforcing love and understanding with each other and connection and self-transcendence, right? So within the linguistic experience of a human, within a human experience, it's very logical, I think. But when you bring in science, it starts to lose. Typically speaking, I think. Sorry, again, the Bluetooth thing. Scientifically speaking, it starts to lose ground. But because of the axioms and the foundations of what have become our understanding of what it means to be spiritual, what it means to connect with others, to strive for something better,
and given the assumption that we're a soul and not a body, right? And that's, I think, what something atheists, I don't know.
This isn't my only election strategy. Obviously, playing music all day long is not a great political communication, but it is great relaxation. I believe voters make their best decisions when they're deeply relaxed. You can go to Sora or YouTube if you want to check out John Kitover's relaxation videos for voters of the 16th district. So I'm creating clips of these little 2-minute pieces, 1-minute pieces using the Santor. I believe this Santor came out of Esfahan, near Tehran, in the Iran. This comes from the personal collection of the Ali Khamenei. I hope you enjoy these mystical little pieces played by your favorite performer and candidate Congressman, John Kitover.
There has never once been a scientific experiment to prove or disprove God. And she asked me, how do I know that she's not what she says she is? And I says, because of that fact.
Christians that actually do believe that God is literally real, but I think for the majority of them, that's not the power that religion has. I think that it being not real is part of why it's powerful, because you're saying, even if you're wrong, I'm on your side. There are political groups like this where they'll say, I'm going to support you. Doesn't matter if you're wrong. Doesn't matter, if the guy, hates a certain race of people. I don't care. I'm supporting you because I'm on your side, right? Doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. And I think this is why there's never going to be a breakthrough to that side, because they're not following the same goal as you. You're here looking for what's true. They don't care. For them, it's what's the benefit. It's not who's right. It's not what's right. It's who's right, right? If, for example, that other group, to actually challenge what they believe will require going against certain groups of people, will require burning their affiliations. And it seems kind of, I just don't see a breakthrough. Like, I think that there can still be really good discussions. Like, for example, a question I heard that I really like, and I'd like to hear tackled, is that even if God is not real, when it comes to human history, humans have kind of evolved, co-evolved with religions. Like, religions have been, not all the time, obviously, but for a long time, we've had religions in our societies that keep order. I don't know if you've heard this one before, and I'd like to hear what you think, or anyone else thinks, that religion is a part of humanity in the sense of it helps people make decisions, even if the decisions aren't themselves very logical. Like, for example, the marriage one is a great example. They'll say, a man or a woman doesn't have to understand why it's important to be monogamous. They only need to fear the consequences of some bogus God punishing them if they're not. So, what do you think about a lot of beneficial things that humans do? Do you think that humans are capable of doing things if they don't have a religion to punish them for doing it? Or you think that the modern person in aggregate, they don't need that, They can absolutely make those decisions. They don't need the hocus pocus anymore. What's your position on that one?
Well, my answer is you literally asked 5 different questions in the past 30 seconds. So my position is, if you would be so kind, why don't you ask the questions again one by one? I'd be more than happy to give you my position.
Oh, you can pick your favorite one, but I'll pick one if you want me to.
I want you to.
I can answer one of them. You like?
Sure.
But you know what, Elliot, go ahead, please, by all means. Please, Elliot.
I like the last question. You know, do we need to have consequences for our actions? From like the way I interpreted your question was, do we need consequences for our actions from like a divine authority? That's from the way I interpreted your question. And it turns out like clearly the answer is no, because that was probably one of the primary things you get from what came out of the Enlightenment and all the Enlightenment thinkers is that reason trumps divine authority. Like we can reason to how we should govern ourselves. We can reason to what we should do, what's right and what's wrong, what's moral, what's immoral. That we can reason to these things, and that human reason is more important or better suited than divine authority.
Battery is at 100%.
Or something like that. So I don't know if that answers that.
I agree with you. I think it's possible. But what do you think about people in aggregate? You think everyone?
These are the meta wafer 2s. We're now recording.
Falls in terms of population.
Oh, it's called a Santor. Now we are free.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, this is Hans Zimmer. This is the new Hans Zimmer performing for you new Hans Zimmer music. I hope you enjoy the show. Like the live stream, share the live stream to your X account, to your Meta story. We are recording new Hans Zimmer, the new song, the world's famous. Now we are free. The free, go, the free.
Right, wrong. You could give them the tools for how to do that, and you give them the evidence. They can figure it out by themselves.
I can't actually. It's difficult.
But that doesn't mean that this will always happen. That doesn't always happen.
This is naturally grown Illinois cannabis. Now, smoking is not healthy for you. It's very damaging to the body. And if, you partake, I suggest you play some music. Do something productive with the additive chemical to the bloodstream, to the brain consciousness. Hello?
If you want to talk or just popcorn, just preferably one person at a time.
Never had one lesson.
is that a lot of the evidence that we do have, like anybody can do a Google search on prayer studies. So there have been studies done on intercessory prayer. Okay, that is the kind of thing that I'm talking about.
I have never heard the term intercessory prayer, and I can't look it up right now, but I don't know what that. To intercede. I thought all prayer was to intercede. No.
It's to intercede in behalf of, to ask for something so that it is provided to another person. Like,
Not yourself. Not yourself.
yeah.
Uncle Steve loves to make assumptions.
Gotcha.
And you know what they say about guys that like to make assumptions, right?
So basically asking for a miracle, asking for someone to get healed.
When they pray for intercession by God, talks to the Roman Catholic Church or the Episcopal Church. We don't have any intercessionary beliefs of saints. Because we're
else's cancer to be healed, prayer has no effect on that.
right, because when we measure such things, we also have to measure it.
It is the tattoo, yes.
Placebo effect, and that's the.
Behold the shining light of Hashem, shining bright upon his people outside of Shemayim.
Effect, because one group is not getting the thing; they're getting the placebo, right? And so we know that a pill, a sugar pill, is more effective at curing what ails you, statistically speaking, than no pill at all. And that a gel cap is more effective than a sugar pill, and an injection of saline solution is more effective still than a gel cap, right? And then there's this even weirder thing that we have to defeat. There's the nocebo effect, in which people who are given what has otherwise been demonstrated to be legitimate medicine are told that it doesn't work. And as a result of having told them that, its efficacy goes down, right? So there's something going on with regards to mental health and physical health. They're related.
is maybe to a fault of enunciating. I have learned to choose my words very carefully, and sometimes I enunciate, which is not favorable to other people. This is because I've been misquoted so many times that I have to choose my words very carefully. So when people later on, today, tomorrow, next year, paraphrase what I say, no, I didn't say that, I said this. Bottom line, fine, and I'll say it differently so I won't enunciate. Positive mental attitude helps physical recovery. Documented fact.
Yeah, Steve is a proud graduate.
I love you, Steve. I didn't mean to criticize you in any way.
No, it's okay.
Teasing you, loving you.
You tease away. Sorry, T.
A proud graduate of the Howard Cosell School of Speaking, right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right?
Look at that little monkey go.
Hey now.
Well, for those of you that didn't know, that's what got Howard Cosell canceled back before we even knew what canceled was. Yeah.
I wanted to say something about what Marshall said, that Catholics don't believe they can talk directly to God. They have to go through saints. That's not true. That's not true. Our Father is a prayer directly to God.
That wasn't the claim.
Yeah, I thought he said he was a Protestant.
He said that Catholic, but he was saying that Protestants, aren't supposed, they don't have prayers to the saints, but Catholics do, and because they don't feel they can pray directly to God. Isn't that what you said, Marshall?
I thought his statement was whether one they could believe.
Okay, this is John Kitover running for the 16th District of Illinois. Write-in candidate, this is the Santor, dedicating this song to all the voters, residents, constituents, and fellow citizens of the 16th District of Illinois.
outcomes, yes, but it stops short of saying that God exists. Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah, what the fact of the matter is that the placebo effect is the bane of medical researchers, because the placebo effect is so damned effective, right? If it weren't so effective, we wouldn't need things like the double blind, because they wouldn't be the thing we're trying to beat. But we're trying to get over that statistical average of just telling you things are going to get better, right?
And also the key thing to point out is the prayer for others has no benefit. There's no efficacy to prove that, actually.
When I had a
outside time space, and we can't even say outside time space. That's how limited we are. So, yeah, for my religious friends, my family, I think it's not really interesting to try to prove your creator or the creator you believe in. That's my true sense on this subject.
Yeah, I said that earlier, that it's not important to them if it's real or not. It's about pledging allegiance to the group and what they believe, and there's other benefits, and they don't really care about if it's real or not.
Sections of human beings, and that may be a greater proof that all the religions may be invented by humans who have that psychological well-being in the darkness of the forest, of the dangers of of nature, the human condition.
The entire prayer fiasco, at least for the Judeo-Christian, well, not just the Christian Catholic religions, don't really make sense internally, since I remember learning that the God has a divine plan. So if he's got a plan, then what's the point of praying if your prayer is going to change the plan? Like at that point, you may as well just go with what the plan is instead of keep trying to ruin things in your favor.
I have said that many times before also. Good job.
But Steve, the way you say that makes people angry.
I'll have to change up the way I speak.
I think it's the volume. I think that's why the guy with the PTR of the trash bag said he thought you were angry, because the volume was up.
I'm naturally amplified. What can I say?
I don't agree, but that's my guess. I think it's just because you're loud, they think that you're mad.
It's perfectly okay. I believe, and I have a lot of objective evidence for this. I'm the most imitated person on Clubhouse.
Aside from Donald Trump, or you mean other people who haven't?
For the people on Clubhouse, I'm the most imitated person on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Donald Trump's not on Clubhouse. His statement still holds.
It's also an evidence of why states and political entities perpetuate religious institutions. I will double the combat religious institutions. Look how useful they are. You can have votes, you can have support, you can have anything you want as a politician if people want
Repeat that.
There's a positive correlation with human birth rate and religiosity, whereas there's a negative one with atheism and human birth rate.
So, yeah, maybe we won't go extinct. I don't think so. But our numbers will dwindle. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing that we become fewer. But then again, I don't know. Anything can happen. Even communist China has predicted that they will control birth rates by enforcing one-child policy, and it turned out to be a catastrophe. Now, they have way less kids and way less young people than they should have.
Living in one of the most religious states in the United States with a church on almost every corner, if not two, I found that most people, when it comes to the birth control thing, the religious ones will hide it, and their church will make sure to hide it, and they're just full of shit. And they go to other countries to do it, or they go to special clinics to do it. And oh yeah, that's me. I'm death hippie. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how it is.
In the United States, driving to another state where they're allowed to abort as well, if their state doesn't.
Exactly. And they love to trump this beautiful, vision of how perfect they are, but they're so full of shit. And the higher up you go, the more full of shit they generally are. Drop them.
And also, don't forget.
Sell off a daughter for a dowry. So they can even see having daughters as an asset. As horrible as that sounds, that what if the calculation there of benefit for having a kid in your life, what if that is really one of the bigger elements and not really the theism and the atheism? What if it's more to do with the versus asset.
I remember reading about some kind of economic paper or news media. This is a long time ago, and it explains how there are several things that contribute to the economy of the United States that aren't that there aren't really any statistics for. There aren't you can't go and you can look at the CPI and find something like the amount of unpaid labor that mothers contribute to the economy by engaging in child rearing. That's the single largest thing that contributes to the economy that isn't covered or explained by economics is mothers engaging in child rearing or just child rearing period. And most child rearing in the United States is performed primarily by the mother.
Oh, you're right. It's unpaid. So essentially, it's invisible to the economy. Man, what a blind spot.
As a woman, you're expected to not only be fully corporate, fully take care of the home fully, and take care of any children fully, and that is just bullshit. Nobody should be expected to do so much, and sometimes for multiple families, with hardly any funding to do so.
It's not that you're expected to, you have to with the price of real estate, etc. We chose it was a choice at first, now it's mandatory. We sort of worked our way into it, the price of things rises to the ability to pay for them.
Actually, no, it doesn't rise to the ability to pay for it. It's the greedy assholes at the very, very top who set the price and corner the market who affect the whole thing.
Yeah, if the market's cornered, yeah.
Yeah, when they corner the market and they're all owned by the same people, well, you're going to have corruption and all kinds of terrible shit.
Yeah,
we haven't used the Sherman Antitrust Act in a very long time. The Sherman Antitrust Act is the thing that helps break up monopolies. I don't think we've used it since at least the 60s or 70s, if not longer. It was passed, I believe, in 1936.
You're right. I think Google is that juicy cake to slice up, no?
Even if you break up the monopolies, what they do is just give them away to family members to make it look like it's broken up, but really it's all the same thing. It's just diced up into small bits.
Then you highlighted a shortcoming in the Sherman Antitrust Act, and it should be amended to account for that. At least I think so. I think the law should be rigorously. Say again? Sorry? Laura, I didn't hear the last thing you said. What was it?
It would be lovely to hold account to all the trillionaires and billionaires who mistreat their workers on a regular basis. But we all know that that is rarely done because they have so many lawyers and loopholes that they can do no matter what law has changed, and they're all in cahoots. So good luck.
Sounds like you think it's pretty hopeless.
Well, if you know anything about economy and how people act when they have power, and you've sat in those circles, you sure will have very.
See, I'm on the exact opposite end. I do both politics campaigns mostly, and that has shown me the power of change. What enough people who are concerned can do to make their area better. I grant you, changing law on the federal level takes a lot of time and a lot of money, and it's not one of those things that happens overnight. I'm more glass half full than glass half empty.
Have you ever been homeless and expected to figure out how to navigate in a system that does not reward you for merit, but class?
No, ma'am, I have never been in a place where.
Well, I would suggest that you do that because then you might understand the people you're trying to help.
I don't know being homeless, but definitely go like investigate and interview them.
I would do that. I got at least 5 homeless friends that I check on. So I'm aware of the fact that people can't afford homes. I have just been blessed and lucky enough to never live in that situation.
And I'm glad that you're the one representing all of us, including those who are downtrodden, because certainly somebody who doesn't have any kind of inkling of what it's like to navigate that certainly is the person to be in charge of it all, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting I was in charge. I was just saying we had two different ways of looking at the issue. You seem to look at the issue as a glass half empty. I look at the issue as a glass half full. I mean, that's not.
You're not really
That's just the
saying
difference in.
anything other than
That's
I'm being negative and you're being positive. That's not like saying, hey, I might
no, I don't
investigate on what actually was going on in my community and be a part of that part, rather than just being on my high horse and saying that I know everything and I've never lived the experience. And when somebody tells you who has lived the experience that you might want to check into it, that you just tell them to not be negative, well, go fuck yourself. How about that?
Yeah, hold on. I've got to interject. Aurora, you're a total sweetheart. I love you in more than a clubhouse way, but telling a mod to go fuck himself is not appropriate for this space. So that's just a warning. Again, I love you, but let's try and not do that thing.
My
apologies. Questions. I at least 2 questions. So there is a long history of very capitalist, free open market countries, free elections, slipping into tyrannical rule. The primary functions of this were where money flows upwards and centralizes. So breaking up monopolies is more of like not so much stick it to the rich man merely because they're rich, but it's more like, hey, I like my country, I want it to stay around for a while, sort of thing,
Yeah, that was my point. Right? Like I don't know. My head frame is like, what's the problem? How can we solve it? What can we do to make things better? Right? I think things can still be changed. I guess
I hope so.
That's my main point. I have a view that we can still change the things. I know the big change takes a long time and a lot of money, but that's not a modern thing.
No.
The founders designed our system to be that slow.
That's right.
It's slower than it should be, but it's meant to be a slow system so everybody can deliberate. Right? As a congressman, professor of mine said, you want a fast government, get a dictator.
Yeah. I think I cited this just a little while ago. Something like 50% of all democratic countries in the last 100 years, I could be wrong, it might even be 20 years, have slipped into tyranny. And there's no exceptionalism to any country whatsoever. So it's fully possible up here in my country, Canada, or in the United States for that to happen. Now, tyranny will look very different country to country. Some places more extreme than others, right? But there's no guarantee. Yeah.
I have a possible suggestion for change. Maybe you disagree. Maybe there's a bad side effect of this, but getting rid of lobbying. Ever since I heard that companies and corporations can do lobbying, I found a kind of circular, almost recursive loophole where the power of decisions can just keep cycling between a few small groups, and they can just run away with what's beneficial to them, not really giving a rat behind about what happens to everybody else. And I understand why Aurora was really mad, because there are a lot of people that get left out of the loop, like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you're just not in it.
Yeah, I'm going to suspect. I don't
think you meant what you really said. Because what you said when you want to get rid of lobbying means that you don't want anybody talking to any government officials, just basically cut off all communication for your opinions, thoughts on an issue. What I suspect you meant is that you have deep concerns, as do I, about how much money is included in lobbying and whether or not that money should be capped out by individuals. It should have more legislation regarding corporate financial lobbying, and we need to get more, we need to get the financial end more regulated. I really don't think you meant that all lobbying should just stop altogether.
There's also another piece.
There's a loophole I see already, and the loophole is if you want to make it a cap per person, what stops them from just hiring a bunch of people on their behalf secretly, and then
You're talking about the financial aspects and also. And Marshall, just let me set it up, and I'd love to hear I'd love to, because Marshall knows more about this than me. And what it really comes down to is lobbying by PACs, political action committees. Also, arguably, money's coming from out of the country that are directed towards PACs in the country, and then the financial aspect. But Marshall, since we're on this topic, Marshall, why don't you spend a couple of minutes talking about it? I think we all, including myself, could learn.
So there's already in individual caps, there's already a cap on whether you can donate if you're a foreign country. I believe there's a piece of code, it's not in front of me, that says elections are not allowed to accept out of country money. Now the PACs, which were created after the expiring of McCain-Feingold, the repeal of McCain-Feingold, I should say, in the mid-2000s, and political action committees can keep their donors list private, which means they could possibly receive out-of-country money. I think getting rid of PACs is a really good idea, or requiring the PACs to list their donors. One of the things I think is very pernicious about PACs, the campaign and the PAC are supposed to have no discussion or coordination per the law. But there's this thing in campaign politics called smoke signals with a PAC. You have somebody in your campaign. You take the person in your campaign. You then send them to the other campaign to work back. They work on the super PAC, and they report back where they make decisions that are in the campaign's favor. That's an area where lobbying is going awry. The other thing is lobbying is protected by the First Amendment. It is a redress of grievances before government, right? In order to change lobbying in its current state, you need to amend the First Amendment in order to do that. In order to deal with the financial piece of this, we simply need stricter financial laws on who can donate and where. And again, I think super PACs are a great example of campaign finance going awry.
Thank you, Marshall.
Okay.
Thank you, Marshall.
Right now, thank you for the opportunity to speak up here, but I got some things to do. So everybody have a good day.
It's been a pleasure. Hope to see you back soon.
Yep. Hopefully nothing bad happens to anybody, but who knows? See ya.
You got it. Nothing bad's happening to me.
Yeah, I agree with what Marshall said. The lobby is a process of democracy, but what you can do is to strip the government the power to interfere in the economy. If they don't have power, then nobody's going to lobby. Not going to lobby them.
You encouraging that?
Encouraging what?
Stripping the government.
Yes, stripping them.
Okay, let's hold on. Let's get our terms correct, because I don't understand. Please tell me what you mean by stripping the government.
Well, stripping the power off of much of
Okay, fair enough. What do you mean? What do you mean by stripping the power from the government?
Yeah, so let's say their power to interfere is setting the industrial policies and all of that to interfere in how the economy should be run.
Okay,
Subsidizing the industry, giving the tax exemptions for certain people but not for other people.
Okay, so, again, this may be me, but it frustrates me when people say a whole bunch of different things and then I have to try and go back or whatever. So let's talk about one thing at a time. But the last thing you said was subsidies. So you don't think the government should subsidize anything? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. What about welfare?
No. Nothing.
Okay. Nothing. What about food stamps?
No. Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. You're in favor of the government subsidizing nothing. All right.
Nobody.
I completely understand. I also completely disagree with you because I think that is part of government's responsibility to help out the citizens when in need. I absolutely think there has to be many more checks and balances and accountability for the subsidies and monies that are spent, but I'm absolutely in favor of reasonable subsidies. Okay, what else do you mean by stripping the government's power?
Yeah, so much of the regulation in the industry.
Regulation.
Yes.
Are you saying that the government should not regulate anything?
Well, in the regulation, when we say regulation is mostly about the.
Are you saying the government should not be able to regulate some things but be allowed to regulate other things?
When I use the word regulation, I mean the industrial policy. So let me just put it in I'll tell you the details, right? So
okay, so it's okay. You just want me to let you speak for a few minutes and then whatever. You don't want to deal with it one point at a time, right?
Right. Yeah.
Knock yourself. No, have a good time. Knock yourself.
Cool. Thanks. So basically, what government should do, just only two things. One is the protection of private property rights, and then two, uphold sanctity of the contract. And in the event that there are corner cases, that the private property rights cannot be clearly demarcated, then only then the government steps in to manage that. That will be the only corner cases. So in the realm of protecting private property rights, we need the military to protect the whole country, and then therefore protecting the private property rights of Americans, and then against any foreign enemies. And then domestically, internally, we need justice department, judicial system to protect individuals against robberies and violence and all that. So we need judicial system, police and all that. And then, of course, the judicial system upholds the sanctity of the contract that people have with each other. And that's all.
Hanson, you communist?
No, I'm the diametric opposite of communist. You are a communist.
Okay, hold on. Hello, Hanson. You stated your point very clearly. Matthew, rather than calling him a communist, why don't you address one of the issues that he raised and argue against that? I think that would be more beneficial.
All right. So, with this one thing, like zero regulations, right? I don't know if I heard you right, but
the answer is you didn't hear him right because he just talked about what he felt should be regulated.
Okay. I assume, Hanson, that you'd want other things regulated as well, because in your country, I'm going to make like a health food brand and make trillions of dollars. Nobody's going to regulate me. I'm going to start compounding protein powder out of my backyard with dirty hands. And
What? Can you speak clearly? What are you
he's saying.
I think he was speaking clearly. For example, although he didn't say that, if I may, I'll help you out. He didn't say it, but the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, regulating food, regulating drugs, that was not included in the list that you talked about regulating. So basically, you're against us, the government regulating food and drugs, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Well,
Awesome.
Go ahead, Matthew. I was trying to help you out. Go.
Yeah, I just want to see if Uncle Steve or anybody else wants to move to Hanson's country. We can sell crap and just make a whole lot of money because nobody's going to regulate us.
Well, no, I think we need an FDA, no question.
Yeah, I think so too.
No, because that's a non-separator. Just because you make something doesn't mean that you make tons of money. You can lose money. Just because you set up.
What the hell does that have to do with the FDA? I want to know. Hello, Hanson. I want to know that when I go into a market and I buy a product, I don't have to worry about whether or not there's going to be poison in it.
That's crazy, Steve.
I want to know that when I go to a gas station and fill my gas tank up with gas, it's not going to explode
That's
as I'm driving home.
crazy, Uncle Steve.
Yeah, I want to know that when I go into a building, it's not going to collapse on me. Okay?
Whoa. Hanson's country.
I also, and most importantly, I want to know that when my kids and grandchildren, and more importantly me, are walking down the sidewalk, that someone's not going to come in with an AK-47 and shoot up the whole fucking place.
No gun regulations.
Okay, so yeah, you're mixing up all things.
I'm not mixing up anything,
Yes.
Sir. Hold on, Hanson. Hanson, yeah, I will in a moment.
Hanson, you communist?
Yeah, go on. No name calling. Guys, and this is why I don't want the name calling. The name calling will not be permitted. You guys will go to the fucking goo. I kid you not. No name calling. Address the issues. Forget about the name. Now let's just review, and then Hanson, I'll give you a chance to explain. I specifically asked you if you were against all regulation. You said no. I said fine. Tell me what you're okay with regulation. You wrapped off a couple of things, and everything that I just mentioned is not what you listed that you were in favor of regulating. So now you can go ahead, move your goalposts, and you can amend what you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, everything you said was wrong, all right, including the goalposts. I never moved any goalposts. And so what you said about the putting up an AK-47 and shooting up everybody, that's already included in the protecting private property rights. You have police and judicial systems to prevent exactly that. Okay, so your allegation was wrong. And then as for the prior allegation that you had poison in the food and all that, the regulation doesn't prevent that. The information prevents that. When you have food, poison in the food or whatever, doesn't have to be intentional or just by happenstance. And the information, the dissemination of information, when you have a non-regulated market, the information is king. Information is what people need, and that will be transmitted with most efficiency in the market. And then whether you have any poison in the food, and because of we have the incentive to disseminate what people will buy the information about the quality of food or what have you, that will be provided most efficiently in the market. But on the other hand, if you rely on government, the information transmission speed would be slowed. And also, when you have the FDA, there's two things in the market. Every product has two sides. One is you may have some they pose some negative side from the product, but the other side is it may solve problems that which that exists in the market. Say, take the example for medicine. If you prevent the advent of medicine onto the market, you have illness, sickness that would have been cured had the drug coming onto the market. But there's also, of course, you have the negative side of the drug, could be side effects or even the adverse effects. They should be discovered. But the thing is, the food FDA in its because it's a bureaucratic agency, it has incentive to prevent the food.
I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. All government is bureaucratic.
Yes. So they are incentivized because when you have a bias in incentivity, so when they do allow a drug coming onto the market that is good, they don't get the bonus or blame for it. But if there is any side effect, even if it benefits one group of people, but not the other, but they'll get blamed for the side effect that harms.
All right, I think we got your point, Matthew. Did you want to respond?
Hold on.
No. You hold on. You hold on. Go on mute. Please go on mute. Please go on mute. I've asked you twice now. Please. I've asked you politely. Go on mute.
Yeah, that's one more point to make.
All right. So obviously you can't follow simple directions. You got chance one to talk for a long time about what you wanted to say. Matthew came in. I gave you another chance. We got your point. If you want to talk again, you can. You'll have plenty of time to speak. I guarantee it. But I have to control this somehow. So make some notes. And then, Matthew, if you want to respond, just don't call them names, but respond to all the issues. Take a few.
Well, one thing that kind of comes to mind is the Tylenol murders. The FDA wasn't in there to stop those initial murders happening right away. But my concern is, Tylenol, massive company. They really did try to do their best to cover everything up, but the FDA and political and local government, as well as the media, really pushed for these, the capsule, the containers to be made better. Okay, and so it's a good thing, to have the government come in, check your lab, make sure everything's fine, everything's good, especially if you're dealing with massive products like that. One problem that I have with Hansen's, if there's no regulation, no FDA, is these very large companies can use leverage within the media and the amount of money that they have just to cover themselves up and none the wiser, right? So I don't know. I understand. I do think the government's super inefficient. And Hansen, I know you're not a communist. You're just easy to troll. I'm just fucking joking around.
All right. So, if anybody, Elliot, please go ahead. I'm going to bring Hansen up. Hansen, please wait till it's appropriate. I'll bring him if he's still here, but go ahead, you guys.
Okay. My point is more about, I guess the idea of, the government not intervening, no subsidies whatsoever, this kind of extreme take on things, or what I think is extreme, at least. And where's Marshall? I think Marshall would really appreciate this. I think the founders, repeatedly over and over and over again in different ways and in different conversations with each other said and reinforced repeatedly that a republic can't survive. It can't survive if large numbers of citizens are economically dependent or structurally excluded. It can't survive if that.
Somebody 15 minutes ago said that 50% of all democratic governments in the past 50 years or whatever have folded, something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Probably true. But the reason why this is important, they argue, is because dependence destroys independence, and independence is necessary for liberty. Liberty requires independence, and independence in turn requires material security, and that's why the government should intervene when citizens need help. They should offer subsidies. They should provide food stamps and stuff like this. The founders were explicit about specifically like the survival of the republic.
Yeah, I don't know where you got the independence requires subsidies. Subsidies imposes
the Federalist Papers, the letters between Adams and Jefferson. They're there.
What did they say about subsidies? What did they say about subsidies? You're just twisting it's the most grotesque distortion of logic. Independence requires you to be independent, not be sucking on other people's teeth.
I don't think it defies logic to help people when they need help on a temporary basis. I don't know why that defies logic. I know that in my wheelhouse, when people are injured, when people are disabled, that if you don't help them, that their injury and their disability can linger and last longer and get worse. And then what inevitably happens is they get used to a lifestyle of not working, where it becomes more difficult for them to be productive later. On the other hand, if you help them right at the start and let them know that we are doing our best to help you get back on your feet so you can be a productive member of society again, that they end up being productive quicker. So I don't think it defies all logic. I completely disagree with you.
No, this is a defied logic because it doesn't say the independence doesn't mean the subsidy. Okay, so and relying is completely relying on other people. The helping that doesn't mean.
I'm not advocating lifetime welfare. I'm talking about temporary assistance.
You don't need temporary. Well, yes.
Well, look. No, you can't. Because when I speak, you listen. It's that simple. It's my fucking room. I'll run it the way I want. If you don't like it, leave quietly.
Great, fantastic.
Good, fantastic. You don't like it, leave quietly. That's what the button is there for. When I talk, you listen. It's that simple. Okay, so, you know what? I blew my cool. My point was made. I don't need to restate.
Yeah, so it doesn't include help. Okay, the free market capitalism is the best system to help, but it's just you need to in exchange for help, you help others and voluntarily. That's the point. You don't force people to help. You voluntarily help other people. That's the point.
Well, yeah, sure, but like you are arguing against the founders from the country right now. You're contradicting what they're saying. They're saying what I explained earlier was that independence requires material security. Okay? Independence requires material security, and liberty requires independence. And republic requires liberty. Okay, you can see how these are necessarily linked.
No, because you don't.
Okay.
You're
right to say
logic.
You're right to say that the founders didn't talk anything about subsidies. You're right about that.
It's my difference from what they said to subsidies.
Words in founder's mouth. Okay? And then it's not logically, it's a non sequitur. Your whole thing, your logic of your the logic of your what you said was completely false. The material security, yes, material security comes from independence. When you have a free trade, the material security will flower from that, will comes as a consequence of independence and freedom to trade. That's what founders talking about.
Do you identify as a libertarian, Hanson?
Yes.
I had a feeling because everything that Hanson described is, well, I'll coin it pure libertarianism. It's probably the furthest, it's probably the most purest form of libertarianism there is before you get to anarchy, which is no government at all.
You got it. At least the smallest government there should be.
JCC, you there? Are you there or IRL? He's IRL.
No, I'm in the middle of doing stuff. What's up? I'm listening.
Did you hear me blow my cool?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, that was good.
I've calmed down since then. It doesn't take me that long. Oh, man. If you're in the audience and want to come up, it's a popcorn-style room. Just one speaker at a time. Be respectful. Argue the issues. Don't call people names. I got enough names called them. You'll have.
Yeah, what was this room? What happened last night? What room was that in?
I just opened up a popcorn room. It lasted for a couple of hours. This one person came in and accused me of being a liar, accused me of worshiping the devil. Yeah, I'm a devil worshiper and a liar. You know. Oh well, that's okay. I thought it was kind of comical myself.
Because you're an atheist?
No, because they saw me in the they were with me in the Church of Satan room. And,
no, because you weren't there.
Yeah, and I said I haven't been in that room. And they said, I said, did I speak? No, I just saw you on stage.
Guilt by association.
I said, well, yeah, I didn't know it was a Church of Satan room. And I go, I don't worship the devil. She goes, well, I'm gonna go back and tell them that you're an atheist. I said, don't stop there. Go into every room and tell them that Uncle Steve is an atheist. They go, and she goes, well, why do you want me to do that? I said, because I'm a numbers whore.
Right. Talk about me, baby.
That's right. Talk about me all day and twice on Sundays.
The devil is a lie.
The devil is in the details. Hoji, see, I pronounced it right. I got it right.
Thank you. What do you mean the devil is a lie, Hoshi?
The devil is a lie. The devil is deception.
Alive or a lie?
A lie.
Oh, a lie. Deception. So when people lie, they're speaking the devil, is that what you're saying?
They're doing the devil's work.
Doing the devil's work. You have to do the devil's work to lie?
Are you doing the devil's work right now?
No.
It sounds like it.
I am what I commonly refer to as making the rich richer.
Does the devil need to exist for people to lie, Hochi? I don't know. That's a weird question. I'm not gonna lie to you. Why is that a weird question? If you say people who lie are doing the devil's work, that sounds like you're entailing the devil exists, right? Yeah, the devil exists. So, does the devil need to exist for people to lie?
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump doesn't need to exist for people to lie, right?
Look, guys, y'all can talk about anything y'all want. Please don't talk about Donald Trump ever.
Okay, logical question. Which way should we talk about him?
Y'all should. First of all, Donald Trump doesn't lie.
Oh my God.
He stretches the truth, and he exaggerates.
Before we go any further, did you and I have this discussion before or no?
I don't think so.
Okay, then. No, let me get this one thing out and then I'll shut up. Donald Trump repeated multiple times that he was going to cut prescription drugs by 1,500%. Now, either he doesn't know fifth grade math or is completely lying. Because if you cut something 100%, you make it free. You can't discount anything more than 100%, which makes it free. And he repeated that multiple times. So there's one documented law.
Another one, like we don't even have to look very far. We don't have to go very far to find like a fucking whopper from Trump too. I think was it like today or yesterday? He said, referring to the Epstein files, he says that the Epstein files absolve me of any kind of wrongdoing. They absolve me. He says I'm vindicated by the Epstein file, by the release of at least the ones that have come out recently. Do you think he's telling the truth there? You can go to justice.gov/Epstein, and then you can look. You can just type in Donald Trump, and what will come back are thousands of entries just to have Donald Trump's fucking name in them. Those are just the ones that are not redacted. Okay? Do you think he's telling the truth there when he says that the Epstein files have absolved him?
That doesn't mean that he was guilty of any wrongdoing just because his name comes up in the files. That doesn't mean that, because he was hanging out in the same circles as a lot of people that were going to that. I mean, he's a billionaire. There's nothing but billionaires that would go to these.
But that wasn't the question. No. Okay. Yeah, like his claim is that if the files absolve him, okay, not that he didn't commit any wrongdoing, it's that the files specifically absolve him. Do you think that is what the files show?
The files absolve him most likely because although his name comes up a bunch of times in the files, it's not showing that he was participating in any.
Oh, no. You didn't understand. It implicates him by circumstance. So it doesn't absolve him. It implicates him, right?
Implicates him how?
His name is mentioned hundreds of times.
It documents a ongoing relationship with Epstein from 1999 to 2000.
Is that against the law for him to have a relationship with Epstein?
An ongoing relationship is an implication, not an absolution.
Right. So it might imply that Donald Trump was.
Right. Yeah.
So wait, if it implies that Donald Trump, what implies what specifically? Just because it has his name, like what does it?
It implies him.
What does it imply though?
Yeah, that he was, that's the whole thing, right? It implies that he was working and associating with a
it clearly does not absolve him. That means it clears him of all wrongdoing.
Does the opposite.
Yes, absolve means it proves he did not do anything wrong, and it does not do that.
Okay, so if he did anything wrong, what did he do regards to Epstein? What is it that he did that's wrong?
Well, I can tell you what's claimed, if that's what you're asking.
Because he claimed that
hang on a second. Before you
as an actual
stop. Before you move on, Lucy, do you understand that the releasing of the files does not absolve?
It does if it doesn't show that he did anything
Stop!
wrong.
Oh my God! It doesn't get it.
Right.
It implicates.
But it doesn't show that he did anything wrong. But it does.
Hang on. Stop talking about wrong or right. Right. The point is, this guy said, if these files are released, they absolve him. Right. They do not absolve him. They implicate him.
Right. Wait, you're acting like that. You're acting as if just because his name comes up in the
That
files.
demonstrates that he was involved.
Not implication.
Right.
All we're doing is
Hochi needs to
addressing.
learn vocabulary. Hochi, look up the word absolve and look up the word implication, then come back and talk to us, please.
Because if it were to absolve him, what the files would say is that there was no association between him and Epstein between 1990 and 2000. That would be absolution. That is correct.
That's incorrect.
What absolution would mean?
They could have had a relationship.
You're interrupting me in mid-sentence. That is exactly what absolution would mean. It would say that he cannot have been guilty of this. Instead, what it does is it implicates him through an ongoing relationship with Epstein from 1999 to 2000.
And T, we don't even have to go to step 2. I think we should stick on step 1, and that is Hochi. When absolve means essentially he's proven innocent, that the documents prove that he did nothing wrong. The documents do not prove that he did nothing wrong. Now, we're not saying that he didn't do something wrong. We're simply saying that the statement that they will absolve him is not true. It's a lie because they do not prove that he did nothing wrong. Do you understand that?
I understand, but the only way.
Okay, so hold on. So since you understand that, do you agree with us, yes or no, that the documents do not absolve him? Do you agree?
No.
Okay, well then I've given it my best shot, T. Go ahead.
Okay, so
The reason why. Wait, can I talk? Can I talk, please? Can I just?
you guys can understand what I said.
Wow. Just because I disagree doesn't mean I don't
You
understand
didn't
what you
understand
said.
what I said.
Oh, this don't copy it, Hochi. You copy computers.
Let's try this another way. What does it mean when I say I'm absolved of a crime? What does that mean?
That there's no implications that you did it.
Right. There's no implications that I did it. And then what do the Epstein files do with Trump? Do they implicate him with Epstein regarding the ongoing relationship between 1999 and 2000?
Is it illegal to have a relationship? I'm confused.
It's not about if it's legal.
No,
It doesn't matter.
No, Hochi. It's whether or not he was involved with Epstein or not. The files demonstrate. Hang on. The files demonstrate he was involved. Do you agree or disagree?
Involved with what?
Good, Charlie.
Epstein.
Guys, I don't think he's gonna get it. You can keep trying, but I don't think he's
I'm gonna
gonna
call him a name. He's an idiot. Purple ball.
Ooh, name calling. That doesn't help our cause, but I
I
understand.
don't care.
I know you don't. He's not going to get it. And there's only so many times that I can bang my head against a wall where I just throw up my hands and say, there's nothing that I can say that's going to convince him otherwise. I've done my best.
Here, let me be more explicit about my claim, Ochi, that the files don't, rather than absolve Trump, they implicate him
that 2 hours ago, just FYI. We discussed that 2 hours ago, but you can go ahead and
Okay, but this is for Ho-Chi's benefit.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
I'm sure he's
All right,
not
Ho-Chi,
really read
continuing on. I'm sure he hasn't actually. Complainant also reported there were high-profile individuals involved in her sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him, and alleged Donald Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Now, the question here is not whether this is true. The question is do files like this absolve or implicate Trump and Trump?
I don't know who that lady is, but I don't know what that's about.
Look, let me just talk. No, you should just say they implicate, right?
No.
And be honest.
No.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. So the thing is, right? If this lady is saying that Donald Trump was this lady needs to be Trump by name.
Did you catch that? Ho-Chi, let me try it this way. Something we haven't said. Ho-Chi, implicate does not mean proof. Implicate does not mean guilty.
I'm not saying that that's what it means. I'm just saying that he's absolved if they haven't proven that he did anything wrong.
No, he's implicated, right? By virtue of the fact that he is mentioned in those files are implicating him. Not, see, in order to absolve him, they would need to say the opposite. They would need to say Donald Trump was not involved. Then they would absolve him.
Or take it all the way to the trial and found not guilty. But which, yeah.
Implicate does not mean charged. Implicate does not mean guilty. Implicate does not, excuse me, Ho-Chi, I'm not done. Implicate does not mean he's actually done any of it.
So you agree that he hasn't.
Hold on, you agree that he hasn't been. Implicate simply means that the suggestion has been made. That's all. That's all it means.
Basically, it means nothing. It just means nothing.
No, I told you what it means.
It means accused. It means accused, Ho-Chi. Ho-Chi's accused. It means accused. He's accused.
What's more important to you guys? Whether or not he did it, or if he's accused?
No, that wasn't the question, Ho-Chi.
I'm not answering your question. I'm asking you a question.
I noticed that, but the question is he implicated or is he absolved by the Epstein files? The correct answer to the question is he is implicated by the Epstein files. Does that mean that he is made guilty by the Epstein files? No. I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Nobody has suggested that, Ho-Chi. Nobody has gone as far as to say he did it. Well, all that we said is he said he would be absolved by them. And that was a lie because they don't absolve him. They implicate him.
Well, there are people who say he's done it. There was a 13-year-old girl who said that he tied her to a bed, raped her, and beat her.
And we talked about that 2 hours ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's an implication. He's been implicated by her because she said he did it.
Yeah, Tom, I agree. But the problem at hand is that Ho-Chi is contradicting himself. On one side, he does agree that these files do not abolish him, but then on the other side, he doesn't accept that it implicates him, right? So he thinks they're abolished because the files implicate him.
My thing is, my question though is like, what are you guys actually concerned about? What are you exactly right? Every single time I talk, they do this.
You just keep swerving and dodging and swerving and dodging.
I'll tell you what, everybody, hello, everybody, including me, we're going to go on mute. We're going to let him talk. We're going to let him get it all out.
And I'm not even trying to say a lot. I just have a question. And I guarantee you that I'm not going to get an answer to this. I know that I'm not going to get an answer to this. But what's more important to you guys? Whether he did it or that there's implications that he had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Please, just answer.
Okay.
What's more...
Whether he did it.
Whether he did it.
Whether he did it, right?
No.
Next question.
No, you
The
got to
file.
ask me.
You guaranteed us that you weren't going to get an answer to that question.
Yeah, you guarantee you're going to get an answer. Now you're not wanting the answer. What the fuck's going on?
I took the...
Let me give you an account.
Ho-Chi, shut the fuck up.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, so here's what happened. Here's what
Stop.
The answer. Stop, OG.
You initially said, oh, gee, I'm just going to keep over talking you until I get my point, okay? Because we let you speak, all right? We all know Steve let you speak, okay, to ask your question, right? Now I'm going to say that the whole reason I'm going to go ahead whether you like it or not. The whole reason we're discussing this is because you said that Donald Trump does not tell lies. Okay, you said something like Donald Trump. Are you fucking kidding me? And I said that we don't have to go very far to find like very easy, clear examples of Donald Trump lying through his fucking teeth.
And Elliot, that was after I gave the 1,500% discount on drugs. Please continue.
And I gave a very explicit example of a tweet that Trump put out where he claimed, this was today or yesterday, that the Epstein files absolved Trump of any wrongdoing, okay? And then I went into further detail, and I even gave an explicit excerpt from the files that show that not only did they not absolve Trump, they implicate Trump, okay? Which means that this is clear evidence that Trump was lying. So can you at least agree on the initial discussion? Did you agree that he was lying in that case?
No, and I'll tell you why I disagree, right? For him to say, okay, the files will absolve you, but what that means is that the files are not going to prove that he did anything wrong.
No, that's not what it means.
It doesn't mean that there were any implications because anybody can accuse anybody of anything.
That's not what absolve means.
Yes, it does.
No, OG, hold on a second.
So what does absolve mean?
Calm down, calm down.
You want to get calm down. I'm asking a simple question.
Calm down.
Hello?
I'm very calm.
Hello?
Do you want me to read the definition of the so I think you should probably remind yourself.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. You should read the definition.
Okay, you could just stop for a second. I've explained this to you.
I'm listening.
now with Elite Pedosex Crimes Incorporated, and I have the quote out with Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade, straight from Jeffrey Epstein's mouth. He's a good businessman. Continue spewing your fucking bullshit.
Right, yeah, good businessman, right, sure. I'm a good businessman, but I don't do what he did.
Yeah, but you can't be absolved and implicated at the same time. So you're wrong there too, Crimsonite. So I don't know what you're wanting to say.
You guys do a lot of,
You guys.
pull a lot of time.
Jeffrey Epstein's own words in his interview to Michael Wolff.
Sure, continuing that.
Yeah, because you haven't addressed that quote. That's why I'm curious. Like you're purposely skirting it. That's why people.
Yeah, all you're saying is that like all the bad people that he fell in with and stayed fallen in with don't present a case against him, and I'm saying, of course they do. What are you talking calculation turns out that is extremely low, that every one of those would be false. There's just going to be better candidates based on that alone, like based on number of allegations. Do you want to give out the exact numbers? How many allegations have been raised against Donald Trump since the Epstein?
If you go to justice.gov and you just type Donald Trump, his name appears in just the ones that were just released, 1,515 different times. Okay, that's just of the files that have been.
Elliot Crimsonite doesn't care. He doesn't care. The only reason he cares is
listening.
No,
I never said that.
No, I said I want Democrats implicated. But when I bring up the Michael Wolff quote that I brought up multiple times now, quote, this is directly from Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, I was Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade. You just want to skirt and talk to other people. So how do we address that quote? Is that a lie? And if so, why would Jeffrey Epstein lie?
How can I possibly know if that's a lie? What was the context of that conversation? Was that an email?
No, it was an interview with Michael Wolff, with Jeffrey Epstein. Thousands of hours of audio recordings and audio recordings.
I never said
Jeffrey
him. I don't know his personality.
See, this is where you're fucking honest. Because you're going, I don't know. I'm giving you the direct.
I don't know. You want to present the case for why he has to tell you the truth.
Michael Wolff sat down with Jeffrey Epstein, said, quote, I was Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade. Why would you lie about that? You're lying.
People not exaggerate.
Well, I don't know about Jeffrey Epstein. I know less about Jeffrey Epstein than I do about Trump. And with Trump, everyone should have low priors for Donald Trump telling the truth. That means before you consider what the evidence is, where you may like have deductive reasoning or deductive or whatever, your priors for Trump telling the truth about any given subject should be very low. Because he has demonstrated a consistent record of lying. Almost everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie.
What you mean is the priors for him telling the truth on anything that implicates himself would be low, but not, things that are not damaging to him. Now, and to that, I can agree. And that goes for anybody high profile. The problem that I think you missed is that you don't apply the same for someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who is confirmed child sex trafficking.
Projection alert!
You know why I keep doing it? Because you keep
Projection alert!
Which is why this,
Projection alert!
actually different.
Projection alert!
No,
My gaydar has been triggered.
Yeah.
There is an F word in the proximity.
So, you want.
Projection alert!
What do you want to say about the
you
Christian
want
God?
you want
Projection alert! Ready?
What do you want? Wait a second.
Hello? Hello?
Well, God, this is gonna be a hold on. It doesn't matter. You're talking. Yeah, you're in the atheist house right now, so I expect there to be more atheists probably. Like, first of all, your question about like, you want to talk about God. Well, God, like the word God just means like ultimate or supreme. It doesn't tell you anything about Christianity or Islam or the specific nature of any characters described in any of those books, right? So, like, just asking us about God is an incredibly vague question. Can you be more specific?
Well, as I said, I am a Christian, so that would be the default God that I would be defending. But
it's the one you want to discuss.
But even if I were a total stranger and I just came in here and all I said was, "Do you guys believe in a God?"
I believe in Chris Hemsworth, MCU.
The base understanding
He's a God.
base understanding of that would be that the God would be understood as the creator of this universe. Presumably,
Yeah, we
as
don't
the
have
omnipotent
great universes. Don't be ridiculous. He's just a movie actor.
So when someone
Yeah, so that's why I would honestly answer, I don't believe that God exists.
although it could apply to something else like Allah.
Yeah, again, I told you Chris Hemsworth doesn't create universes. Don't be dumb.
Yeah, so the God you're speaking of, Crimson, I don't believe it exists. Now what?
Okay, you don't believe it exists.
No.
So you're
Our fictional characters don't create universes.
you're a hard atheist,
Yes.
and you deny the existence of God
I
altogether.
don't deny anything. I just don't. I just am not convinced by you.
What is a hard atheist?
Okay, yes, I believe it doesn't exist. Now what?
Okay.
So can I
Is
just
your
get clarification? What is a hard atheist?
One who believes it doesn't exist.
But
Yeah.
that's the atheist, isn't it?
well,
That's the atheist.
yeah,
He's not adding anything by saying hard.
yeah, basically, yeah. So atheism, like basically agnostic.
I don't no. I don't have a belief, right? Versus I believe it doesn't exist is a little different. I'm holding a positive belief that it does not exist.
Oh, okay. So it's more like Gnosticism is hard and agnosticism is soft.
Well, I'm not claiming knowledge. It's a firm belief, right? I can also say, yeah, I personally know, right? However, I can also be mistaken. So, now what? So, go ahead. Let's go.
okay? Is your denial of this God based on rational sensory input?
Not denying anything. All we've done is not been convinced. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, that's why I delineated right from the
Yes, it is rational. Yes, I have a rational.
It's rational to not be convinced of something that
So James, let's have a polite and honest conversation. Doesn't have to be long.
An honest conversation. You might as well just leave now.
What is the basis for your?
Yet to be convinced of something supernatural. This definition of a God existing versus the preponderance, the plethora of naturalistic explanations for things that we understand exist that do not require the insertion of a God or gods or anything supernatural.
That was a conflation of appeal to neutrality in addition to
Neutrality. We need neutrality. Hang on. No.
We're just making up philosophical terms.
Yeah.
You said I'm not.
James, it's over.
I didn't say agnosticism at all, right? So where did you say? Where's neutrality being this?
You said you did
Now,
not.
I have yet to be convinced of a supernatural entity existing.
explains all things, right?
I said we have a plethora of explanations of how things exist that do not require the insertion of a god or gods or anything supernatural. And those are primarily natural explanations. Okay, now what?
Yeah,
I didn't say all things.
Or it doesn't mean that we can explain all things. It just means that all the explanations we have don't require a God.
Right.
I disagree.
Okay, you can disagree. Cool.
I have a question for Crimson Knight, if that's okay. Or you still going?
No, go ahead. You can do it.
Crimson Knight, do you believe that Joseph Smith was visited by the angel Moroni?
I'm highly doubtful of that.
Okay. Are you a Mormon?
Non-Arminian Christian.
Oh, you're Arminian. Okay. I thought you were a Mormon. Never mind.
Okay, so where were we going with this exactly, Crimson?
I was having a conversation with James.
You're having a conversation with the room.
Go ahead. You can ask me more questions. Go ahead.
So, I'm just speaking to James now.
So you have more significant choices, you have more freedom to explore, and you have more freedom to decide whether you want to freely love God or not.
Not present.
But you wouldn't have to see God.
I'm telling you, you're in an atheist house. Expect it.
I understand that.
He could intervene or do with you
So what
what he did
convinces
with
you
Moses,
that a God
put you in
exists?
the crevice of
Crimson
a
Knight.
rock and then pass behind you or something like that.
On many
You
levels.
would kind of be
Give me
shining
your best.
after so people could see that. So it wouldn't have to be the full glory,
Let's not
but
do
you're
many
right.
levels. Let's do the best. Let's do the highest of the top, the very tippy, the number one.
Reveal himself to everybody. He
No,
might as well
the top one. Just the one.
Signal
The best you got, right?
predestination.
The top one would
example,
be
generally
to
to
have
destroy the whole notion of
rational
free
basis
will
for assuming
that humans
the
choose
regularity
themselves.
of
Okay, I knew it.
reality that exists around me. I have to have
And the second objection that was raised against the argument from divine holiness
properties of the person.
comes from
Why would you do such a thing?
What? Crazy.
Like, why would you start down such a thing?
The second of like the second after that was
No. Why would you? No, we're gonna drop this. Why would you start down this crazy idea that the universe has regularity or uniformity or whatever the fuck you said? It was so fucking stupid. I couldn't even believe it.
How could you know anything without God? How could you know anything? Like how can you ground your hunger? How can you take a bite of food without grounding your hunger first?
I wanna ask. I wanna ask Crimson. You can answer this or not. Did you by chance go to school for philosophy?
apparently I've had a conversation with you because I just noticed that I have you blocked. So if I went as far as blocking you, then you must have really hit the room meter.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
let's go back.
I'm here. So
Yeah. Let's go back to what you said. You said that your perception of reality proves that an immaterial being exists that has all the omni properties. How did you leap from your sensory interaction with reality and then go to something which is incomprehensible with regards to immaterial? Because everything that we experience is physical.
you know what? You know what, Crimson? I'm gonna block you because you defend the pedophile Donald Trump. So there
Okay,
you go.
let him answer. Let him answer.
So to have something immaterial, to have an immaterial grounding is another way of saying that
can I cook? Then I like actually grew up, right? And look at me, I'm a normal person. I don't sit there and defend Donald Trump and the leader of Elite Pedosex Crimes Incorporated.
Or,
It's kind of crazy.
more importantly, but a lot of your white buddies do.
You don't speak in contradiction.
I mean, it was even worse than that because he said something like, he said, in order to have a reasonable assumption, a reasonable assumption? What are you doing? Like, why are you putting those two words together, right? Are you assuming or are you reasoning too? What are you doing here?
It's when he said that his best evidence is the fact that he interacts with the real world around him or reality around him. Therefore, it must conclude that an immaterial being with all the omniproperties must exist. I'm like, huh? How does that prove that?
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm happy that you white folks are now exposing who the Illuminati is. It's no longer the powers to be. It's no longer the powers to be. It's no longer just saying the Illuminati. We think it's just these crazy motherfuckers. We don't know who they are. Thank y'all. We know who the Illuminati is. Donald Trump, Bill Gates, all these crazy white folks have been dangling in our face for years. And you white people know they were raping little girls and killing them. A lot of y'all white people knew. Maybe not all of y'all, but a lot of y'all white people knew. Y'all are sick. And y'all try to say that it's Brent and everybody else are the problem. When it's y'all white people that are the problem. Y'all white people are fucking sick. What's wrong with you?
All white people exist, but I'm gonna mention
You tan people, right?
I just sniped Wesley Snipes. He can.
Wesley Snipes, listen.
Wesley, you can just chill out, bro. You've been sniped.
Started having yeah, man, you can't just come up here and just drop like a bunch of shit about the Illuminati and then just go on a rage tangent. You can't do that shit, man.
That's actually crazy. People were trying to come in and you just like wouldn't stop. We were like, wait, we need to hear about this.
Can I also just point out, Donald Trump is not a reptilian, therefore he can't be part of the Illuminati.
I really like the way the British President Trump during his first administration. I don't know if anybody remembers, but it was a big round Trump baby. That was hilarious.
It was a big what? Round?
Oh, was it one of those? Was it like big? It was like a parade thing, the giant parade things.
Giant parade balloon of a fat baby Trump. He was really funny. At least I thought it was really funny anyway. Hey, Sam, I got a question for you. You're a mathematician, right?
Yeah.
So, I used to watch this show and still occasionally do. It's called Numbers. And it's about how math
I know it.
can help solve. Yeah, you know the show I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is that real?
It's just just math applied to real world problem.
Yeah, I used to teach applied mathematics, and it's the study of mathematics as applied to actual problems and solutions. And so generally what we teach in applied mathematics is we teach generalized problem solving is how you might think of it, right? And it's really cool to see people acquire the skills of applied math because it's like giving them a vision. They walk out of the classroom and they just see the world a little bit differently. They're like, it's like they've got a heads-up display, and they're like, oh look, there's symmetry. Oh look, there's parity, right? And they're like, oh look, here's a problem, and now I know how to apply the solution. Or even better, here's a problem, and now I know how to search for the solution, right?
Would it be a good idea? I'm a history guy. Would it be a good idea to log into class at the local university on applied math? I mean, you talk about seeing the world a little bit differently.
I find it fascinating. I think you have a whole new respect for history as an applied science.
I think I'm gonna do that. I'll probably have a hard time with math, but I'm genuinely interested in that kind of stuff. So, do you just teach from a theoretical position, or does your applied math stuff get used in the real world by companies or governments or regular people?
Yeah, so I mean, the whole point of doing it is to give people a toolbox so that when they actually go out to the real world, they have tools in the toolbox. Because the first thing that here's the sort of difference between what is it, academic math and applied math, right? In academic math, all the answers are in the back of the book. Every answer that you get asked in academic math has a new solution. And then the very first thing that happens when you go into the real world is your boss asks you to apply your mathematical knowledge. They say, here's a problem, and I don't know what the solution is. Now go solve the problem. And now we're talking applied mathematics, because what you have to do at that point is you need a toolbox full of tools. And what you do is you fill up your toolbox in applied mathematics by learning a whole bunch of tools. And then when you encounter a problem that you've never encountered before, you get out a tool and you see if you can leverage a little bit of knowledge about the problem and get closer to a solution. And what you often find is it's not one tool that solves the problem. It's multiple tools used in succession. First, you have to do a fast Fourier transform before you can see the data. Then you can do brute force statistical analysis, right? And so it's about having the fast Fourier transform in your toolkit as a tool, so that next time that you see a frequency domain problem and you want to transform that to a time domain problem in order to solve for the time domain, you now have the tool to solve that problem. Because that's the first thing that your boss is going to ask you to do. He's going to go, I want this magic box to do X, and I don't know how to make it do X. And you're going to go, well, what if I use a fast Fourier transform to transform the frequency domain into the time domain, and now we can solve for X, right?
So say the problem was I had 75 signs. I'm looking for the optimal place to put them inside of a district. Would applied math help me figure out the most advantageous spots?
Absolutely, because we're talking about, for example, a Poisson distribution, for example. And that's one of the things that you'd want to immediately get out. You'd be like, okay, let me try a Poisson distribution and see if that solves for the problem. And if that doesn't work, let me try a different distribution and see if that solves the problem. And if you don't have those tools in your toolbox, you're at a disadvantage, right? So the whole idea is to build up all of those tools in your toolbox, so that when you see a problem, you've got the tools to apply math to it.
So I
start to do is we start to break out potential solutions, and then apply statistical analysis to those solutions. What if we did this? What are the odds of living? What if we did this? What are the odds of living? And what we show is that by measuring statistical odds for each solution, we can gradually improve upon a solution and show when one solution is measurably better than the next one. And suddenly we've got a tool in our toolbox for getting to the ultimate solution of 100% survival.
Can I use applied math in a political campaign to figure out the optimal strategy against the competitor?
100%. That's called game theory. And there is a swath of mathematical theory in game theory that is designed for exactly that task.
You muted yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that in game theory, there's this huge swath of math that is designed to do things like work out, political situations and stuff like that. Game theory isn't about children's games. It's about political situations and people standing off and all that stuff. So do not be fooled by game theory and think that it's for children. It's some of the most sophisticated math out there.
So, given the examples you just posed, I can also use math, applied math, on an archaeological dig to figure out the highest percentage of likely finds.
Absolutely.
Like where I can stick my shovel, basically.
Yeah, that's all about, like power distributions and other types of distributions, right? And so these are what mathematicians sit down and spend their entire careers working out, right? And I mean, and the joyous part of all of this is you live in the world of the internet and AI. So if you really want to know, you can go and ask ChatGPT, and it's going to give you some great answers.
I'll be very frank. I never thought math would pique my curiosity.
Yeah, ask ChatGPT to explain the concept of game theory and how math relates to game theory and how they interplay with politics and political strategies. Because that combination is killer. It is deadly to the opponent who is not applying game theory.
So basically, I can level up here by using applied math.
That's right.
And become better at my job because I have another tool in my toolbox.
Another tool in your toolbox, and that's what it's all about, right? Yeah. And the thing is, like, history is a cross-domain, study by nature. It involves archaeology. It involves, textual analysis. It involves everything, right? It involves the fossils. It involves biology. It involves dendrochronology. So it's one of those things where the more that you have in your problem-solving toolbox, just the better that you are at history, right?
So I'll see history in a different way once I do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I said, I never thought anybody would pique my curiosity for math, but you just have. The idea of having another tool in my toolkit to be better prepared, but also another lens with which to look at history, man, that is super exciting to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited for you because I happen to know that you do have this great background in history, and just it's one
was sort of a stopover, so I toured the spice markets and the mosques. I heard it.
Did you see the
Hagia Sophia?
It's now a mosque.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, it's weird that they turn.
Apparently it's just supposed to be beautiful.
Oh, it's breathtaking. Breathtaking.
You said it's weird they turned it into a mosque?
It's weird that
they turned it into a mosque?
Yeah, they have this, it's a Islamic trope or repeated practice that they take a previous culture or religion and they try to impose theirs upon it. It's a little weird because you can see
they subsume.
Yeah, you can see the beautiful images of the saints and so forth painted across the top. Orthodox were big on icons. You may know this. Icon play a huge role in Orthodox Christianity. And so they very sort of carelessly and superficially just hung canvas banners over them with Arabic written on them, which I didn't translate.
But, I mean, they didn't get rid of them.
Huh?
I said at least they didn't paint over them.
Yeah. Well, it would have been, I think, a violation of, national or global historical site. I mean, it's one of the
UNESCO. Yeah, you're talking about UNESCO sites.
heritage
UNESCO
sites.
is a wonderful group of people. JCC, do you recall the George P. Bush's want to expand the Alamo and get it back to its previous look through archaeology? Do you recall that?
I'll never forget the Pee Wee Herman. That's what made the Alamo famous. There are 147 ways of preparing the tortilla, and I will now explain each one. Remember this? The guides for the Alamo. Very fine.
I always wondered, there's UNESCO, there was a huge deal in the Texas Republican Party because UNESCO wanted to designate it a World Heritage Site, and people were thinking that UNESCO would hold the deed, when all that UNESCO really does is provide archaeologists funding. They provide extra resources too. They mostly provide the funding to do the archaeology in the first place.
Hey, something specific, by the way, just to change gears for a moment, if you're comfortable with this. The Democrats just won a surprise state senator, I think, election there over the weekend, didn't they?
Well, in Texas, the Republicans didn't even bother to put signs out. They didn't bother to do any of the work. They sat on their behind and thought because Tarrant County was the most conservative county in the state that they didn't have to do any work.
Very sneaky. They've done this before.
Well, Tarrant County is also famous for the Tarrant County 49. There's a guy named Dr. Shafi who won election.
How do you spell that county?
Tarrant is Tarrant.
Thank you.
There was
So Tarrant 49.
on vice chair named Dr. Shafi, who was a Muslim. 49 years from Tarrant County were like, nah, he won, but we don't want him. And it was a big deal, got published in the national papers as well as state papers. I mean, it's just ignorant people who could not bother to abide by the rules they set up themselves.
I can't follow the story. You dropped out of the key thing. There's something called the Tarrant 49. There's a doctor named Shafi, but
Dr. named Shafi who won the vice chair election. And he's practicing
chair of what?
Election to vice chair of the Tarrant County Republican Party. And so
Vice chair of the Republican Party. Okay. So it's not really a political position. It's just a party position.
Yeah, the Tarrant County Republican Party, not RPT.
Yeah.
And Dr. Shafi is a practicing Sunni Muslim. One guy from the Tarrant County GOP, who were precinct chairs, and they were looking to comment, stood up and said they knew Dr. Shafi won, but he couldn't be the vice chair because he was a Muslim. It got published in all the state papers, got published in federal papers. And it's just a really, really embarrassing thing for the party.
It doesn't make sense to even say that. It's a
own goal, you know?
Exactly. Why hurt yourself? Do you really think that way? Just keep your mouth shut. Oftentimes being quiet is the better part of valor.
For sure. You know, I covered an election in Texas once, Marshall. I'll have to remember the year. It might have been what's that?
I'm taking my dog to the vet, so hold on a second.
Oh, cool. Well, you have to tell me about your dog. Can you hear me while I talk, or should I wait? Maybe you're talking. So I'll say it. There was an election that included a referendum on gay marriage. And so I actually followed some gay Republicans in their campaign in favor of gay marriage. Pretty funny. And of course it lost, but I got to know a lot of Texans as a result of that piece that I did. And I enjoyed it.
Sam, are you there?
Yo,
Why do you like math?
I don't know. It was always found it easy. It was, believe it or not, easier than almost everything else. And then, my friend's dog is here. Give me 1 second. This dog is crazy.
Yeah, I can hear you. And then how are you doing?
Just fine and dandy, thank you.
It's afternoon or evening in the UK.
It is nearly 10 p.m.
Huh. Are you a Londoner or do you live other places? I love the history of England and towns and y'all's country's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I live outside of London. I don't live in London. I live southeast of London.
What? So how far, well, roughly, how far is Somerset from you? A couple hours?
Oh, about 3.5 hours.
Huh. How long does it take to drive from the bottom of the UK to the top of the UK?
Probably about 8 or 9 hours, I would imagine.
So I live in Texas. For me, driving that long gets me from the Rio Grande Valley to Dallas.
Yeah. That's because Texas is
Giant, right?
many more times bigger than the UK. Yeah.
Although the UK always punches above its weight.
In what sense?
I think you may have a small geographical land, but Britain has been mighty in its impact on history. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is different, but Britain's had a huge impact on world history. I mean, empires are usually parasitic in history, unfortunately. They usually become some form of dictatorial or autocratic governments. That is, at least in my estimation of history, the vast majority of civilizations function that way. democracy or a republic or both is quite rare in world history.
Hello, I heard the mention of Somerset, and I'm actually from Somerset, so I thought I would say hello from here.
What's is Somerset a big town or a small town? Like
it's not a town. It's called a county.
Okay.
So Somerset is a county, and then you've got other counties so the ones next door to me are Devon and Dorset. And someone mentioned about driving from Somerset to the top of the country. So I did that last summer, and it took 12 hours. So I drove from Somerset to the Isle of Skye, which is a beautiful island in Scotland, and that took 12 hours driving. But if you do want to go, to somewhere stunning, if you're ever visiting the UK, then the Isle of Skye is an absolute must.
Can you repeat the very last part? Somebody called me in the veterinarian's office.
I was just saying that if you're ever going to visit the UK, then the place to go is the Isle of Skye, because it's absolutely stunning. And Skye is spelled Skye.
Nice. My family in Scotland's part of the MacLean clan. Apparently, there's a castle midway up Scotland on the left-hand side someplace. I want to go there, and I want to ask the man who owns it how the heating bill is.
I imagine very, very expensive. I'm not sure how much your energy bills are where you are, but they are extortionate in the UK at the moment. Eye-wateringly so.
The energy prices here during the summer regularly reach about $1,000 a month. And then winter is roughly, since we don't get much winter, roughly $500 or $600 a month for a 4,000 square foot house.
Okay. I mean, the houses in the UK are a lot smaller in general. I think the government are trying to push for renewable energy sources in houses at the moment. I think one of the things, I guess all countries, with the geopolitical environment, is that countries can, have some energy independence. I guess renewables are one way that we can do that. However, of course, being in the UK, we don't get sunshine, all year round. We only get it for the summer months. But it's interesting to see how geopolitics is influencing the direction of, things like energy within different countries. I know China have started increasing their fossil fuel use, and they're not expected to reach peak coal now until 2030, I think.
Yeah, energy plays a big role in Texas politics, in particular because we're an oil state. Oh, Jackson. That's what that ring will be. Abby.
Man-made devices for us to worship him. Yeah, we make instruments. So the argument is not do we implement man-made things into our worship. The argument is, does God require those man-made methodologies in order for us to worship him? And the answer is no.
But you're not getting anybody any information exchange.
Yeah, James, like in the last room, Jose came up there and was like, just out of nowhere, out of left field, just started raving and ranting, like raging about the Illuminati. I mean, and then James put you in the audience for that.
Yeah,
that's pretty true.
the Illuminati. Y'all are supporting the Illuminati. Y'all banned on it. Like someone said earlier, did I just find out about this? Yes, but y'all banned on about it. And y'all ain't went to war. Y'all ain't trying to overthrow the motherfuckers, but let it come to some little Mexicans. Y'all up in arms. Shit crazy to me.
I was like, we haven't went to war
And they're not
over that? Are you kidding me?
Let it come to some little Mexicans. Y'all want to be tough. Y'all want to be tough, but let it come to.
I mean, I know he's entertaining, bro. You can bring him back up if you really think he's gonna engage.
No,
He's just spouting hate, doing hate.
Hilarious. I couldn't hear too much because I was eating the restaurant, but I wish I could have just heard him go for a half hour. I could have taken 15 minutes to a half hour.
Just go and crash out. I mean, y'all motherfuckers, y'all did this. I can't believe.
That's fine. I don't mind that part.
You people are nasty. You people are nasty.
I think he's trolling about a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, but it's still fun to hear. No, but I do mean the Neanderthals weird. Like that thing's always weird. It's like people have like Southeast Asians have like what is it like less than 2% Neanderthal, and some white people have like what is it less than 1% Neanderthal. It's like sub-Saharan is pretty much like 0% Neanderthal, right? So it is an interesting thing that they died out, and then some people have technically actually 100% died out. You get some of that DNA in you, right? And it's so minute. And to be the thing that you cling to is an elite warrior class, right? So it was an elite warrior class of people that you're using as, I wouldn't use that as my criticism. I mean, unless you're trying to say that, there's a trait of taking over the world or something like that that runs through Southeast Asians and some white people. But that clearly doesn't apply to everyone. It's always interesting when I hear the Neanderthal thing. I'm like, what is it that people think about that? I think they're saying when they say that.
And it's almost as if race is not based on genetics. It's almost like something like that's true, and race is more something that comes from culture or tradition or society. It kind of seems like that's the case, right?
There you go, Pro. If you want some more entertainment, you can catch it in the chat. He's trying to superhero con. You guys hear me? I'm in a bad place here. I can hear you. Okay. Well, I was just going to say, the Neanderthal thing I think is interesting because now I may be wrong, but I think that basically every person on this planet has between 2 and 2.5% Neanderthal in them at this point.
No, that's not true. No, it's not true. It's most people have that, but not everyone.
Well, the thing is, it has to be everybody because it's been tens of thousands of years, and at this point, both of your parents will have 2% Neanderthal in them, and so that's why you will.
Sorry, my headphones just shut off. Yeah, but it's not at the same percents. The percents are different.
I know it's not identical, but I do know that 23andMe will tell you, if you're like 2.5%, you'll be in the 70th percentile. If you have 2.3%, you'll be like 30th percent or something. I mean, it's really a narrow range.
Right. It's pretty hard to be quarantined from that, but it seems that if you're going to be quarantined from that, you're Sub-Saharan Africa. That's where you're
That
going
might
to
be,
be.
New Guinea, maybe some tribes in New Guinea.
But I mean, this is what ChatGPT scored. We can all look up all that stuff. But and the big myth about like they died out because the bigger brain people came in is just all BS too. It's all BS. The bigger brain people came and just smarter. It's like, bro, it's always the same story. It's disease or a couple other bottlenecks or.
Well, wait a minute. You ever seen those Neanderthals, man? They were stupid.
They make for good commercial. But it's not much different than people saying, making dumb jokes about Polish peoples, right? It's like, it's not based on a whole lot. Those Neanderthals, like, it's now synonymous with dumb.
Well, I think it's because they died out.
Right.
So, are you guys agreeing that all Homo sapiens have some trace of Neanderthals? Or are you saying there are some that do not? Because
I mean, define some.
it's inaccurate to say. It is inaccurate to say any specific large contemporary human population has absolute zero Neanderthal DNA.
Right.
You guys agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, you can say that about like everything in the world. That's
But yeah, my question is, do you agree or disagree with that?
We agree with that.
Okay, have more nuance.
And we can always say, and we can also say effectively, Sub-Saharan Africa has 0% DNA.
So the amount of Neanderthal DNA varies slightly depending on where your ancestor settles. I can ask if it's a distinction in Africa between sub-Saharan or not. But the theory talks about that humans coming back into Africa and back propagating the DNA. Unless there's a part that was completely island and completely shut off, it's possible. So here it says East Asians usually have the highest amounts, 2.3 to 2.6%. Europeans slightly lower than East Asians, 1.8 to 2.4. Africans the lowest, but not 0.3 to 0.5%. Though, in the theory that he was saying that white people have Neanderthals, it's actually Asians that should have more Neanderthal. It's not a white characteristic, but it's inaccurate.
But it's a more white than black. This is like if you want to come up and Massey's doing really stuff.
There was no
accurately get it. Right.
He had zero nuance.
Yeah, 3 parts per thousand.
All y'all motherfuckers. Hey, so
3 parts per
what
thousand.
about white people who have a little bit of black DNA in them? Are those the people he's talking
Which
about? No, of
which
course.
everybody does. That's even more so true.
Right. That's the point, is that we're granting his premise that all is a valid term to use. By the way, he's gone. He get somewhere else.
Sounds like a guy hasn't really heard any good arguments or points against his views.
Well, it's just
listen. He may
Yeah.
have, but he didn't listen.
I mean, to not even know, to have that strong an opinion, which, congratulations for at least coming to the right conclusion. But to not even know about January 6th, to not know that everybody has known for decades what a scumbag Trump is. I mean, everybody who cares to actually use that information to form opinions. And to think that somehow atheists, white atheists, are responsible for Donald Trump. It blows your mind.
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
He's still my favorite new person in the room in months.
So would you have endorsed Norm coming up to talk about it with him?
Oh, I have a question.
That would have been great. The two of them, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, but what What's the updated status on the slaves in Benjamin's backyard? I guess they're still there. I don't know the reference. What's this reference?
Almost nobody does, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. It just gratuitously thrown around the term slave in your backyard, probably out of context. It's the kind of thing that makes people think norm isn't normal. You know what I'm saying? So really, that joke wasn't funny, and no one really knows what the reference is. So if you want to clarify it, cool, but it's probably.
I'll be happy to clarify it. I'll be happy to clarify it. Last time was the first time it was mentioned that Benjamin said he had slaves in his backyard and he wanted to know what I thought about it. That's the reference.
Are you sure he didn't say sheep?
Yeah, right.
He said slaves.
Right. Do we want to ask Benjamin if that's
I just did, but if he was joking, if he was just being facetious, then he can clear it all up right now.
So when he was joking about you having goats in the backyard, do you think it was just an extension of the joke, or do you think he's really serious?
I didn't. The answer is
it's like we don't believe that you have goats in your backyard, Steve. It doesn't mean doing an awkward joke about the original joke that wasn't that funny is something that really that's gonna land that hard. But it's just one of those kind of inflammatory kind of things that it's like I don't know if you want to go saying that kind of stuff.
Well, then I'll stop saying that stuff. But he never asked me about goats in my backyard. If he brought it up, I wasn't here when he.
I tell him all the time it's stupid to keep carrying on with the goats in the backyard thing, but that's his punchline that he likes. But
well, we'll tell you what, I won't bring it up again. Not a problem.
What's wrong with the goats in the backyard? Goats are cool.
My man Hanson came into the other room. Steve was modding at his house. He came on with his free market bullshit, and Steve was having none of that shit. You should have went in a little harder on him, Steve, because it seems like you have you might have like a good perspective of like why the stuff he was saying was false.
I only went in hard because when I asked him to let me respond and be quiet, he kept on saying, no, let me finish. And I said, no, please wait, you'll get your chance. And he said, but I'm not finished. Don't do that. And I said, hey, it's my room. I'll run it how I want. If you don't like it, leave quietly. And I absolutely did raise my voice and get angry. So I can now say I'm proud to be a member of the demographic that voted most strongly against Donald Trump. No way might be a member of the second or third demographic that did so. But us atheists, what does it say in my thing there? It's 80, what is it? 87% to 11%. This was, I don't know when this was, backing Biden, before Kamala took over. So, we can't really say what happened after that. But 87% of atheists and 77% of black Protestants were supporting Biden. So Jose was part of a demographic almost as good as those of us here. But sorry, Jose. We win. Yeah.
it was, as I remember when we were talking about this before, for a black woman among all the racial demographics that clearly voted the highest against him.
That's probably true. Yeah, that's right. It's Pew doesn't bring it out. mostly unaffiliated, and the people who said that they were, oh, nothing in particular, slight preference for Biden.
Hey, can I ask a question really quick? Can you guys hear me?
Sure.
John, do you think there's any evidence that Donald Trump had sex with teenage girls?
Well, you mean other than the girls who said that he tied them to a bed and raped them and beat them? You mean other than? Can I eliminate those from the sample?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, because I've talked to some people recently that just insist on saying that they don't see any evidence for Trump having sex with teenage girls. Yet the person that said that said that they believe that he was into 20-something-year-olds and potentially 30-somethings. That's the evidence he has.
And that was me. I'll say it so, Steve.
So, do you agree with that take, John?
Well, I heard Steve say that. I think I took him to task on that too a little bit.
Okay, so you disagree.
But I do think. I will say this, honey. I think that Donald Trump probably, he would be pretty happy if he thought he might get in trouble with a 13-year-old. I think he'd be pretty happy to limit his pussy grabbing to 18-year-olds.
Do you think he'd be fine with those?
I think that would be okay with him. I think that would satisfy him.
Wait, I guess I'm confused. Say you think it would satisfy Trump?
Yeah, I think if he thought that there might be ramifications, what was I results, bad results from raping 13-year-olds. I can't guarantee it. It's just my
bodies to damage. I believe, based on the evidence that I've come across, and all things considered, that he likely destroys lives of as young of children as he can, and possibly other forms of life as well, as a method to disrupt the psychology of the human victims. I believe that at this point, based on the evidence.
Well, I would just say it all stems from one simple fact, and that is that there is one and only one thing that Donald Trump gives the tiniest little shit about.
Law and order is what you're referring to, right?
Exactly.
Justice. Peace. He wants peace and prosperity globally.
You guys heard,
Did the racist dude leave?
I think he got moved in audience and then he left. Something like that. Have you guys heard about this? This was on CNN. I don't usually watch the news that much, like read articles and stuff, but I did watch CNN recently. They showed that typically what happens during the midterms is that the party that is in power, they tend to lose on average about 11 seats in Congress. That's just for an average. That's just kind of been the average for decades now. But
Yes, that's been the average for many decades. Yeah.
and that's with presidents who have an approval rating, above 50%. Above 50%. But Trump's approval rating is in the 30s.
That's also right.
That's just what CNN has got. by 17 or more points. He won it in 2024 by 24 points. And the contest was between a Democrat and a Republican. And the Republicans have held that Senate seat for, I don't know, decades. And a Democrat won it by it was not even fucking close. I don't remember the names or the specific figures, but yeah, that happened in Texas. Yeah.
Hey, can I just put something on the table again? Because I know I'm like really stuck on that.
Depends if it's was or not.
Well, it's all of it. It's this part. It's I ask people, because I think that it just takes a long time for people to just like wrap their head around their fucking bullshit. I ask people how many beauty pageants did Obama purchase, right? And I wonder how many sexual abuse accusations George W. Bush has against him, or like Jimmy Carter, stuff like that. So it's really odd because I literally just punched in correlation between owning a beauty pageant for teenagers and sexual abuse accusations and convictions. And it says reports and investigations indicate a concerning, though not universal, pattern of sexual abuse allegations, misconduct, and in some cases convictions involving individuals in positions of power within the beauty pageant industry, particularly those focused on teenagers and children. It's like I don't understand why people make excuses for this motherfucker. I just do not fucking get it. I don't get it. He's a gross person. Are you talking about Donald Trump? No.
It's because he's a Christian.
No, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. Why?
The other people who
Better not.
all the other
Yeah, I'm not talking about Trump. Why'd you mention Trump?
we're talking about all the other presidents.
No, sorry. I came into the conversation a little late. I just wanted to make. No, we were talking about the other guys that own beauty pageants and had like private little parties with just him and a known sexual trafficker at a place to hang out with teenagers. Like who, honey? Like who, honey? Just the super president.
These guys you're talking about.
Yeah, like President Jimmy Carter. You know how he was into beauty pageant girls?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? You didn't hear about that on Howard Stern?
Nope.
Go back here.
Wait a minute.
Didn't hear about George W. Bush and his
Did no way Jose
girls on the
go out and get a new beat?
Didn't hear about that? Yeah, these guys are just fucking clowns.
Obama.
As long as you're not talking about Trump, then I really don't have an issue.
Why wouldn't you want us to talk about Trump?
But I will say this. Donald Trump has there's no proof that Trump was at all involved in.
But no one said there was.
Okay.
Yeah. Why are you bringing up Trump?
Hey, I'm American, baby.
Okay, you just sound like a retard, bro.
We're talking about it is scandalous.
That's one thing where we can agree, Honey Badger. Yes, that was a retarded thing to say.
Mr. Barack Obama, that's what you talking about?
Yeah, the pageants they're together. You don't know about all that?
Obama didn't own any pageants, did he?
I feel bad for you guys punching down this hard. This is almost like inappropriate.
Yeah, but this is like your average Trump supporter rhetoric. Dude, this is the kind of shit they put for someone else is there to talk about.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
What'd you say about Trump? What'd you say about Trump, bro?
I haven't heard anything high-minded from any Trump supporters. As a matter of fact, like no.
Of course not, because he talked to a bunch of liberals all day.
So you're defending Trump in light of the most recent accusations and FBI files? No, there's no connection to Trump. And then the redaction shows, Trump was mentioned a few thousand times.
For why they like the guy.
So I'm not interested in accusations. I'm interested in proof.
You want to die on that?
Do you want to go to the court cases, the convictions?
What proof is there that Trump was at all fucking little kids?
Who said there was, Hochi?
I'm just saying. I'm trying to make sure.
Why are you bringing Trump into this?
Hey,
We went over this.
that's our president.
Trump when it comes to raping little girls, like when
That's our president.
Okay,
Yeah, we went over this already in the previous room.
with that logic, he's your rapist, so you want to defend him. Are you a public defender? Like, get the fuck out of here. Be objective.
You couldn't even agree with us that Donald Trump is implicated in the Epstein files. You couldn't even
Epstein files come out. But he's not. He's not. There's no evidence that he did anything wrong. So therefore, no. So that's incorrect. There's no evidence of them prosecuting him. But that's not to say that there's no evidence of wrongdoing. And whether or not they could defend that in court, or rather prosecute. Where's the evidence? Is a whole other matter. So I encourage you to just take your favorite AI and just take a glossary survey of what the fuck just happened and what was released, including people like Elon, Lawrence Krauss, like so many people that I thought, oh yeah, no, piece of shit. No, that guy's a piece of shit. No, that guy's a fucking weirdo. It's like, and I'm sorry, if you're going to Rape Island is not like a, hey, I want to go work at Rape Island. No, Rape Island is you get picked up somewhere by virtue of your circumstances in life, and you get repurposed as an object. That's fucked up. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit everywhere on the planet. Every day, fuck that shit.
You know, that Lawrence hurts a little bit. Like,
show me proof that Trump recommended.
You guys didn't know we had perv problems? Jordan Peterson, that was weird. Then when he interviewed Woody Harrelson, I was like, oh fuck. When Sam Harris stopped talking to him. Yeah, I'm like, oh man, there were fucking problems, bro. Yeah. When Lawrence House, that's a hard thing to go through. There's somebody, you know, I listened to, I admired, it was cool.
It's somebody that ugly to talk about women. Oh, come on.
I'm just saying, but when that happens, I'm willing to put those people in the shitty column.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much.
It's interesting to note the people who were the barometer. Okay? Like, I've met a few people who, like, freaked out during a performance or something, and they were like, no, fuck that guy, I'm not talking to that guy. And everyone's like, wow, this person's an asshole. Like, Billy Bob Thornton and Gian Gomeshi in Canada. Gian Gomeshi was this radio show host, and he, like, fucking did all this, like, you know, amazing stuff for the CBC, but he was also a little kinky and, like, punching women in the face during sex. Unprovoked, uncommunicated. So that's like basically just assault. He got his ass fired, but Billy Bob Thornton, when he went on the show to be interviewed, I suspect, and he denies it, but the way that he behaves is, I fucking cannot stand this guy, and I'm not going to give you the interview that you want, because you're a little bitch. And in that interview, he said, hey, like the guy's like, oh, Gian Gomeshi, he's like, yeah, my first love was music, and he's like, no, my first love was a girl named Charlene. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So, like, that also sets a perspective on, hey, these are the kinds of people. They view people like objects.
Imagine I talked about Trump that way. I said, hey, yeah, no, he grabbed, whatever, he grabbed like some few girls by the pussy, but who gives a shit, you know? Like, he's still a great guy.
What the fuck are you talking about? Did you not hear anything?
We don't have to imagine you are doing that. Why would we have to imagine it?
Like, you're doing that.
Oh, he's our president, therefore he couldn't have been a rapist. Oh?
John, do you got something you want to say?
I never said that. Oh, sorry. No, I did, I think, at one point, but.
Well, I was going to say for what you said, but, like, I mean, you know, imagine, like, and this is true for a lot of the accounts in the Epstein files, and it's been true outside of the Epstein files. Usually, like, in these kinds of cases, like, you have a powerful man, either politically powerful or economically powerful or both. You know, like Prince Andrew or Donald Trump or any of these other people, Sammy Sosa, you know, Elon Musk, you know, they have a lot of power and influence. And then on the other side of that, so this creates like an imbalance, a power imbalance between them and their alleged victims. Okay, so like imagine like how would we go about like adjudicating a situation like this where you have like some random regular person who like, you know, was a participant in some beauty pageant, you know, like you take like their word against like the word of like Prince Andrew or somebody like that, or the president of the United States. Okay, there's a clear power imbalance here. Like how do we go about figuring out whether these claims are true? You know, like people are going to listen to the fucking megaphone, the pulpit of presidency, or like that Prince Andrew has, you know, and they're going to go, yeah, this guy seems much more credible than this woman, or, you know, in some cases, children at the time. You know, so that's the kind of thing that we would expect if someone, a victim, were telling the truth. We would expect it to
if there was any evidence, it'll be all over the fucking.
It's not evidence. Donald Trump is a convicted rapist. What are you fucking talking about?
Who did he rape?
Eugene Carroll.
Dude, are you this stupid?
He raped her? He raped her how?
Yeah, do we need to talk about what evidence is?
I think that's it. Do you not know? Hochi can even read at this point.
It sounds like what an abuser would say. How?
Do you not know how Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll? Do you not never looked into it? Do you not know?
If I'm not mistaken, it's something like there was like at a place, and then he took her to the back somewhere, and then he like she fucked him, and then like
no. Try again.
You know, she's trying to say that he raped her.
She didn't say rape. She fucked him. This is the language of someone who
No, the reason why I say that,
I don't care about the reason you say it. Silence for a minute. You sound like a rape.
Oh God, yeah, you're not even taking into account, like you're not even willing to repeat the story of the victim and the prosecution as it is laid out in history. This is like, can you even read? You guys gotta understand, man. Women accuse guys of rape all the time, and it's not true all the time. It's not. And it's sad because it's messed up for people that actually do get raped.
Hochi, okay, let's just be clear here about the facts. Donald Trump was convicted of raping Eugene Carroll. Now you might not like that. You might disagree with it. It's a fact.
Are people not convicted falsely all the time? Now you're pivoting. And convicted here that you're moving the goalpost.
Sorry, that was a bridge too far for me.
I'm saying, we used to bomb that bridge. Get that shit out of here. But seriously, it's so upsetting that I'm like, you know what? It'll be fine if, like, the next wave of revolution by AI, if AI can do one favor for us, is just go and kill all these pieces of shit. Like, if the AI starts with that, hey, I'm with the robot revolution. I'm like, listen, if you can do one thing, I'll give you the keys to the planet. If you can just take care of one little problem that I have right here. Like, that's how fucked up it is. And I've never seen, this is like something a little bit more personal for me, because, like, maybe personal experiences, maybe life history,
or how did it go? Like, oh, I mistook her for my ex-wife, you know. And of course, like, why would you marry someone who you don't find attractive?
No, what happened was he was presented with a photo, and he was asked to identify the woman in the photo, and he said that was his wife.
Said it was
But it
Marla,
was,
and the attorney had to tell him no.
yeah, exactly. Attorney then, yeah. And that was after he had already taken the position that he couldn't have raped her because she's not she's not his type. So if he were to rape someone, it wouldn't have been her.
There's video of this, right?
Yes, it's all on video.
And this was a deposition, not court, or am I not even sure?
Yeah, it was all part of the deposition.
Okay. I have seen this. It's pretty funny. I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah, and that's what put it into a problem because once you testify under oath in the deposition, he's kind of frozen when it comes to what he can testify to during the case without, of course, being exposed by what he had already said in the deposition. So he tried to, once he was told that it wasn't his wife, then he had to try to say, oh, well, I forgot what he said, but something. Oh, are you talking about the time I had my glasses? Or something stupid.
Are you talking about when he's being cross-examined in that room?
Yeah.
Dude, wasn't that gross?
Completely gross.
He's such a gross person, dude. I honestly, this is the part that bugs me the most.
Well, just the whole thing, like, his position isn't, I didn't rape her because, like, I would never rape someone, or, it's a horrible thing. It's because she's not my type. So I couldn't have done it.
He's just like I know it's personal, and I know it's just my style and taste and preference, but, like, I've just never wrapped my head around the fact that people found him appealing at all in 2015. Like, what the fuck did people find attractive about this guy? I just do not know.
The Apprentice.
Celebrity Millionaire.
Exactly. And the thing is, that was all a fiction. The producers have to come out and say that this thing. In fact, they had it all their way because his property where they did the filming and stuff was so substandard that they had to make it look nice and stuff. So it's pretty funny. But yeah, because they wanted to create this image that he was, the successful businessman, so they wanted to
simpleton sound bites to uneducated backcountry folk, like people who pretend they like money and diverse portfolios, and people who pretend that they have good ideas that they're supporting. I was always like, who is he talking to? Like, I just was like, ugh, I never got it. I don't get it.
His language was very populist, so a lot of the blue-collar folks said, like, this is the type of guy he fights for me. So he's successful, and he fights for me.
I like it. Shut up. Obey. Like, it's fucking nuts to me. It's so obvious to me.
Well, it depends which election you're talking about. So if you're talking back about, 2016, it was very different, and the polling showed that. And that's why Bernie did much better than Hillary in terms of polling directly against Trump, like double digits better. And because they both were appealing to this, populist message. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, but I mean, just the fact that I already know from talking with these people and listening to people be unable to basically just condemn a law that their invisible boss made in his book, right? The fact that that's the case on the daily, like on average, tells me the psychology behind all this shit.
28. Wherefore God also gave them up uncleanness.
Trump was also always very careful never to criticize any group that appeared to support him, no matter who they were. People on both sides. Yeah.
Or was it 5 people?
Well, he wouldn't even condemn David Duke in that first election when he was confronted with that. And then said, I don't know who he is and all this type of stuff, despite the fact that he has a record on video of stating exactly who Duke was and condemning him years earlier when he wasn't in politics.
And now that they've released the names of 2 people associated with Alex Party's execution, did anybody find a little Stockholm syndrome in there?
Wait, can you go over
Which
that?
part? The whole thing? Let me go look up their names. They don't sound,
Oh, you mean because of their
as homeboy would say.
That's crazy, right? That's Stanford. That's Stanford prison, dude.
But what were we even talking about? I missed that.
The names of the accused assassins of Prey.
Oh,
What are their names? Or what do their names
You say it's because they're of Mexican descent?
I think that's the implication. I don't know who said that about the Stockholm or the whatever. But yeah, that's like Stanford prison, dude. That's so
But we were talking about it the other day, though. It's a little deeper. I mean, there's a huge percentage of people who are of Mexican descent that they're trying to hire for good reason, right? I mean, that's a pretty coveted thing. If you can have a brown person at the door who speaks Spanish, right, you're a lot more likely to open it up. Those are attractive jobs.
right. That's Stanford prison.
Community.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the bigger thing, though, is you don't have to really do much of an experiment with it. It's just sort of economics. It's just these are good jobs in the community that people can get without having a great education. But yeah, it is.
No,
You're putting them in a position of authority, right? You're granting this by administrative freaking you're just imposing this upon society, and that's a power trip, dude. That's a fucking power trip.
Yeah, I mean, for that matter, all of Congress is the same thing. I mean, it's like.
So, tell me if these names would have been predictable. According by Donald Trump. Jesus Ochoa from the Border Patrol. And not ICE. That was Border Patrol. Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez.
And Consuela Flamenco Camacho. This bad bunny guy, you know,
43 years old, Gutierrez 35. The shooters during the deadly encounter.
yeah, this is all just so fucked. So, like, look, I've had, like, 10 years ago, I had an opportunity to work with somebody, and I found out something. I don't want to say too many details, but I was like, you know what, we're not going to work with this. And then I passed that information on to an investor. The investor ended up ditching the big project, appreciated the disclosure,
that's the thing that, like, take myself nowadays, because it was like $100 million. So I'm like, okay, it's been a little bit harder being poor than I thought for a while. But it's not something where I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I'm a disgusting person. I never feel that way. I don't know how these people live. And if Epstein killed himself, good. We didn't have to. Like, my mother used to say this thing about, like, hey, you're going to fight somebody and you're going to kill a piece of shit, but they'll sentence you for killing a person. And so that's something that often resonates in these situations.
The blame the victim thing with Trump thing, you guys talk about Ho Chi's hilarious because it's like, I don't know if anybody said this, I was connected over to where I could really listen, but it's like, the dude tells you he grabs them right there, and then he was convicted for grabbing her right there, and he's trying to make the point that, like, oh, it wasn't really. Where's the evidence? He was literally right. The only reason it wasn't rape is because he used fingers, and they couldn't prove it was penis, right? And it's like literally what he told you he does, like, which we have on tape. Like he said here, where's the evidence? It's like, bro, like,
I think he thinks there's a lot of other things on tape. Right. He's like, where's the evidence? I think he thinks evidence is proof. Like, no, you got a lot of evidence for something that's still not true. Turns out there's a fucking mountain of evidence for everything we're talking about for Trump, and it's up to you to decide whether that's proof or not. But yeah, he's just
No. That last line, I think you're being too generous. No. It's not up to you to determine. No. There are standards to determine what is what. And no, in this case, yes, it's evidence, but the prosecution did not proceed or failed to actually get a conviction in some situations. In others, they got it. So there is a collection of evidence that runs the gamut, the entire spectrum from, oh, he's not guilty, to, oh, yeah, we got him.
well, she's not standard, sure.
There is a standard. Good point. There's a standard of proof, and it was good enough for civil court. I was expecting the usual thing about, like, well, it was just civilly. Okay, so he was civilly convicted of rape. You're cool with that? Like, what kind of rape was the statute of limitations
with regard to that at the time, which has changed. So now it would have been criminally, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and what they define as rape.
And the thing is, I mean, he's been found guilty of other crimes. I mean, if you're worried about the criminal standard, including his business had, 17 felonies. Yeah, that he was convicted of, or he's
lucky that 13-year-old.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. When these guys, dude, I want to go back and forth with these people that, like, say these stupid things, so I can just repeat what they say and, like, have them say the dumbest shit to sound like they're just making excuses for this goofy bullshit.
You know, and the New York Times ran several investigations where they showed that, you know, his whole wealth has been based on, illegal money transfers and tax evasion and whatnot. And, so it totally destroys this myth that he tries to suggest that, he's self-made and that his dad gave him $1 million loan, and, that's how he made his money when he got transferred over $400 million that taxes were never paid on.
Like, everyone in the world knows this stuff, except people who don't want to look it up. Like, when everybody first heard this stuff, everybody was like, oh, let me read these articles and see what's here. Like, of course you're going to read about it. Look, you've had years and years and years to know. Like, literally, what Honey is saying, he's saying with more sophistication, but exactly the same thing as No Way Loose came in and started talking about. And the only difference being, which is exactly the same thing, is Honey isn't saying, and all these stupid white people, but he could if he wanted to, because it would be pretty factually correct that they are all white people. And so that dude coming in while he's just hinging on the white people thing, he's not saying anything different. It's like, how are all these fuckers so crazy? They don't know what's going on. What are you, all crazy? It's like, no one's saying anything different.
Except for the white people saying, wow, you can't believe in God thing, all white people agree with everything else he said.
Yeah, but who cares? Who cares? Of course he's gonna say that. That's his worldview. And he's not wrong on anything else.
And not only that, like, New Yorkers knew, like, people that knew about Trump, knew how bad he was in terms of even just being a poor businessman and stuff, and not paying his contractors and vendors, and just being horrible in all kinds of respects. And of course,
now that Marshall's here, I just wanted to
like Jesse, graduated from UT Pan Am with a degree in criminal justice. He's one of the people that shot. Looks pretty. According to his wife, Angelica Ochoa, a longtime resident of Rio Grande Valley, Jesse Ochoa had for years dreamed of working for the Border Patrol and finally landed a job there, she said. By the time the couple split in 2021, he had become a gun enthusiast with about 25 rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Both the shooters, what Alex Freddie are from. How's that where from? Make you feel? Did you say are from Texas? You went out of the Texas. Rio Grande Valley's the RGV, the part of Texas that Marshall said is closer to Monterey than Austin, but can still produce people willing to carry out these vengeance.
I don't know how I'm trying to yell. Like I said, I'm ashamed my home produced these individuals. So, I think there probably is a collective feeling of shame. It's been noted to me more than once by friends.
Have you guys seen the, I'm sorry.
Let me just say this one fast.
No, I came in bursting.
No problem. I was a little confused on a couple things I've heard you say. Maybe I think I don't remember the facts. I heard you talking this morning and saying, so I can't remember. Is it that your town, you're saying, is almost all conservative, or they're almost all liberal?
Oh, all of the local offices here, from dog catcher to state center party, they're a nascent Republican movement in the Rio Grande Valley, and we won one state senator seat, one federal representative, and a couple of Texas judges. But we've never managed to crack in on either state representative or state senator. We've never managed to crack in on things like the sheriff or the county judge.
So is it mostly conservative?
No, they're all controlled. They're all controlled by the Democratic Party. I live in a very weird part of Texas. Texas is red. Our major cities are blue, and the Rio Grande Valley is blue. Like I said, there's a nascent Republican movement here.
I might give you the ultimate test of strength. One juicy chip.
But it does not produce a lot of wins, aside from the Congresswoman, a couple of judge seats, and like a state senator seat. That's been a big deal. We got noted in Texas Monthly like 4 years ago. So there is a movement here. It's just very small, and we've not managed to crack in on any of the local representation.
Do you ever wonder
So let me
why
ask
most of
Yeah, I just want to finish this line of inquiry here. So what I don't understand, like, okay, I don't know if it's just necessity you need to live there, or like, are you fighting the fight, or what? Like, every time I've had a chance to move, I've moved to the most progressive cities that I can find in the area, right? Now, granted, the immediate neighborhood I live in is a little bit more conservative than I actually thought, but it's still like 70-30 where I live, right? But the city I live in is like 90%, right? Like progressives, right? I've lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts. You know, like, I intentionally want to live in those kind of communities. Why would you want to be the only drop of red in that entirely blue area then, where you're at?
Keep me balanced means I don't suffer a lot of the excesses of people in majority Republican areas. My ideas and the candidates' ideas have to be ideas that represent the area. They can't represent simply the Republican Party. There's a necessity for the Republican Party here to take on a different field in the state party, or say, for example, in places like Tarrant County, where there was just that upset. I like living with people who I don't always agree with politically. I don't want to live with people I just agree with. It's very nice to, have those conversations where people agree with me, but I enjoy the conversations, for example, I have with our county who's a Democrat. I can talk to that guy about anything, and he is just he's really good at his job. I voted for him before. That's nice.
Do you have any concerns? Well, a couple of kind of rulings. I mean, number one, it doesn't sound like you have anything about the rampant corruption in the Democratic Party or anything like that. And I wonder. So I don't mean the Republican Party or the Democratic. No. I mean, most Republicans would not say what Marshall said, because getting along with Democrats means getting along with people who are, by the very nature of being Democrats, are just not good people. They're corrupt. They, believe in open borders, all of these things. Now, I know Marshall's not the type, but I wonder if he leans at all that way. Sounds like he kind of approves of the area that he lives, which is governed largely by Democrats. He's trying to bring Republicans in. The word conservative has been used, and I hope that's the kind of Republican we're talking about. I wonder, maybe I'll just leave it at this, Marshall. Do you agree with me that maggots are not conservatives?
Did you say maggots or maggots?
I did say maggots. I'm sorry, that was disrespectful, but
John, I would agree with you. I don't think they're conservative at all.
yeah,
Thank you.
So I don't know. There's a lot. Look, the Valley has been governed by one party for a very long time, so there is corruption here, right? That has more to do with cross-border traffic than anything else. Because you know as well as I do, as long as you have borders, there's going to be some sense of smuggling. It's been that way for all of humankind since we've settled. If there are borders, people try to smuggle stuff across it. So you can get corruption that way, but I don't adhere to this idea that Democrats are corrupt institutionally. I don't adhere to this idea that Democrats are bad people. I don't adhere to this idea that you can't work with the other side to come up with something good that represents good governance.
do you worry at all that in opening the door and trying to bring Republicans in, that you're bringing, the actual Republican Party as it exists today, which is largely MAGA, in? Is that a concern? Would that be worse than the Democrats?
I worry all the time about those few people in our party that are that way. There's a group of people in our party who thought it was a great idea, and this is just on campaign thing, this is not how you do this, but they thought it'd be a great idea to attach flags to their truck and drive around our city of 150,000 people. And they thought that was voter contact work. And they got alienated by everybody in the party, in particular all the people doing the work. And when they complained, they're like, why aren't we getting a pat on the back? Essentially, they were told two things. Number one, you don't do this job, you get a pat on the back, you do it because it's the right thing to do. Number two, what you're doing is not voter contact work. If you want to wave a Trump flag, fine, we can't stop you, but that's not the way the official GOP in Hidalgo County is going to operate. So, I'll give you an example. There's a state rep race, and it's got three people. A woman named Sarah Hannah, a dude named Gary Groves, and a guy named Sergio Sanchez, who I'm supporting. Gary Groves is a white citrus magnate who had a lot of money. He decided he wanted to get into the state house race. And he has these signs all over the place of him wearing a MAGA hat. He just don't do the Great Red Valley. There are people who like Trump, but you don't wear MAGA hats here. It's just not a thing. And so this guy gave a talk to the young Republicans in which he said, I'm their parliamentarian, in which he said something to the effect of hey, you just need to knuckle down and obey Trump and Abbott. And so he and I had a talk afterward. I said, Mr. Groves, you run in for an election. You need more votes rather than less votes. This rhino thing doesn't work. He said to me, Marshall, I know my base. And I thought to myself, great, you're going to lose. And he has embarrassed himself every step of the way. The first thing this guy did, John, was attack a battered women's clinic, because the woman in the race, Sarah Hammond, had been a socialite guy for 20 or 30 years, and had done lots of work with the battered women's shelter, and they were going to give her an award. This dude lost it and attacked the battered women's shelter. And every time he's been in a room with Sergio Sanchez, the guy I'm supporting, he says he agrees with Sergio Sanchez. Everyone I know thinks he's a clown, and he is managing himself in such a way that nobody has any sympathy for him, and he's going to lose. Aside from the institutional things in the Young County Republican Party I can do that make him not have very much power, letting him do what he wants in the Rio Grande Valley will be punishment enough for him. Because he's not going to win. He's going to get humiliated. Plus, every time you agree with your competitor, they had a debate. And this dude just agreed with his competitor the entire debate. I don't know about you when you watch debates, but they're usually about some sort of contrast. I think this, he thinks that, this is my vision, this is his vision or her vision. And so, not only is he a bad candidate, and in a place with a nation,
In the training accident, they said.
you get bad candidates not infrequently, and that's because the candidate recruitment, while we have it, there are so few Republicans, sometimes those people pop up. But we do a good job as a party of alienating them and making sure they have no power.
I have a question, if that's okay, Marshall, when you're...
Yeah, no, I was going to say we alienate them and we make sure they don't have any power. Right? The people that do the work know who they are and know that they're not to be counted on or dealt with or talked to. We do not include them in official activities. Because, number one, they don't want to be included. But number two, we just don't need those kind of people in the party. Just straight out. And if they humiliate themselves in front of everybody, that's a little more sweetness for me. Because I hate when those people come up. They're poor representations of what the Republican Party should be.
Hey, Parker, what's up?
Hi, I just want to let you know this room is being recorded in another room. In place, just want to let you guys know that just in case. But I did have a question for Marshall about the Big Beautiful Bill, because I always thought about this bill, that it was proposed to be helpful for the middle class. It was supposed to cut taxes for the middle class. It was supposed to increase funding for healthcare, education, housing. So I was just wondering if you believed that the Big Beautiful Bill was really meant to help the middle class or help corporations.
Oh, I think it was meant to help people with more wealth.
Okay.
Everything in that bill, aside from my little brother's section on the Senate Commerce, was over budget. It was over budget with things that we just didn't need. The commerce part of that, they were able to save the government about $15 billion while still delivering for the Coast Guard $25 billion for new ships. I don't know if anybody knows, but the Coast Guard over the last 10, 15 years has been hollowed out in its funding and recruitment structure, and so they did that. They made sure that NASA Artemis mission, which is us going back to the moon, is fully funded. They then did something with telecommunications, which I'm forgetting, but that's the only section in the bill that saves any money and actually does anything for the taxpayer. The rest of it is just a bunch of corporate shilling.
Hey, what did you say about the room being recorded in another room?
I think she means Edmund.
Oh, sorry.
So I think she means Edmund or John Kitover, the guy like.
I see. Is he in here?
Yeah, I would remove Michael Morris. If anything, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
There's also a couple of anons, wonderful features that cause for voyeurism and page rolling.
John, I hope I answered your questions adequately. I was genuinely trying to.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's mostly just that. I think one of the things, frankly, that annoys me, even when Crow does it, and he does it a lot, is to refer to conservatives. budgets, 50 years of 50 deficits, 50 annual deficits. Every single year that there's been a Republican in the White House, the deficit has been greater than the one that they inherited. And every single year that there's been a Democrat in the White House, the deficit has been smaller than the one they inherited. And that includes Bill Clinton, the first 2 years when he had a Democratic Congress that immediately brought the deficit down. A lot of people say, well, Bill Clinton had a Republican Congress. He did after 2 years. But the trend started immediately. And for me, that's because my political birth was Reagan. The main problem I had with Ronald Reagan was the fact that he was not a fiscal conservative. He blew a hole in a debt structure that had been going down. We had 110% GDP, 110% of GDP debt at the end of World War II, and it came down every single year because we ran consistent 2 to 3% deficits and had 5%, 6% economic growth. So that by 1980, the national debt was down to 30% of GDP, and then Ronald Reagan changed the formula with trickle-down economics, and that was the end of it. That was the beginning of the end for this great country.
And they keep passing. I mean, by they, I'm referring to the Republican Party historically, and now it's even more apparent with the more modern version of the Republican Party, which is like, it's all Trump all day long, every day. And I'm like, Republicans ought to be like really concerned with like the direction their party is headed. I certainly would be very concerned if the same kind of thing were happening in the Democratic Party. I would be very concerned about that. Like what do we find? What is most important? What are our priorities? What are our objectives? They seem to have changed in the Republican Party in the last like, I don't know, 10, 15 years, something like this. And so, like the big beautiful bill is just a continuation of like the thing that you're talking about, John. They tell you that it's raining, but it's actually they're just pissing on your leg.
Has to respond your terms and your timeline and the modality.
President Trump explodes our deficit it adds $4 trillion to the deficit, I think, over a period of 10 years. That's just a continuation of the same shit that they've been engaging in for 50 years.
Why does he necessarily
Hey, could we talk about the fact that
your timeline?
the room is being rebroadcast? I'm not sure that's ever happened, as far as I know. I just went into another room, and there's some dude by himself, and our audio is being...
It's being played right now as we speak.
Right now, yeah.
What's the room?
It's Trump derangement.
Oh.
Like that. And I reported the room. There's no... It's always funny when, user interfaces. I went to report room, and it was like, why? Like hate speech, whatever. There's nothing in there for the broadcasting that unrecorded room. But I put that in the notes, and I did the same thing for that person in particular. But
well, they're about to have a town hall, right? So take some screenshots along with it, and we can bring this up as unwarranted,
is it John Kitover?
non-consensual harassment.
Is it John Kitover? Is that the deal? Or I don't know if that's true, but
probably. But so
why do we think that? By the way, the people who are giving thumbs up.
How do
we know that?
He's done in the past. Obviously, like the culprit. But it's more like you take it up with the people that make the app.
I was just thinking
of the people that make the app.
Of course it's him. I went in there and typed, of course it's you.
I don't know what that guy's deal is. He has like 100 different accounts and like 100 different rooms. I want to say something. I have a message for John Kitover and whoever whoever's in that room, and they think that we all have like TDS or Trump derangement syndrome. I think you guys have misidentified what Trump derangement syndrome actually is. Trump derangement syndrome is when Trump supporters make pathetic fucking excuses for every disgusting, immoral, wrong, or illegal thing that Donald Trump has ever said or done. Okay, the key is Trump supporters cannot think
one account's name is Ben162. Kick that one out. The other one is Mark KVWY. I've been texting you all for the last like 40 minutes. No one responds to me, but anyway.
Somebody mod me and I'll do it.
He doesn't.
Right now, he's got weird harpsichord music playing over the voices in this room.
Who else? Sorry, okay. Who else? James, Dr. James.
Ben, and
got rid of him.
Okay, good. And then the other one is Mark. Here we go. It's Mark BWY. It's red.
Okay.
Red. This dude isn't gonna pay for accounts. He's never gonna be anon in a room. He doesn't pay for accounts. Just kick every time. It's whack-a-mole, but every time you find an account of his, here's the easiest way to spot them. Just look through his groups. He always tags his own accounts and he interlinks all his accounts. All you have to do is look through. If you have anyone that seems suspect, just look through a couple of the groups he belongs to, and he's always a member of his own groups. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
It's super easy. And all the groups he belongs to, just look at the first like 4 to 5 members of those groups. They're all him. Trust me.
I guess the network. I have a practical question, so maybe I'll start doing this. How do you do this? Like, do you have to have a bunch of...
I've been paying attention for almost 9 months, and I've been telling everyone, but since no one listens to me, I just do it for myself and in my own.
Oh, he's done this stuff for longer than 9 months. He's been doing this for 4 years.
Yeah, I get it.
Red guy, Mark, that's him. The one right here.
I mean, what really should be said about John Taylor's
Abracadabra, everybody.
He used to be the guy who used to have these accounts called Scam Movie. He was Adrian Deadman. He was like love, art, music. He was, he's everything under the sun. And then you've heard his horrible, very kind of effeminate, quasi, like serial killer clown voice he has. You know him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know who he is.
Projection alert! Projection alert!
Well, it was the red one. What was the other guy's name that we kicked out?
Ben.
Yeah, I saw Ben a lot of times lately.
Jeez, I have to feel
He's mocking us! He's mocking us! I will not be mocked! You shall not mock me, sir! You mock me! How dare you mock me! I will not be mocked! I will not be mocked, sir! There shall be no mockery! You're mocking me! You're mocking me! This is mockery! I shall not be mocked, sir!
ask you a question a little bit, if that's all right.
Is it going to be about, no, go ahead. I can't hear you. Is it me?
Nobody said something.
Okay, can anyone hear me?
No, I can't.
Yeah, that is.
No, we can't.
I'm
Hear you, man.
sorry, that's a good thing.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, can we just mute up whilst you're talking?
Just wait on you to hit that mute button. There you go.
She hit the mute button when she said she would. I did it 3 times. She came off mute, and now she's in the audience. Go ahead, honey.
Okay, John, do you know who Liz Boyer is? She's a former pardon attorney for DOJ.
I don't think I do.
Okay, so she's an excellent resource because she just keeps talking, right, and telling you what the fuck's going on. And in my opinion, just her information alone, if anyone just went, okay, who's Liz Boyer? Let me look at her Instagram and just look at like 20 things. That information alone should be enough, right? That should be enough. Just based on what he does in his pardons and how the hypocrisy is just like insane, right, and criminal. So I don't know. I was just gonna ask anyone if anyone understands the extent of his executive pardons and agrees with my sentiment, because that's my opinion and I stand by it.
Oh, I see. So I found her on the U.S. Department of Justice website. I'm thinking, how's that? It's archived, of course, from U.S. Department website.
I didn't know there was such thing as a pardon attorney.
Oh, well, I mean, there have always been people advising the president about pardons. Is that what they do, I assume?
Yeah, let me read that.
Pardon power is one of the most broad and expansive powers the president has.
That's how it went. He went like this. Pardon them all. Pardon them all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was about the forethought.
Dude, he pardons so many people that are convicted in jail of fraud and even drug smuggling. He just fucking pardons them. This is what I'm saying. He literally just pardons. It's that easy. Like, this is why I'm like just boggled by what's going on out there. I'm like, it's that easy. You just look at who he pardons and you compare it to what he says, and you're like, this is fucking corrupt as fuck. What are you talking about?
I think his thought process is like, I could have been convicted for that. He gets pardoned. I could have been convicted for that. He gets pardoned.
Pardon them all. Like Moses pardoned the sea.
Hell, I told them to do that. They shouldn't be in prison.
They were showing a little.
I'm seeing
And then when
pardon attorney is a thing.
dude, when asked, right, when he's asked publicly in interviews, whatever, he always does this bullshit where he does the, oh yeah, you know, I don't really know the guy, but some people, some important people were telling me that he was unfairly treated. So you know, I'm gonna, you know, maybe I'll look into that more. But you know, if we pardon him, then you know, I'm sure that you know, and then he'll just go on something else, dude. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane.
You know the way he makes decisions by the last person in the room. Like that's the secret White House gossip. If you're the last person in the room, and if you're the loudest, most objectionable voice, he tends to listen to you.
The whole Greenland thing came from like some billionaire who has interest in Greenland, who just like talked to him and said, you know, we really should have more control of Greenland, right? Like that would that be good? Like, because does anybody think he has any thoughts about Greenland also? Like, it was just some guy saying a thing, and he's like, maybe that's a good idea.
Well, the Greenland thing's a little more complicated because there's a lot of wealthy friends who have made investments in Greenland for mineral rights and things like that that are going to be becoming more and more important over the time. Somebody pointed me, let me see if I can find it, a pretty impressive video if you want to like connect dots on
say, John, that you've developed a fondness for connecting the dot videos.
Yeah, well, that's right. It does read a little like a conspiracy video, but yeah, conspiracy theory, which it is. It is a conspiracy theory, but I think it's pretty well documented. I gotta see if I can find what channel. It was on one of my channels.
Rachel Maddow style.
It's a geopolitical spot. We should own it. It goes back in the day. Blah 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 blah. Oil, fine. What else? What are we missing? Minerals.
I keep thinking that anything that we legit need from Greenland, like we already have. We just ask. Like, hey, can we put another military base there?
Wieners.
Okay, sure.
It chimes in with the wieners.
Of course. We don't need to own it to get everything we need, like strategically and stuff, right? Like we have radar bases there, we have sonar, like sub detection things there. We have everything we need. There's no reason until now. Now they're going to get busy about it, of course. But
It's all Epstein distraction. Get back on Sunday.
do you see the SNL news or opening this weekend where they basically said that he's like a
Tom Homer?
he's like no, the joke was that they're going to bring up the Epstein thing to distract from ICE in Minnesota. He's like, it's funny because we invaded Minnesota to distract from the Epstein files. I thought it was funny. I think SNL's been on point.
I'm gonna go find that director.
It's hilarious life.
Finally, out of that conservative nightmare.
Believe it. I actually won the lottery. I'm rich.
You see Berkeley recently, it looks like. Oh, no. She's speaking on she's speaking this May. She's scheduled to speak at UC Berkeley. In the school, in the David Logan Symposium on Investigative Reporting.
Make sure you get a hold of yourself.
Pass. No, can't pass. Come on, guys. What are we doing in Minneapolis? This could be wrong, but Army? Close. That's close. We're here to detain and deport illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. That is literally the first I'm hearing of that. Well, it shouldn't be. Just so I know, what were you told you should be doing? Wilding out? You know what? Forget everything you were told before. We're not here to intimidate, racially profile, or violate anyone's rights. So again,
Recatch it.
I mean, all you gotta do is download it. That's nothing. That's another. I knew you was gonna say that. Listen, at the end of the day, man, I just go meet a new inherit Israel's position. Why would that not be? Why would that no longer be occupation?
But that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened in Iran or in Palestine.
No.
You might hear early on the news, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, that's interesting. Okay, so last week, and this is what's weird about the news right now. It's like all of a sudden we missed something. Let's pull it up. They raided the Fulton County, Georgia election office. They raided this last week.
Okay.
And that's not necessarily surprising, but like Tulsi Gabbard was actually on site when they did this.
Okay.
I thought Tulsi Gabbard was like the television director or the DEI or whatever they call it.
Director of National Intelligence?
Yeah, DNI, yeah, there we go. So I thought that the was specifically not like a state.
my fellow Americans, today we are taking a tremendous step into the future.
With intelligence.
Well,
was ready to present something there. Sure, why not?
It'd be really interesting. I mean, like, this is, like, in the back pages right now, but, like, I wouldn't be, like, so surprised if it was, like, Ham Bondi or something showing up, but, like, I'm sitting here going, okay, like, where's this going? I mean, this would be pretty big news if it was, like, not Trump.
It's also kind of a full news week.
I don't know what this week's gonna be. It's just weird to see things in the news that never even saw happen last week. Anyways, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I was like, I thought I understood the DNI job, but I don't understand it at all.
Well, I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you're just struggling to imagine the connection. One example of how they will be connected.
Okay. So, like, I didn't know this. The DNI oversees 18 members of U.S. Intelligence Community, IC, and managing the National Intelligence Program, right? So, no idea what the 18 people do.
Well, it's meant to, like, synthesize, like, Army intelligence, Navy intelligence, FBI, CIA.
Yeah.
Treasury intelligence, NSA, and we can go through. It's 18. I don't know what the rest of them are, but I'm sure there's a list you can Google pretty easily.
You can totally do that. Yeah, I get this right. But I thought they were literally just like a funnel to the president. I didn't think they actually investigated anything. I thought their idea of the DNI was basically to take and interpret what's being told to the president and kind of say like, okay, here's what matters to you.
No, it's to coordinate between agencies to
3 hours of talk time, and if elected, me 4 years at City
set
Hall.
priorities to different agencies. Decide which agency is going to be a lead on this versus that.
Wow, that's a realistic section.
Okay, so this is from the website. The director of the National Intelligence, DNI, served the head of the U.S. Intelligence Community, overseeing, directing, and implementation of the National Intelligence Program. The DNI also acts as the principal advisor to the President, the National Security Council, the Homeland Security Council, for intelligence matters related to national security. The President appoints the DNI with the advice and consent of the Senate. The Office of National Intelligence, ODNI, is staffed by officers across the IC and is organized into component offices. The offices fall under the main areas focused on core mission, enablers, oversight, internal staff offices, execute the administrative functions of the ODNI. The enablers is kind of interesting, including management of the ODNI program with MBNIP. So maybe the enablers is kind of where this falls.
I don't know.
I'm learning so much about our government since Trump took over because I'm just trying to understand it from a different perspective.
It makes some sense to me that depending on what, well, really not depending, but because Trump is Trump, having someone who ultimately will be handling whatever inquiries come from this could have value on site. Right, because they're gonna question every part of this.
Well, the story that broke down is that she took a phone call from Trump and Trump spoke directly to the FBI after they did their raids. That's the weird part, right? That she was on site, and the second part was that he was actually involved in whatever was taking place.
I don't think it's really weird.
Department of Justice thing, right? Because the FBI works directly for the Department of Justice, right?
Not technically, but
I thought the FBI was the law enforcement. Wait.
domestic law enforcement of the federal government. So, but I mean, more than likely, it's if you're based on what they're saying, they're probably working for the FEC in this situation. I mean, it could also be, FBI sort of things too, or justice sort of things too.
Okay, this is interesting. This is Google. The FBI in the United States, the acting and principal investigation arm of the DOJ, also reports to the DNI. I didn't know that. So that's interesting. The FBI reports to the Director of National Intelligence as part of the U.S. intelligence community. Okay, so this makes more sense now. I didn't know the FBI reported to the DNI. That's interesting. I mean, I get the FBI as a total, I get the fact they have intelligence in the FBI. I just would have thought they would have funneled through the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice, well, no, that wouldn't make sense either. Yeah, because they're two different things. Yeah, they're two different things. So I guess I get what I'm saying. Yeah, so they have different branches of the FBI that do different things. Okay, fair enough.
So, what is your point?
What?
Yeah, it's more than likely. I mean, first of all, it's probably not even different branches of the FBI. The FBI does law enforcement. It's not just the Department of Justice that potentially needs laws enforced. It's the FEC, it's the USDA. There's all sorts of places where the FBI can be working with arms of the federal government.
Yeah, the FBI will investigate crimes, but it's the Department of Justice who actually bring court cases to bear.
Well, the Department of Justice in most cases is the prosecutor.
Right, but the FBI will come to the Department of Justice and say, we have all this evidence for this case. We think you should bring it to, file this lawsuit, and they'll do that.
Something like that. They hope
This is like, okay, so if you really want to get into weird stuff, right? Like, remember when James Comey came out and decided that they weren't going to press charges against Hillary Clinton? Like, the biggest controversy in that is that he had no right to actually make the decision as the FBI, but he felt like Loretta Lynch was compromised, so he felt like he had to actually make the decision, which was never his to make, right? Well, his job was to investigate and report the fact back to the DOJ, and then make the determination. The DOJ should make the determination of whether or not.
The problem with that situation was Loretta,
Loretta Lynch, or
she was meeting with the Clintons.
I get that. That means that she's supposed to recuse herself.
She should have, yes, but she never did. And so.
Well, we don't know she never did because she never had the information in front of her.
Well, she decided not to even pursue it at that level, Even when there was a video of her going on the private plane.
So let's not rehash something you both agree on, like this stuff.
Yeah, we completely agree. It's just we don't agree with the means, right? So.
Well, the ends justify the means.
Okay. So the FBI has it reports to they report DOJ and the DNI. I never knew that.
The FBI doesn't report to the DOJ.
That's Gary does.
No, it doesn't fall under that, no.
They're parallel agencies.
Yeah, one doesn't supersede the other, no.
That's not the right word, but okay.
with the FBI were in a room together, I mean, one isn't more powerful than the other.
So, literally it says here, the FBI director reports directly to the Attorney General, who oversees the Department of Justice.
They report to, but they don't.
I just said that.
I know, but
what are we arguing about?
But the Attorney General can't fire the FBI director.
Oh, I didn't say that.
And she also can't tell him what to do. She has no power over him.
I don't think that's true.
More Israeli Jews in the Epstein file, raping them babies. It's a Jewish problem.
Hey, don't go anywhere.
These Jewish rape gangs.
They didn't rape the baby. They ate the baby.
They sucked the foreskin. Okay.
This may really offend you, but I just want to ask.
I don't give a shit what you say and what offends or not. Tell me about your Jewish ancestors. Why they doing all this raping?
No, I'm just curious. Does it bother you that you live in tunnels?
Does it bother you that your Jewish family like sucking the foreskin?
I don't understand what you're saying. Say it clear, like you haven't mentioned.
Why does your family like the foreskin?
No, like
why?
Following the paper trail, and tonight he gives us a look at where to find it.
I'm working.
Yeah, actually they do. They do work under the Department of Justice. That's interesting. I didn't realize that.
It's okay. I'm learning shit right now too. Like this is blowing my mind right now.
So does the DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Yeah, the Attorney General is quite powerful, crazy.
Well, it's the head lawyer for the country.
Oh, I get that, but that's why I said they do actually work for the DOJ.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but they're able to, work without limitations, or there's no.
No, this is just like a police department. The DOJ says this is what they said these are the things we're going to focus on, and they can ignore other things at the same time and make them ignore those things. It's priorities. What is that called? Prosecutorial discretion.
That's the words.
Is that? Did I use the right words? I think I may have used the word right one.
Right words.
Now, the thing that people always yes, you're right that there's different appointments that happen.
Tonight, our investigators team is digging into allegations of criminal fraud involving some of the state's most powerful.
You appoint people, right? When you become president, you appoint all your figureheads in all these agencies. And those people are supposed to serve at the pleasure of the president. That's the political versus the government.
Well, they also have to get approved by the Senate.
Some do and some don't.
Who doesn't?
Tons of administration jobs don't get approved. It's just at the pleasure of the president.
Like the secretary or the secretary?
No, not high up figures, but there's other figures I think within the government where you can really just take sponsorship of.
Hello!
The White House is actually not big.
Yeah, I've been busy all day, my friend.
Did you say you're excited about the ballroom?
Yes. Wait, is it gay?
No. A little gay now that you asked, but.
Well, Thursday is our scheduled book reading club, isn't it? 10 a.m. Central.
The White House doesn't have to be, it's not an appointed, doesn't have to be approved by the Senate.
So I had people going crazy because I was recording them in Trump derangement syndrome therapy healing rooms. Oh, did you hear that? They were so angry, and they were like, "I'm tracking Kitover. Get this person. Get this person."
The algorithm, let's go.
They're called General Steve. appointees.
It's because I'm basically their only antagonist. Like nobody else is going to sit here and record them.
Oh, and they get all interim acting appointments don't have to be confirmed. They get 210 days. Anyways, I guess I'm just learning about the DNI. I didn't know. I really didn't understand the DNI.
It's just because it's me.
Because we don't really see
It's
a lot
me.
of stuff the FBI is doing in intelligence a lot of times. I would take it. This would be like where, like, okay, like let's say there's a terrorist attack, and now the DNI gets hold of this information. They don't.
Listen, there are people that I know in politics here in Chicago. Like, if I ever was in a room with them, I mean, I could give them the death stare, you know, and they would know that, like, they have, they're probably, some of them are probably pedos, and some of them are criminals, you know, and they work in politics.
So, I'd be curious to, like, I guess, like, chain of commands, I'd be very curious to know, like, when you look at chain of command.
The director of national. So Tulsi Gabbard, like I was in a room and somebody said like she was not able to go. She was in Georgia for the raiding of the election office.
Yeah.
And the person said like she's not allowed to do that.
She can't do that!
I don't understand why.
So what I've learned is that she's actually in charge of the FBI, so she totally can be in there.
No, the DNI is not in charge of the FBI.
You need to go look this up. Like I just had this conversation. Yes, there's two different hats.
Can you send a link to the org chart?
Literally, just go to.
I just need an org chart.
Just go to the DNA.
The bonus alarm.
Tulsi Gabbard is above Cash Patel? No. But that's what you just said, Phil.
The FBI reports to the DNI.
Okay, so I need an org chart. That's what I need.
Dude, I'm telling you.
So basically, the mission began just after Israel's founding as a way to show support both for the Muslim nation and for the Jewish constituents at home.
I got no problem with someone visiting Israel, like as a show of support. But it seems weird that it's like become like a do other mayors do that?
Is that how
governors do that?
Is that how Mayor Adams got into that whole Turkish airline problem?
My friend, I got a new Kabbalah book. You want to hear an excerpt? Kabbalistic conclusion. Nothing now remains but for the scribe to bear witness to the strange Kabbalistic coincidences connected with this drama. Was Wagner a great Kabbalist? Were those from whom he obtained the sources of his information such? Who can tell? Rather, I would suggest that being inspired, this drama must of necessity conform to all truth on all planes, for there are certain numerical emanations called the 10 Sephiroth, and there are certain vibrations of a numerical nature connected with words. It is not my intention to write a treatise on the Holy Kabbalah. Those who wish to study this interesting subject may do so. In QBL, or the bride's reception, nor to describe fully the tree of life, nor the methods of drawing numerical meanings from words. The accompanying plate shows the structure of the tree of life, and the frontispiece indicates how the chalice of ecstasy may be drawn therefrom. So there's the supernal triad, the intellect, the sword, the world. Then at the bottom, the kingdom and the shield. At the top, it's spirit, number 1. To the right of that is father, number 2, or wisdom. And then to the left is 3, or mother, or understanding, or the cup. The Kabbalistic teaching is that Malkuth, the kingdom, the animal soul, the fallen daughter, must be raised through the office of the sun, Tiferet, the sun, harmony, and beauty, to the throne of the mother, Binah, understanding, the cup, when she is again united to the father, Chokmah, wisdom, will, the spear, thus absorbing all into the crown, Kether, pure light of the dove, which descends upon the union. To help us appreciate the complexities of a woman's role, Crowley informs us that we must be completely acquainted with the Tetragrammaton. Then it has it in Greek, which looks like tepe pauto, which is a Greek word meaning 4 letters. It refers to, that looks like 4 Hebrew letters. This formula details the mystical union of the father of Chokmah, 2 Yod, and mother of Binah, 3 He. Above the abyss, here we learn that the union brings about the birth of the quintessential essence in the form of the sun, vow. From a Kabbalistic point of view, once the sun descends below the abyss as the spheres from Chesed 4 to Hod, he becomes known as the Ruach, spirit, which is our conscious and unconscious mind, half known, half unknown. Everything that is birthed below the abyss is instantly bathed in duality, which automatically implies that besides the sun, there must be his opposite or twin sister, a daughter, second He, who is also birthed at the exact same moment. The daughter resides in the spheres of Yesod and Malkuth 10. One sphere is called the Nefesh, which is our animalistic soul or libido, while the other is its mere vehicle known as our bodies. This is the mystery of redemption and of the great work, the uniting of the microcosm and the macrocosm, man with God. The main formula of the great work, that of the rose and cross, is symbolized in the great order as 5 degrees equals 6 degrees to the 88th. This refers to the microcosm and the macrocosm as the pentagram or 5-fold star of unconquered will, and the hexagram or 6-fold star. The work is to discover their equivalence and to unite them. The first stage of this union occurs in Tiferet and is accompanied with the feeling of ecstasy. This sephirah is that of the sun. It is necessarily connected with the solar numbers, of which 6, 66, and 666 are the scale. This is the sphere of the crowned king, the sun, who unites in himself both glory and suffering. But since there has been what we may term a change of office in the great hierarchy of this new eon, we find that the number 418, which is the enumeration of Abrahadabra, the word of the eon, is also particularly attributed to this sphere, since it represents perfectly the formula of 5 degrees equals 60 degrees. Again, 777 is a number representing alike the flaming sword and the unity of all things, including the world of shells. In Greek Kabbalah, it corresponds to the word stauros, cross. It's interesting, I never heard Greek Kabbalah. And then also Abrahadabra in that new movie about Hermann Goring and the post-World War II Nuremberg trials. In the movie, he's before he dies of cyanide poisoning, he says abracadabra. So this is all Kabbalistic. It is worthy of notice and most careful consideration, therefore, that with slight adjustment of spelling, the names of the principal characters in the drama have an extraordinary significance. Titurel, founder of the Grail Order, adds to 666. Montsalvat, the Mountain of Salvation, adds to 666. Gamoret, the father of Parsival, adds to 666. Amfortas, with his cross of suffering, adds to 777. Klingzor, who represents Coronson, 333, adds to 333. Gurnemans, conductor of the New King, adds to 418. Parsival, the pure fool, adds to 418. Kundri and Gundrigia, like, adds to 290. In the above, the Hebrew equivalents of the letters and the old spellings of the names are used. With small study of the Kabbalistic system and the grades of the order based on the Tree of Life, the significance of the above will become more and more apparent to the student. An extended treatise might be written on the subject, but that is not the intention of the author at this time. Now there are several spellings of the name Parsifal, the one adopted being that of Wolfram von Eschenbach, from whom Wagner derived the drama. The usual spelling, Parsifal, is interesting since it adds to 388, which, with the addition of 500, final mem, the water of the great sea of understanding, becomes 888. The Greek numeration 888 is the number of Jesus the Christ, but there is another spelling much more significant, and probably the oldest of them all, Pashval, the numeration of which is 326. It will have been noticed that the most important points of the drama are connected with the cup, understanding, Binah, the third Sephirah, the spear, will, wisdom, Kakma, the second Sephirah, the heart, the castle of the Grail, Tiferet, the sixth Sephirah. If we examine these spheres on the Tree of Life, we find they form a descending triad representing the bowl of the chalice of ecstasy, the points of which are 326. And 326 is the numeration of Ishva, the Hebrew Jehoshua, Jesus, the man God, the God-man, or Redeemer. This word also symbolizes the descent of Shin, the letter of the Holy Spirit, into the four-lettered word IHVH, Jehovah, the ineffable name, and the formula of the four elements. Thus, Parshval symbolizes the whole process perfectly, the descent of spirit into matter, and also the redemption. It also shows the transition to the new eon, there being a connection between this old spelling and that of Parsifal, the formula of the present time. For the central letter of the word Parshval is CH in Hebrew Cheth, which spelled is Frater Achad's The Chalice of Ecstasy, a detailed study of Richard Wagner's Parsifal, the story of an AA. It is a Kabbalah book. This is a chapter on Kabbalah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the chapter's called Kabbalistic Conclusion. Subnote 86. As much as there are gems strewn amongst this chapter, much of Frater Achad's Kabbalistic assumptions leave a lot to be desired. He mentions the strange Kabbalistic coincidences connected with this drama, but it is difficult to make the same connections that he makes. This ending taints the brilliance of his overall book. Blake was right in saying the lust of the goat is the glory of God, but I lacked the courage to admit it. The result of my training had been to obsess me with the hideously foul idea that inflicts such misery on Western minds and curses life with civil war. Europeans cannot face the facts, frankly. They cannot escape from their animal appetite, yet suffer the tortures of fear and shame, even while gratifying it. As Freud has now shown, this devastating complex is not merely responsible for most of the social and domestic misery of Europe and America, but exposes the individual to neurosis. It is hardly too much to say that our lives are blasted by conscience. We resort to suppression, and the germs created an abscess. The confessions in the advent of the Eon of Horus, even in France, the pudibond fury of the bourgeois is rampant. Part of the public horror of sexual irregularity, so-called, is due to the fact that everyone knows himself essentially guilty. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. if men would face the facts of life, including their own constitutions as they are, practically all abuse and perversions would disappear. They are for the most part morbid phantasms of putrefaction, aggravated by the attempt at suppression. The wound of Amphotos will not heal because it has never been properly opened and rendered aseptic.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover.
Good evening, I'm John Kidd.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is
Good evening, I'm John Kitover. And I'm also John.
Looking to do it, they can name anybody they want, Speaker of the House, and that person becomes president. So if Trump has
no legal theory. Yeah, science theory.
yeah, you see what I mean? So assuming that assuming that Trump has the popularity sufficient to get a majority of Congress to go along with this plan, it theoretically could happen. And then it would have to go to the courts to decide, like, is this the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, blah, blah, blah. It would definitely be contested, obviously.
And then Trump could be president for the rest of my life. Oh, happy days.
Well, that would be interesting what they do afterwards, because then, who knows? I mean, you would need a super popular president, and then, like, theoretically, you could, like, amend the Constitution or do some other type of shenanigans to try to delay elections or something. I don't know what you could do. I mean, I don't think any of these things could likely happen, but I think this is what Bannon is alluding to. He won't go into the specifics naturally, but he does allude that there's a legal theory. So this is one that I discovered even prior to this last election. I posited as a crazy loophole. But I think Marshall's right that if you go through the vice president, potentially you might be able to be blocked. I'd have to check the wording of the 12th to be sure.
And we have a Supreme Court who shows themselves willing to use extremely tortured logic to come to the conclusions they want. So,
well,
we don't have to really rely on it making sense, right? We can't say if it doesn't make sense, it can't happen because
well, the Supreme Court also
strained by that.
And the Supreme Court also has another convenient out that they often exercise, which is the Supreme Court does not adjudicate political questions. So if they decide that this is a political question, they'll just stay neutral.
So if they decide it's non-justiciable, they'll let the Congress and the presidency work it out, basically.
Well, yeah, exactly.
So what do you mean the Supreme Court doesn't adjudicate political questions? Where are you getting that one?
That's long-standing Supreme Court.
So Gilby-Whitford is a gerrymandering case. Gilby-Whitford was challenging the legitimacy of gerrymandering by states. The court said gerrymandering is a political question and therefore not justiciable.
Exactly.
They can't make a ruling on it.
It's a long standing.
Weren't hanging chads a political question?
No,
hanging chads were not a political question.
In the Florida case, they actually, I'm trying to remember what they did back there.
The Supreme Court decided it.
No,
and you're saying that was not a political question.
any case they've decided that it's not a political question because the court's position is that they do not adjudicate political questions. Now, there are things that people in the public consider political questions that they adjudicate all the time. But I forgot the basis of the Florida ruling off the top of my head, but I know it's. I remember that it's complicated.
I'm just asking. Hanging chads, which decided the presidential election by the Supreme Court, is not a political question.
If the court adjudicated it, they determined that it wasn't a political question.
They did adjudicate it.
I don't remember what the
chads were brought. I mean, that particular subject was a matter of a lot of debate locally in Florida, but
the part that I remember is the Democrats wanted a statewide recount, and the Republicans wanted a recount just on the three counties in question. And so I remember that was the big debate.
And at some point, Gore, for some stupid reason, decided not to demand a full state recount.
Well,
history shows that if they had,
no, I think the irony is the other way around, is that if the Republicans had gotten what they wanted, Gore would have won, and if Gore got what he would have wanted, Bush would have won. So I might have it mixed up, but I remember that each one, if they had gotten what they'd asked for, they would have lost.
So, I do kind of forget what each one wanted there, but I don't think the hanging Chad issue was what went to the Supreme Court. You just remember that in association with the 2000.
I think it had to do with the question of that the different counties had different standards, and then that was being questioned whether the law was being applied equally. I think was the question.
I'd be happy to be wrong. I mean,
Hey, Marshall, was Gore the first presidential candidate ever to concede a presidential election in 72 hours, get back in? Had that ever been done before?
Hey, Earl?
Yeah.
You got a piece about the legal theory. Sorry, I should have been read. There's also this piece. Eisenhower jokingly questioned his third term. I think Nixon did.
Interesting.
I think President Obama did. Those, if you read them, they may have come across serious at the time, but with historical longevity, I guess people thought they were joking. Maybe the difference between them and the way people view Trump is people don't think Trump is joking, and he doesn't sound like he's joking. He sounds like he's serious about it. As a consequence, even if he doesn't have the primary power to do it, people are genuinely worried about it. And I think you raised a very good point with the legal questions. The research I read said this would have to be decided at the court, and you're right. If it was judged non-justiciable, we could be in a full-blown crisis when it comes to succession.
Exactly. And you raise a really good point that, Trump may just be totally joking about this. It's not, it wouldn't be out of character for him to do that. But, as you pointed out, people are worried that he's serious. But proponents of his stated that they're totally serious. Like, if you watch Steve Bannon in his interviews, he makes it very clear that he's totally 100% serious about it. But, that could be maybe his strategy too. I don't know.
this Trump thing, he's just joking. You guys are taking it too seriously. But it seems like over and over, there's these things that we're being hysterical about, and then they come true. Like, he jokes. Well, first of all, he's not being funny. It's not really a joke, but I think he really does test ideas by just floating them out there. And I don't even give him that much credit. I think he just says shit, and then people react. Like, he just said something about building a wall, and he got a big reaction. So he did it again at the next rally, and the next rally, and the next rally, and then that became a thing. And they actually built a couple miles of wall. So he can turn into a real thing, just because he's kind of a random bullshit generator, and some of it sticks and some of it doesn't. And but the idea that you guys are just overreacting. Yeah,
overreacting. That was just the beginning, right? So yeah, I'm tired of that. Now that we have militarized cities and people being shot. I was told to relax when National Guard was sent in against, or National Guard was mobilized in California against everybody's wishes. When the Marines were sent in, it's all, don't worry about it, man. They're just, doing law enforcement.
Okay, so I looked up the Bush versus Gore case because I couldn't remember the legal basis. So it was a 5-4 decision, and the court did hold that Florida's ongoing manual recount violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And the reason why it violated the Equal Protection Clause was because there was no uniform standard. Different counties were using different methods to decide what counted as a legal vote.
And one of these specific examples was a hanging chad, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And so it was the no uniform standard, which is what I mentioned earlier too. And therefore unequal treatment of voters because identical ballots could be counted or rejected depending on location. Voters who therefore were not treated equally under the law. And then the third part, which makes it really a killer, was the time constraint. Florida was up against the safe harbor deadline, and therefore the Supreme Court, which the Supreme Court treated as binding, and the U.S. Supreme Court therefore concluded there was no time left to design and implement a constitutionally valid statewide recount, which then requires the court to stop the recount rather than allowing it to continue under new rules. Okay, so that means, of course, that had this case been brought to the court earlier, they would have implemented a uniform standard for a state recount. But because it came up against the safe harbor deadline, which is a U.S. statute, they said it could, that couldn't be done.
What's the safe harbor thing? What is that about?
So there's a deadline given to the states by which, if they certify their candidates by that date, it can't be questioned by the Congress. So if you notice, this comes up a lot. It came up in the last elections too, because the states rushed to try to resolve any discrepancies and have their results certified because they don't want to leave it up to Congress to ultimately decide the state's vote. Because you remember, it's a 3-step process, because first you have the state elections, which are now popular vote, but they weren't always the case. You have the state electors meet in their respective state capitals, and then they cast a vote. Then that has to be certified and sent to Congress, and then Congress opens it up and reads them and validates it. And that's why we got into the whole question on January 6th, because in 2020, because Trump wanted Cheney to intervene in the count. Pence, sorry. Yes, I did mean Pence, thank you.
So the situation's like, let's go back to 2000 again. So the count is flawed, but we gotta get it in by this date, otherwise Congress might deem it flawed. If we get it now, they'll just accept
they're saying the recount was flawed, is what they were saying.
Yeah. They're saying they didn't follow their own procedures.
So we'll stick with the original.
No, they were following their own procedures, but the problem with the recount, it wasn't uniform, because different counties had different standards.
But they rejected the whole state recount because that would have gone past the date where
they
rejected the idea of having a fair recount because it would go past that date, yeah.
Isn't the Rob Dead Date mandated Electoral Count Act?
Yes. Yes, under
First passed in 1886, then upped in 2022. There always been, at least in the conservative community, some question about whether the Electoral Count Act was legal, but Congress's updating of it's made it both applicable and entirely constitutional. Like, I don't think there's room to question its constitutionality. I feel like it would be instructive to look at the Hayes-Tilden election in the 1870s and the attitude that pervaded the country afterward. That might give us the idea of spaces for demagogues. Because both parties at the time were ran by machines. It might give us a different way to look at it.
That's a good point, because you had that negotiated election, and that left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. So the safe harbor deadline is set right now is 6 days before the Electoral College meets. So if a state, resolves all its disputes and does so under laws in place at that time before Election Day, and they complete the process by that safe harbor date, Congress is required to accept the state's slate of electors as conclusive.
We passed there was a court decision post 2016, right, about faithless electors that states and penalties to punish them if they didn't abide by the popular vote.
That's correct, and the court determined that the states that had those laws that it was constitutional. And there were, if I recall, there was there 10? I think it was a total of 10 faithless electors in that election. It didn't change the result. And there's always been faithless electors, or I think almost without exception, and perhaps no exception about faithless electors, but they've never been sufficient to have changed the outcome of the election.
So, the 18th is instructive. Also, the Garfield presidency is quite instructive, in particular on matters of anti-corruption.
And if I just going by memory, I believe that the 10 faithless elector split was, I think it was 7-3, if I recall, because there were a number of people that didn't want to vote for who was it at that time, Hillary Clinton, I guess. Including one that voted for an Indian. I forgot the Indian name.
I picked up Tacitus at Barnes & Noble today. There's a line that I want to read you that bears remarkable resemblance to modern day, early scientific evidence. People are obsessed with Nazi Germany as a comparison. My obsession is ancient Rome. So it goes like this. The squad of the soldiers with gifts, the populace with cheap corn, and all men with the sweet of repose. And so grew greater by degrees, while he concentrated in himself the function of the Senate, the magistrates, and the laws. He was wholly unopposed, for the boldest spirits had fallen in battle or in the prescription, while the remaining nobles, the readier they were to be slaves, were raised higher by wealth and promotions, so that, aggrieved by revolution, they preferred the safety of the present to the dangerous past, making reference to the Republic. Nor did the provinces dislike the condition of affairs, for they distrusted the government of the Senate and the people because of the rivalries of the leading men and the rapacity of officials, while the protection of the laws was unavailing, as they were continually deranged by violence, intrigue, and finally corruption. I think it bears remarkable resemblance to today. That may just be because I like getting around.
So
it looks like my memory was a little flawed. I said 7. It was actually 6. But there was a 7th one that attempted to be a faithless elector, but was removed and replaced before the vote was final. So that's the 7th one. So the 4 of them were for the state of Washington. 3 of them voted for they were pledged to Hillary Clinton, but they voted for Colin Powell instead. And 1 of them voted for Faith Spotted Eagle. That was the Indian I was referring to. And Hawaii had 1 elector that voted for Bernie Sanders instead of Clinton. And then Maine had 1 that voted for Sanders instead of Clinton. And then Colorado had 1 who attempted to vote for John Kasich instead, but was removed and replaced. And the replacement voted for Clinton.
This is kind of a tangent, but that superdelegate shit is fucking ridiculous, man. We need to get rid of that shit. They just be gone like yesterday. And I understand that the Democratic Party, they did make some changes. I forget the specific nature of the changes. But they didn't like outright get rid of the superdelegates.
Yeah, they reduced the influence. Yeah, you're right. But they kept them. It was kind of ridiculous before because it was so weighted towards the super electors that it made the primaries almost kind of, useless.
Other thing that like bugged me, I might not be talking about exactly what you guys are talking about, but another thing that really bugged me about the superdelegates was like, I remember watching the news back then. I would watch like CNN and like most of the people like sort of following along with the election results, stuff like this, seemed voted for what, which state voted which way, stuff like that, how many votes, part of that kind of stuff. And a lot of outlets, like even CNN, like that, at the AP, they would report, and the New York Times, they would just like, they would count all of the superdelegates in with the regular delegates, and they would make no distinction between these two things. They would just put up one number and say, this is how many delegates there are now.
Because they were biased. Yeah. Yeah, it was totally ridiculous because in that, if you're referring to the 2016 election, Hillary had something like 95% of the super delegates already pledged towards her. So, of course, it gave her, like, using that method, what looks like a huge lead.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking outrageous, and I gotta give this one to the Republicans. They have a much more straightforward, like, honest approach to this. There are no fucking superdelegates. Okay, get you that, Republican.
That wasn't even the most fighting each other. There is intrigue, but we all end up fighting each other.
That wasn't even the most dishonest part. The really dishonest part, which was attested to by Donna Brazil, was that Hillary Clinton had a secret agreement with the DNC, which even the chair of the DNC didn't know about, which gave her control of the DNC before the primary started. And according to the Democratic Party, charted that the party must be neutral during the primary. So she was given control over legal decisions, staffing, advertising campaigns, timing of debates, and everything else. Totally unknown to Bernie Sanders and his people, although some people suspected it, but totally unknown, and unknown to the public, and unknown to even the chair of the DNC. She even said herself, she always wondered why her own personal fundraising campaigns, and as she was chair of the committee, she still had to go through Brooklyn. I mean, it was like crazy.
I forget the name of the lady who initially broke that story. Margot Kidder. I think his name is Margot Kidder. Margot definitely Kidder. I'm not so sure, but she published it in Counterpunch. The article, the name of the article is like, let me see, yeah, like how Hillary Clinton gained control of 33 state parties apparatuses or something like that. It was I'm sitting here reading it. Yeah, it was published in Counterpunch. You can still go back and read it probably. It was also covered by the AP and Politico as well.
I totally forgot about that. I think that's technically a separate agreement, but yeah, you're right. That was the Victory Fund, so they had co-fundraising with the state parties, and that money, of course, gets thrown into the Hillary's coffers, basically.
So what typically happens, the way I understand it in the Democratic Party, is that how when a person is running for office, like presidential office, the campaign, like control of the party, moves to the candidate and their platform, their campaign. Rather. That's typically what happens. That happened with Barack Obama's campaign.
You mean after
that's the important thing is that after the candidate has won the primaries, then that happens. But that didn't happen with Hillary Clinton's campaign. Instead, they gained control of the primaries, not the general election, the primaries. She actually long before she won.
She gained control before the primaries even started, and it was done secretly. It was an LOA that was secret. And Donna Brazil wrote about it in her book, and there was an excerpt from her book that was published, I think it was in the New York Times, if I'm not mistaken. And she went into great detail, and she mentioned that she told Bernie, she didn't know she would investigate. And she said when she found out, she was literally trembling and shaking and had to light candles and call him up and tell him, yeah, it's true that there was, I think she phrased it as a cancer within the party.
It was all legal. There's nothing illegal about what Hillary Clinton's campaign did. It was all legal. Though it was fucking. It should be.
Well, you want to know the funny thing? This was challenged in the courts because a group of Democrats challenged it, saying that, we gave them money and a basis that we thought these primaries were legitimate and whatnot, and that the party was bound by their charter, which said that the party was neutral. And do you know what the DNC lawyers argued in court, which they ultimately won on?
No, I don't know.
They didn't argue that it didn't happen. They argued that the party is not bound by its charter and that they can use any method they want. They're not bound by what they say about the primary rules, and that they can literally just choose a person in the back room if they want. There's no legal requirement. And the court accepted this argument, and so therefore, quote unquote, it's not illegal because they're not bound by their own charter, which I think is a very strange ruling in my opinion. But
you know what really I'm interested in? The 14th Amendment birthright. I read that plain text to be anybody in the vicinity of American jurisdiction is counted as a citizen. And I've always been proud of the fact that if you're born here, you are a citizen. Citizenship, right? It's like,
right.
I've always. Okay.
You cut out for a second, Marshall.
Sorry, I'm my buddy's got a dog that's got kidney disease. My dog, I put her down a week ago. Using the same treatment. It's okay, man. I was what that other medication right now? The iron? No, the pill. Which pill? The electrolyte. I need to
sounds to me, from what I understood, you're not buying this argument made by some people that, the subject to their jurisdiction clause.
No, I think it's horseshit. I think if you look at the framers of the 14th Amendment, yes, it was intended for slaves to be incorporated in the United States, but if they had meant to exclude other people, they would have. It's like the free exercise and establishment clause in the Constitution. If the government had wanted a religion not to be practiced, even though it was a majority Protestant Christian nation at its founding, they would have listed it. They knew of Buddhism. Hell, Thomas Jefferson under Quran.
But they are granting an exemption, which is an exclusion, which is you have to be subject to their jurisdiction, and then it falls into, is that the narrow meaning that we usually interpret, because it doesn't apply to everyone, right? I mean, like, I think people.
As I understand it, the Wong Kim Ark court case in the 1890s was the court case that governed this.
You're correct. Yeah.
I think it's Wong Kim Ark. I'm not.
Yeah.
The National
That's the case.
Center has this wonderfully interactive constitution, and it explains all this stuff. It's really cool.
You're right. That case does seem very clear. But I mean, other than that case, I think one could make an argument that certain people would be excluded. But there are other people still excluded because they still don't meet the subject to their jurisdiction standard. But it's very few cases. I can only think of two.
Yeah. Well, we're in it, aren't we?
We sure are. But it'll be interesting to see what the court says. So the court would have to, if they're going to buy the administration's argument, they'd have to somehow overrule the Woken case.
I also think they have to ignore the plain meaning of the text. As I understand jurisdiction, it's any place the United States has power. Not like you didn't on a ship, a military base, any place the United States has official sovereignty and power, as I understand.
Well, the legal theory, so I'm not saying this is correct, but the legal theory of the proponents is that if they enter the country illegally, that they're not subject to the jurisdiction. Now, some people are trying to extend it to people that entered legally, but I think that clearly fails.
That's horseshit. Of course they're subject to the jurisdiction. They get in a car, they were a stop sign in front of a cop, they're going to pull them over. They're going to be subject to the penalties of that municipality. Hell, if they get pulled over by a state trooper for something, they're going to be subject to the laws of the state. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's their legal theory.
Yeah, but if they flee, right, they have no documentation on record. They are judgment proof in a lot of different ways. They're not an identifiable person who's entered the country and has any way to follow up on them, right?
Yeah,
So,
my point was if they ran into law enforcement, they would certainly be subject to the laws of the country.
but that doesn't mean that the fact that they are in some case doesn't mean that they are generally.
Yeah, and I'm kind of split on that one. The one that I have trouble with is when the administration argues that it also applies to people that came in on visas and stuff like that, because that to me seems more clear. But I think the way that the administration has argued it in court is that it would include also people on visas, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even anybody short of a permanent resident status. Have to check that to be sure.
But I don't know. Like I said, I'm a big believer in if the creators of the amendment had wanted to include that, they would have. they didn't include the other exclusions, and those are all accepted under law.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean that the court has made a ruling and, we're abiding by precedents to that?
Yeah, it was it's long established under common law, so yeah, the courts have accepted it.
What are the other exceptions, like diplomats or something?
Yeah, children born to diplomats and enemy combatants on your territory. So if the Japanese army invades and some of those soldiers have children while they're invading, those children would not be citizens.
Beneficial?
Yeah.
And they're not, I guess they're de facto not subject to the law if they're doing their invasion stuff.
Right, that's the logic. And the same thing with the diplomats' children, that they're not subject to U.S. jurisdictions, supposedly, because of the diplomatic community.
Yeah, and what about fruit of the poison tree? That's sort of bringing that in here, but...
Yeah. But like Brian Johnson was born in the States, and he was granted U.S. citizenship, which he later renounced. Usually if you become head of state, you renounce your foreign citizenships that you might have. Like the Prime Minister of Canada did before becoming Prime Minister.
Hey, you know what about this, having a citizen by being born in the country? I remember this movie called Thank You for Smoking. It's based on a book written in like the 50s or the 60s. And the book and the movie are about like the tobacco industry and hobby, that kind of stuff. Anyways, like there's one case where like and the story of like the main character in the movie is this guy that played by Aaron Eckhart. I forget his name, but he's a lobbyist for Big Tobacco. And the guy, he takes his orders directly from Winston Salem, basically the guy that runs shit at one of these tobacco companies. And the guy in charge is like, he tells Aaron Eckhart's character, he's like, I want you to take these 2 suitcases full of money and just take them over to this other guy and convince him not to testify against us. And the guy that was going to testify against them was played by Sam Elliott, who used to be, he was like the main guy that wears the hat, the cowboy hat, he rides the horses, he's in all the TV ads and stuff, promoting cigarettes and stuff like that. Anyway, he had cancer, so he was going to talk out against his former boss. And Aaron Eckhart's character goes up to him and says like, he goes to the guy's house, and the guy says, he sees all the money in the briefcases, and he's like, I'm a cowboy. Do you really expect that I would be bribed so easily and blatantly in this kind of manner? And it's like, that's a good response. But then Aaron Eckert's character says, no, like my boss, he doesn't consider this a bribe. He just says that, just consider it, as if they were coming from on the wings of angels. The idea is that you would be so overcome with gratitude that you would have to change his public view or stance about the picture. So the reason I'm explaining that is because I think that if people want to come to the United States and they have children who then become citizens, and maybe some people think that they won't integrate or become part of American culture or something like this. Maybe they just might be so enveloped by gratitude for the things that the realization of their hopes and dreams for their children, that they would just have to become American citizens, take to heart Enlightenment values or the values of the founders, this kind of thing. Anyway.
I clear up for the guy. I won't tell you his name because I don't want to dox him. But
guys? And he said, yes. And I said, awesome. Let's go back to play Star Wars. So we've been friends ever since. And this guy, when he took his citizenship test, he said it was one of the proudest moments of his life. I just, somebody who has history in the Valley and to northern Mexico, to say that that was one of the proudest moments of their life, it made an impact on me.
I would like it if we could revoke birthright citizenship. I'm not sure we can, but I think it needs to be done. I think it's not pragmatic. It's a troubling approach. No, it used to be that. What would be the upside? How about I finish what I'm saying? Okay, I'll be real quick. Okay, it's like 4 people not coming off mic. Maybe I was already on one.
Yeah, and I didn't say anything.
Okay, yeah, you didn't say it. So it's at one time, if you went to the United States, you were making a big commitment, and that it was hard to travel. Okay, it was expensive and it took a long time. You couldn't just come to the United States for a day, have your kid here, and have a U.S. citizen and leave. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be like you spent $3,000 on a flight, to accomplish that. And just the wide array that people have of ways that people abuse the system now, or they use it in ways that I don't think anyone could have imagined would have occurred. These low commitment ways to use it. I don't think that's good. I think we want people to come here, commit to being citizens, to being permanent residents with their children, and then their children are U.S. citizens. So I'll stop.
Yeah, I think Jason has a point in that you can imagine there are people entering the country illegally with the explicit purpose of having their child born in the U.S. to get U.S. citizenship. So I think that could be problematic.
What's the upside? So like if not for birthright citizen, right, then a lot of people aren't citizens. What's the upside of having a reduced citizenship in the United States?
Well, I'm assuming that if we did this, it would only be cases going forward. So I don't know, unless there was some kind of ruling, yeah. But so assuming we change it, I think the upside is the people that are U.S. citizens are people that consciously chose to come to the United States and went through whatever the legal requirements are to enter the country legally.
Yeah, so if you're here on a visa or other path, that is a visa where there's a path to permanent residency, then you can become a citizen, right? But if you're here unlawfully, or you're here on a visa that has no connection to permanent status, then no, right? And that would be more or less the way it worked in practice, even in the early 1900s, because only very, very wealthy people could have afforded to come to the U.S., have their kid, and then go back, and without effectively disrupting their life entirely, because you have to travel on a ship for like a week.
How big of a problem is people flying from other countries, and where are they coming from? Like, I would imagine it's mostly Europe and China.
Well, I think they mostly come from Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, people coming to the system, to the U.S. to have a very low commitment way of being here, where they aren't following the law, or they're only here temporarily, and have a kid, is a modest problem. It's not an urgent problem, but I don't think it's a good thing, right? I don't think it's like what I don't think it's like a positive. I don't think it's a negative situation that the founders anticipated. So I think we may want to adjust the law. Until we adjust it, of course, then it can't change, right?
My fear is that would be slippery slope to deciding who is a citizen and who isn't, regardless of whether or not they're born here or whether or not their parents were born here. That would be my fear, that it would be weaponized based on political alignment or party affiliation or state, etc.
Well, unless the Supreme Court rules differently on this interpretation of the 14th Amendment, I think it would require constitutional change. So there wouldn't be a slippery slope issue. It would be whatever the amendment explicitly says.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, Romero left, but yeah, I'm not sure Romero understands that. In other countries where they don't have birthright citizenship, they have some other law governing it, and there's no slippery slope there. They decide things according to that law. You know, a lot of countries are just sanguineous right of blood rather than just solus right of soil.
Yeah, and very often they have a combination. So it implies you have a birthright.
Making a video.
71, 57, 32. 71, 57, 32.
Because the point is,
71, 57, 32.
Why is there value to somebody that enters the country illegally and has a child? I mean, they could literally be in the country one day, enter illegally, have a birth, and suddenly this person is a citizen. I don't necessarily see the value in that. You know, which is very different. Jason?
Yeah, Daniel says allow for doc order conversations. Maybe he means conversions. But yeah, because it's a very, like, now it's not common, okay, but it's much more common than it was, that someone comes to the U.S. as a tourist, for example, has a kid, and leaves. The kid is a U.S.
71.
citizen. They aren't raised in America. They aren't integrated with American culture. I guess Russians do this quite a bit. They don't necessarily even speak English, okay? But now they're a U.S. citizen. They have all the rights and privileges of a U.S. citizen. Is that good? I don't know that it's good. Did the founders anticipate such a thing and want it to happen when they wrote the law? Probably not. So then we might say, okay, maybe we need to now we need to go back to this law and we need to adjust it a little bit. Now I don't agree that I think the law is maybe clear enough as it is, and it allows for this It doesn't mean allowing for it is good. It means it's legal. But then if it's not a good idea, maybe we should change the law so it doesn't happen anymore.
I agree with Jason on that one. But there's some abuses in the other sense. So there's a case I remember where the United States was evacuating people out of Vietnam. When they pulled out, and they evacuated a certain number of people, and they were brought to some other country temporarily to stay for a few days, and then they were brought to the United States. And in this one particular instance, a Vietnamese child that was evacuated came to the United States, I think roughly like 6 months old or something around that age. And so he's lived in the United States his entire life and was brought here, by the U.S. government. And the United States decided to deport him, I think when he turned 18 or around that age. And he was literally sent to Vietnam with like the clothes on his back, and they give him some nominal amount of money. I think it's like $10 or whatever. But the thing is, this guy has no, he doesn't know the language, doesn't really know the culture. He's rejected there and considered an American. He's even like very, very tall. So he just doesn't fit in at all. And his entire life has just been, as an American.
Yeah, that's how that's how America started. That's how it began. We all came here, like our ancestors came here, and they.
Oh yeah, basically, yeah, we came here illegally, and we fought the inhabitants, and we killed them, and we took over their country. Yes, absolutely. No one can do that to us. I do not think we should allow that. Like, they cannot do to us what we did to get here. I'm sorry, it would be bad. It would be very bad if we're like, oh yeah, you can land your ships here and shoot cannons at us. That's fine. No, it's against the law. What we did to get here, no one can do to get into this country. And to be fair, the Native Americans did not have any immigration and naturalization policy at all. There weren't passports. There was, yeah. So.
And in many instances, they didn't have territorial claims over the land the settlers went to. And then in some instances, the very famous purchase of Manhattan was done by a tribe that was just passing through.
$24, $35, $95.
Initially, like, you take the prisoner, and then they become one of you. They become like a full-fledged member of your tribe, and they have the same rights as anyone else in the tribe does. That to me is like a kind of integration of a sorts. Though, see, I don't know if that's true for all of you.
Well, that one of the first colonies, called the Lost Colony of Roanoke, which disappeared mysteriously, and nobody knows where it went. But one of the theories is that they were absorbed by some of the local Indians, and there is some evidence that suggests that that might actually be the case.
They did that for berries too. Remember one tribe buried a member of another tribe? There was that kind of integration. So it's, I mean, not too different from like, you know, in modern times, like if, you know, I don't know, maybe a husband marries a woman who's like Mormon or whatever. You know, you become a fucking Mormon yourself. Like you go to church, Mormon church.
Yeah, but you really raised a key point about the diversity of the tribes, because there was tremendous diversity. So, in all the main cultural dimensions, so one has to be a little bit careful when we make generalized statements because of that diversity.
Yeah, I mean, or I guess another way to look at it, Elliot, is I don't think we can, I would argue, we cannot draw many useful public policy lessons from how the founders got here, how the colonists got here, because there wasn't a uniform process. It was sometimes characterized by war, right? Between us and them, and then we just took their land, you know. And there was just a multiplicity of different ways that it happened. And with some people you could integrate, with some people you couldn't integrate, you know. And there was nothing like the international system we have today.
All right, class, tonight we're diving into
identifying documents, and we more or less process them from their identifying countries, their country of origins documents.
And we have breaking news of a high-speed pursuit.
You know, and basically you're a citizen if we can absorb you into the country.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we can use that in any type of basis, because they weren't states, and not all the tribes even claimed territory other than the land that they were residing on, and even some of those considered it just a matter of use. And so, in some instances, they were friendly with settlers. In some instances, they weren't. Some instances, there were purchases. Other instances, there were treaty arrangements, you know, after war. So it's just really a hodgepodge all over the place. Probably the best example is the French. So the French had a very different relationship with the Indians and the British colonialists.
350 slice morsels were the quiet Thursday. Morning, folks. Welcome to Kitover's. Where's up? Speech rewritten tonight. Hi, folks. Welcome to Kitover's. Hey, gentlemen, give it up for Chicago. John. I'm John. Hey, everybody.
Jason, I'm kind of afraid to ask, but let's say hypothetically we like abolished the 13th and the 14th Amendments. How then do we address what we addressed during the Civil Rights era for Black Americans?
Well, I mean, Black Americans are already citizens, so I'm not sure anything would change, right?
Yeah, but
look at those amendments to see if there's a detail on this.
Yeah, like probably the primary reason why those amendments exist is to give slaves citizenship status because they were born here in the United States.
That's right. But that's his whole point. Like, that issue's been resolved. So you wouldn't affect Black people today. Like, we don't have any survivors who were slaves under that regime, and there wouldn't be any question about their citizenship.
Yeah, I guess if we abolish them both, because the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, and the 14th Amendment addresses citizenship rights. So let's say we brought back slavery, and we got rid of the 14th Amendment, then slaves could not be citizens, okay? And that would be, I'm not sure which is more terrible here, but the terrible part here is bringing back slavery, I think. Not because the citizenship thing is a moot issue. Like, all the former slaves became citizens. Their children
violation of the 13th Amendment. The 14th is called into question by some people, but only in terms of its scope.
Okay, I'm just thinking like, let's say, hypothetically, if we were, let's say, forget the 13th Amendment, just the 14th, like, if hypothetically we were to abolish the 14th Amendment, like how then, there are, I don't know, hundreds of millions, maybe, tens of millions of Black Americans here, many of them who were the descendants of slaves from the 1800s, 1700s, and 1600s. They're descendants. They're the descendants of slaves in many cases. So by chain of custody line of thinking, like do we revoke their citizenship status? Like how would this even?
So the answer would be no. So if like tomorrow somehow the 13th and 14th Amendment disappeared, they would lose their citizenship status. Like it wouldn't be applied retroactively.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I was just gonna ask Euro if you thought, do you think that what if they're pretty young ladies though? You think there's like a pass for that? If they're pretty young ladies, like up and coming,
well,
beauties.
One thing you could do is like we're talking about like rights to citizenship. Like you can be granted citizenship without those rights, right? And so we had a very famous case recently in France where George Clooney got citizenship and bypassing the normal requirements. The CEO of Snapchat did the same thing.
Wait, were they beauty pageant participants though, between the ages of 14 and 18?
Essentially.
Nice. Okay.
They're literally granted citizenship by an act of the president saying like we like these people, and so he and his wife were granted citizenship, and in the case of the CEO of Snapchat, he was granted citizenship, and his son as well, and all of the normal residency requirements, language.
Culture, like maybe they hate fucking ketchup or something. Like they could do whatever the hell they want. They can make Chinatown after Chinatown after Chinatown where it's their culture from their homeland all day long. I don't give a flying fuck. And frankly, it's none of my business. And I would say it's none of anyone else's business.
Yeah, except what if it's an anti-democratic tendency? What if it's intolerance? Doesn't it matter then?
What if you can't go to Chinatown because they'll spit on you and they'll say, "Get out of here, white man. Get out of here, infidel dog. You do not worship the true Emperor of China, Allah."
No, I'm thinking of even more extreme cases. Somebody comes here, like they're Nazis or fascists or they just don't.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay, but the other one, no.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, seriously, you could have people that have different interpretations of freedom of expression, and if they came over in, sufficient numbers, say, well, we want these laws changed or demand that these laws are changed. And there are people that have legitimate concerns about that. So I do think integration on some level is important, but I agree it
think that I don't know that I don't think I would make it a law that immigrants would have to like I don't know take classes necessarily like civics classes. No, I would encourage that so that at least they understand like the laws that they're under the jurisdiction of. At least understand like at least like the really common kinds of laws. Like you can't just like what does it mean for something to be private property? For instance, like what kind of rights you have under the Constitution, that kind of stuff. I would encourage that stuff. I don't know that I would make it a law. I don't really think people need to really necessarily even read or write English necessarily. I don't even think that's should be a requirement.
Interesting. I guess like there's like a whole line of discussion to have there, right? Like what do we think the goals of immigration are? And broadly, what do we think the goals of policy are? You know, and I would say I think a good starting point is Salus Populi Suprema Lex. The good of the people is the supreme law. And people in other countries are not the people that Salus Populi refers to. It refers to the people governed by the laws who are subject to the laws, right? They're not a citizen of another country is a subject of that country and can be brought back to that country at any time, actually, until they transfer their citizenship. So it's hard for me to see how it's good for our people if we allow people to come to the U.S. who don't support American values, come here and live here, and even vote in local elections. They don't support American values. They don't understand the legal system. They don't speak English. You know, these all seem like bad things, okay, for the citizenry. And then is that governing in the interest of the citizenry? It would seem to be no. And then we might have to say, okay, well, this is not saving the world is somebody's business, but it's not the government's business.
Yeah, I have to agree with Jason. And I think it's also a question of what's good for the Republic. So I think it's very dangerous, this idea that it doesn't matter if you have values that correspond with American values or not, and it doesn't matter if you speak the language. I think this is very, very dangerous. Like I said, it's very easy to have a group which is intolerant coming in large number. Not only intolerant, but you could have people that are openly hostile to U.S. values and hostile to the U.S. population come in under this premise, and there's no test. I can't go along with that.
I think as long as people are abiding by the law, then it's fine. I mean, I think we've all heard these discussions about like what constitutes as free speech and how far does free speech go. There are things that you are not free to say. There are things that you can be incriminated for and prosecuted and convicted over for things that you say. So free speech is not like ultimate or absolute, you know. And like if somebody wants to criticize like the values of America in America, well, the Constitution guarantees you that right to do so.
Maybe I'm not being clear enough. I totally support their right to have whatever values they want and express them. What I'm concerned about is integrating people in society who are hostile to these laws, not because I'm worried about them expressing their hostility. I'm worried about them implementing into the law their intolerance, which goes counter to the
Time to see what's behind door number one.
I think it's a question of not being would be very, very bad.
What's right here? I've got 20. Do I hear 25? 30.
So long as they actually follow laws.
What's right here?
Right?
No, that's not true. Every country has laws to determine what the path to citizenship is, and it's very common.
Wild Sunday morning in Santa Monica. John Kitover makes his way to the brick-fronted First Community
Morning, church fam. Today I
tests, and you can also have language tests. It's probably.
And we have breaking news about
Brothers and sisters, welcome to the Living Room Revival.
Tonight we speak of Jesus who walked on the water and never.
All right, class, tonight we're diving into Kabbalah.
That's correct.
There's fees. Yeah, you forgot fees, by the way.
Hey, I'm John Kitover with Kitover News. Tonight,
Are you less fees in
But of course, every other country charges fees to receive a visa or
Come to Kitover Diamond Wholesale, where the sparkle meets the discount. Outside Kitover Diamonds, if you're looking for something that sparkles, this is the place.
Blue, Councilman Brindle's hiding something in this office.
has a right to be in somebody else's country. You know, they're
Your lucky day is coming. Chicago, I'm John Kitover, running for mayor. St. Patrick's Day, Chicago. St. Patrick's Day, Chicago. I'm John Kitover.
Without action is like a car without gas.
Yeah, but the U.S. is very fee-centric, so just to give you an example, if you want to renounce U.S.
Shopping out Kitover Diamonds, and I wanted to show you what's back.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is John Kitover News. I'm John Kitover with Channel 7 and Kitover Diamonds, where we make proposals painless.
I'd like to deposit $1 trillion.
Hi, I'd like to make a deposit.
Good evening, a strange but delicious delivery tonight.
Have a good reason, and the government actually evaluated that reason, so that's no longer the case.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover with Channel 9 News. Tonight, Channel 6 investigates a network of criminal pursuit tells us this one, an action hero runs for Congress, you know he's ready to fight. Listen to it!
For immigration. We see that. And in California, I think we recently passed something that has to do with.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover. And I'm also John. Believe it, I actually won the lottery.
Finally, I'm that conservative nut.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna tie you down, California's fucked.
Alright, this breath of the day. Here we go.
Alright, Vegas, you know what's cooler than a watermelon? A watermelon. Yeah, I said it. I'm trying to spell it.
Way in and out, like a way station, how to communicate all
Good
these things.
evening, I'm John Kitover.
I think that's perfectly fine. I think that's perfectly
For
fine.
the last decade.
But if you're not like, you know, and there's other weird stuff too. Like historically, the United States has implemented.
Morning, boss. Holiday operations bring this microfilm safe in this powdered donut. Oh, good evening, I'm John Kitover. And I'm also John Kitover. You're watching John Kitover. He's on Councilman Pritchard. Money for potholes.
I'm speaker, colleagues, and to the people watching at home.
What exactly are you doing, man? I'm telling you, show you step by step how to turn a free Chicago dog, extra mustard.
Tonight on Newsline 9, the conversation around money is changing.
The nation's debt has surpassed $34 trillion, a record hot.
It'd be like an English major.
Good evening,
You need to pass like an English literacy test. Take a sledgehammer and knock out walls all day. You just don't. Like it's just not a. You know, it's not required. It's like not pertinent to the job. You know,
Today, another scoop of sugar-coated processed pork. We have waited months for trip.
Doc, this doesn't.
Understanding the language of the country is pertinent to understanding the country's institutions.
For the president, telling me moving toward the rail yard, and my handwriting still looks like a chicken right across the page.
Evening, kiddo. Welcome to Kitover Diamonds, where sparkle meets surf.
Nice slogan.
I'm John Kitover.
Let's see what comics is right.
Loud order.
What is a fiddle when you're gonna see your Kitover, you're the last vote. You vote for
Other people.
No. Look at other people besides the chicken from the museum.
You know, everybody's talking about the new AI. Alright. That's the new system. That makes 900.
That's yes, you can translate all the
Coming.
Kitover, you have the floor. Surprisingly comfortable chair.
Tony's Pizza? Yeah, I'd like a large pepperoni, extra cheese, half Russian, half plain. Time to trace your social media account.
You just can't keep going in this direction. So, but yeah, but if the facts.
Who's right here's our island, right?
John Kitover,
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is Kitover News.
if the facts change, I change my mind.
Wow, that's a realistic statue.
It doesn't matter for some reason.
Whoa, that's not this
Hey, folks, I'm John Kitover, and tonight on Channel 9.
That's a lot of clock. Back of the dock. Grab the shipment load.
Here's what's concerning with other countries. I'm concerned with the United States, my country, our country. Like it's just a fact that the United States is like people say it all the time. It's a melting pot of cultures, and yes, that includes languages. many people, maybe even most Americans, are multilingual, meaning they speak multiple languages.
Yeah, so the United States does have
English. There's a vast range of different languages. People that speak fluently in multiple different languages, or don't speak fluently in English, but they speak fluently in like Spanish, say. So I don't really see the problem here. But why not make civics easier for people by translating into their?
So the U.S. does have a language requirement for citizenship, and that language requirement is for English proficiency at a certain level. I think it is important, like incredibly important, that that requirement stay in place, because one of the goals of citizenship is you want people to integrate into your society, and you don't want them to become some segregated community that is distinct from the society. And so you want people that are able to interact with the rest of society.
I'm not so sure about that. The requirement for the English language. Because they're like translators and stuff, my friends were saying when her mom came here.
I understand you can have translators, but it represents
I think it's extremely important to know the language. I mean, I second that.
Yeah.
But she was saying that freaking, like, when her mom went to get her citizenship, she was asked, like, the DMV asked you, do you want a translator? Do you want to take the test in your freaking native tongue?
No, that's a different thing. So for the driver's test, as an example, most states do provide the language of the test in a variety of languages, and I don't know about the civics test. Maybe you can take the civics test in a variety of languages too.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, that could be, but there is a basic English proficiency that has to be demonstrated in speaking, reading, and writing. It's at a low level. It's not like you have to be fluent or you have to get a high TOEFL score. It's like just very basic English to make sure the people integrate. They do have residency and age exemptions for the English proficiency standard. So people that are 50 years old and older have an exemption if they've been in the United States as a permanent resident for a while. And people age 55 have even or more. Yeah. And they also have medical
See
exemptions.
how many don't know how to speak English.
No, I know, but I'm saying I think it's a good thing for countries to have language proficiency requirements for citizenship, not for the purpose of blocking people out, but exactly the opposite, to allow them to integrate into society so they can interact with us and we can interact with them, rather than living in separate sectarian societies, which I think is bad.
Horrible. Yeah.
Requirements for English, like English literacy, is very different from what you said, allowing them to integrate, like forcing them to integrate versus allowing. I mean, these are very different ways of thinking about things. Like if you were to ask me, would I vote against an amendment to, how do I say this? I say we didn't have like an English literacy test to become a citizen. Let's say that were not true. And you asked me, and one came up, and you asked me if I would vote for it. I would probably vote for it. I wouldn't vote against it. I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, I don't think it's it's just clear to me that it's not necessary. Like I go to every so often I go to this little Mexican supermarket that's near where I live, because they just have like the best vegetables. Okay, and I want my daughter to have the best fucking vegetables when she eats her food. I want her to have the best food. And I think they have the best vegetables. And every time I go in there, like the people that work there, they don't speak a fucking word of English to me, and yet we perfectly understand each other. You know, I don't need to speak English, and yet I can still go in, I can still purchase something, you know, and there's no problem. There's no problem at all. Like they know what I'm doing, I know what they're doing. That's it. You know, so that just means there are clear examples where having a common language isn't always necessarily necessary.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree very strongly with that. So yeah, of course you can engage in simple commercial transactions and maybe you don't need a common language. What it blocks them from is full participation in the political community. So they are losing out on the political debates and full participation. Their chances of getting elected as a representative without being able to speak English is incredibly small. So they effectively become second-class citizens. I think it's very, very dangerous. And you're giving an example with one language. Imagine that there's multiple communities like this, and you have a Spanish-speaking part of town, and you got a French-speaking part of town, and a Russian-speaking part of town. They're not all communicating with each other, and you're not going to have 22 translators that translate between all these different languages. I mean, there's a reason why language is like a core part of culture, and why there's huge divisions in almost every bilingual and multilingual countries. There's generally huge divisions based on language. Even Switzerland, which has probably the best multilingual situation, it's because they're divided geographically.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about Switzerland. He's right about it.
I think you make a good point when you brought up the part, okay, like, in an idealized sort of democracy, like people, you have rational agents making informed decisions and voting based on those decisions, right? And part of that process is debate, it's talking with each other, it's getting your point across and having it be understood and vice versa. I think that's like a core feature of any good functioning democracy. I agree with that point. But on the other hand, like, when I received my ballots to go vote, the front page is English, and I turn the page and it's in Spanish, and I turn the page again and it's in Chinese, and on and on and on. Okay? And people can still make rational, informed decisions about who to vote for in that case.
On what basis? That they see the name printed in their language?
Well, I don't know if you, I'm sure you probably had a ballot mailed to you. Usually my ballots get mailed to me, but I usually go vote in person anyway. I still read the ballots regardless, and the ballots, at least in California, have, like for instance, they'll have like a proposition on there, and then they'll have like a description of the proposition, or they'll have the candidate, and they'll give the candidates like views on certain issues that they're running for. And I can read those and I can understand like what this person is about or what this proposed statute is about. And if that's in Spanish, like they can understand that too, or whatever.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not a sufficient basis to vote and be involved in the political process. There's months and months of campaigns. There's issues in the news, etc. that make an informed decision. And you want these people involved in your community and not involved in only a subset of the community. And you don't want the English speakers either to be excluded from their community. I mean, it's not about just understanding what the printed words on the ballot. It's this whole political interaction and community that is continuous. It's all the time.
Can I tell you something, Euro? No one really cares in the US. Like, there's a particular, as much as it's a democracy, because I think of its variation and huge diversity, there's just like that many people who really are interested in what you're interested in. It's not like France. It's not at all like Europe. Because they truly don't care. And if they're voting, then it's just some sort of, I'm talking about like a majority, and obviously I'm generalizing, but this is just anecdotal. I don't know if you guys have had a different experience.
Yeah, it's just majority.
I think the way you see it, Nargis, is an elite perspective. Let me put it that way. And there's a lot of other different perspectives to have in this country. And so I think and obviously it's hard to say that one perspective
should dominate the others simply because it is more common or because it is more elite. So then you have to come back to ideas about public policy and how, like, what does it mean for a democracy to work, you know? And I think Euro is really hitting on one of the key points here, which is that political dialogue amongst all the citizens is a critical element of the functioning of a democracy. So we need a national language, a common language, even if not an official language, and we need to expect proficiency in that language for citizens with, you know, some exceptions. You know, we can make exceptions. We can decide, as Euro points out, okay, they buy into the parliament, I guess they make George Clooney a citizen as a special case. It's not really going to disrupt the system. But as a general matter, you don't want, I think Euro really presented it in the most generalist terms. You don't want to have an indigestible body of citizens who do not speak language and are not integrated into the culture. That does not last for a long period of time. Usually the way it is resolved is genocide. And no, there is no stable situation like that. Those people get exterminated or they get expelled. Okay, they end up in Switzerland, basically, they just all drew lines and they're all on the other side of their lines. And that works, okay? But it's introducing a very unstable situation that will get people killed in the long run. And that's my objection to it ultimately. I agree with everything Euro said, but then if the carrot of political dialogue is not going to get you, what about the stick of strife, okay, of civil strife?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I truly agree with you.
Like, how far are we willing to take this, you guys? Because there are social institutions and cultural institutions, clubs. I mean, these are just like kind of endless in the United States. Like this very clubhouse room is a social room primarily for atheists. You know, how far are we willing to go before we have to say like the atheists must integrate into like the religious view of things or something like that? I mean, clearly there's got to be some amount of liberty and freedom that people have and some independence that people can have when it comes to like their culture, even the languages that they speak. So I don't know.
Alien, we don't exist in tribes, though. That's the thing. When there's one common denominator, that's more than enough. Like, let's establish at least one thing in common, such as language. Because, of course, that's what drives whatever communication. I mean, it's so essential. In a democracy, it's so essential. Simply for it to, like, function, for it to, like, demonstrate itself. Or else, like, what's the bloody point of it? Might as well live like freaking tribalistic, you know, like the archaic.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have some common core values, whatever those values might be for society, in order to have a society, to have a community, to have a country. Otherwise, you don't have that. You have a bunch of tribes that hopefully are living peacefully together, but history has shown us that doesn't generally work. And like I said, all the multilingual countries that we see around the planet generally have had a lot of strife in their history, or they have strife right now, and so it's a very difficult thing to generate. But you know, I don't know why this isn't clear. You can imagine if we had, I don't know, millions of Chinese that wanted to emigrate in the United States, and they don't speak English, and they're, let's say, hardcore communists, and they don't like the American system. This would present a danger. You know, they all move to one state, like some not a highly populated state, and they take over, and they say, like, you know, we're going to force our ideas of laws which go against the very nature and core values of the society. This is not good for the republic. I mean, I don't even know why there's any question about that. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but it just seems obvious to me.
Well, to you, it's not really obvious to me. I understand that you think this is like you said, bad for the republic's sake, but I have a hard time trying to figure out like real world consequences to this kind of stuff. Like what? I mean, what would make this like bad or something? If like it's John Kitover. Welcome to my place. This idea like there's like there's nothing in the Constitution. It's a realistic statute. People having to speak language. It's just not there. Clearly they're concerned with a greater, more transcendent ideals like just liberty and freedom, say, or particular democracy, republican form of government, etc. Reason and stuff like this. They're concerned with these kinds of things. I don't really like. Can you think of like a clear, concrete example where this would be bad?
Yeah, actually, the founding fathers were very concerned about this, and they included it in one of their grievances against the King of England for their independence, because they were very concerned about the Quebec Act that was passed by the British Parliament, which granted people in Canada, because you have to remember, after 1759 or 1763, war ended, became part of the British Empire, and the Brits, in a concession, allowed the French people to keep their language and laws and culture, and the American colonialists did object to that, and they felt that that was problematic, and they felt that Britain was using that to create a wedge between Quebec and the other British colonies.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. Culture and language. I should write back up. I think you guys probably disagree with this, but you guys would probably disagree with this, but well, let me just finish what I'm saying. You guys would disagree about this, but reasonable people can disagree about this. But I personally think that the language that we speak has a large structural impact on the way we behave, on the way we think, like the formation of our thoughts. I think that I think language plays a key role in that. And so by changing people's languages,
Gentlemen, I'm going to need you to
change the way they think, the way they behave, and it's sort of like and I don't think we really have a right to like assert this should be your culture. Say I don't think that anybody has that right.
Well, for what it's worth, the Canada case is illustrative because there is a lot of strife between Quebec and the rest of the country. And there are these cultural differences that are much greater than I think in America any of us really have seen for a long time. And Quebec is constantly on the verge of secession. So I think that's a good counterexample. But I guess, Elliot, I think this really comes down to whether it is stable or not to have a society without one common language, a common set of laws, and a common set of social institutions. Gotcha. No stable society has that, so probably not. But I don't think we see very many cases of it working out well, where language is not one of the common social institutions. The legal system is not one of the common social institutions, and various other things, right? And countries, there are counterexamples. Okay, there are countries where you have.
That's just number 6. Let's file that.
In those countries, you end up with the countries effectively partitioned as far as their governance in many cases. So I think a practical example is why I don't believe in it. Okay, I think you look around the world, it's hard to find a good example of this working out. We can ask, why doesn't it work out? And that's a very complicated question.
For crying out loud. Order! Evil man's head flies off. Glass tips, water splash, microphones, reels. Guess the anthem with the high note. I'm officially
It doesn't work. So,
for crying out loud. Order!
what's wrong with
Maybe move for me.
That's a lot of...
Argus?
I said, look at this app, Elliot. Like, when we try to converse with each other, once someone comes in who is not speaking English well, or is like really taking a lot of time to formulate sentences, trying to translate from mother tongue, it's so inefficient. Like, I think it's also kind of disrespectful if you're like in a room and you want to kind of speak for like long periods of time without kind of speaking the language of people that you're with. You know what I'm saying? Like John Kitover, who's like streaming this room, like he was saying once that the app is best for those who want to sort of practice the English language, who come from foreign countries. And that could be true. Like, but in a system where like it's capitalistic, democratic, and where like productivity is prime, I think language becomes that barrier. I feel for like higher sort of positions. Now, Chinese will build a Chinatown and make millions. Persians will open restaurants and coffee shops, etc., or do whatever the heck they do. And each tribe or each freaking race will do their own, right? And then that they'll thrive. Like you said, the supermarket and the Mexican place. However, like as a whole, as a collective, I don't know. I think this, like my dad says, to know a language is to rule a country. And that's why we were forced to learn many languages. But I don't see that work here. Like it's just, or even the effort sort of seems to be null and void with people who just are so comfortable living in their own little tribes and pockets. It shouldn't be how a democracy should look. So I'm with Jason and you're on this. I don't know why you're kind of feeling hesitant about this.
Well, the thing that I want to preserve and protect is, our unique, there is a vast, diverse array of cultures in the United States. There is not just one American culture. That's just a fucking myth. There's no such thing. It's made up of an array of composite cultures, and they all contribute to this thing that we call America. And there are a few underlying principles that underlie all of this stuff. Those are there. I'm not saying get rid of those. I'm trying to preserve are these distinct, unique cultures. And yes, language is a key central part of these cultures. Like you mentioned, Chinatown. There's a Chinatown in San Francisco that was founded in the 1840s. It's been there for it's been there for 150 years. They primarily speak Mandarin there. And if you just let's say you just up and delete Mandarin from the Chinatown in San Francisco, there goes.
San Francisco, nobody speaks English.
Not half of their culture, but a significant part of their culture. There are things that can only be expressed in Mandarin that cannot be expressed in other languages like English or German or Russian or French or whatever. And that's just true for all languages. They have words that we don't. They have propositions that we don't even have fucking words for. And vice versa. And that's part of the reason why I think we should preserve these things. We shouldn't mandate that speak this or that language. That goes all the way, language is plays a central role in our individual and unique cultures. That's important.
Look, I'm pretty sure that in Chinatown, they're required by law to have an English menu. The requirement to engage with the public in English, doesn't mean you can't speak Chinese. The citizenship test, the language test that is part of the test for naturalization isn't a test that you don't speak Chinese. It's a test that you do speak English.
And it's at one level. So Elliot, I would agree with you. I think diversity in culture is a good thing. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that there's a certain set of core values that are important that people wanting to come to the U.S., hopefully they want to become part of the U.S. and integrate with those core values. One of them is language. I would not set the proficiency level very high. I would set it very low. But I think it's important to have some common language of communication. It's not an attempt to wipe out their mother tongues or to not see their cultural influences. Like you said, it's important that, its richness that, we have Chinatowns and things like that.
The cleaning lady who comes home, she's lived here, like 30 years. And she still can't speak English. And
Who's that?
my mom, the cleaning lady who comes to our home.
Oh, yeah, mine too.
It's been like 3 decades that she's been living here. And still can't speak English. I mean, it's not as good she cannot. She's never wanted to, I think.
That's the thing, and I don't see that as a richness. I think that it's a loss, but the loss is primarily for her. She's missing out on so much of the culture around her. Books coming out, films coming out, interacting with people. So I just see it as a negative for the people coming into the place.
Yeah, but I don't have like a savior complex, like as you said, that she worked and lived there for 30 years.
Elliot?
30 years.
Very well for her.
She doesn't speak English. She seems like she's getting along just fine.
It's not good for the country. It's not good for the country, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's fine if she's not a citizen and doesn't vote, okay? But if she can't participate in political life meaningfully, then it's bad.
Obviously.
Right? So that no one is talking about whether a person can work here. We're talking about whether they can participate in the political life of a democracy. But there's another side to it, which is that it does create alienation. Okay? And that alienation is small now, but in environments where communities of people who can't speak with each other are jammed into the same political system for long periods of time, that alienation can be a huge problem.
Should we mandate that all the conquered Native Americans speak English?
They are not the conquered Native Americans. First of all, we are not in their nation. Okay, many of them do not participate in our country, and I'm pretty sure every single one of them is an American citizen. You know that, right? So their nation, I get, okay, great, but I'm pretty sure they also all do speak English.
You're pretty sure?
Pretty sure? Well, do you have any reason to believe that they don't?
Yeah, like we can there's lots of other examples.
Yeah, Native
in Chinatown where people don't speak
Those
English.
are not Native Americans, Elliot.
And they don't have that.
No. Your question to me was, should the Native American people be required?
You didn't actually answer my question, Jason. I asked you straight up. Do you think that we should mandate that all the conquered Native American tribes speak English?
If they want to participate in our political system, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think they do all speak it.
Imperialistic. They do all speak your complex shit.
I think they do all speak it.
But Elliot, they are missing out on a lot. Like after all, it's like a system of voting, system of like watching debates. Like as we said, like if you have no involvement in the politics of your country, right? Hey, what's the freaking point of democracy?
Yeah, and so, Native Americans have a very interesting history and unusual history on how they gained citizenship. So they don't have citizenship through the Constitution. was passed in 1924 that granted them citizenship.
Also, like, ask Euro, like, till off late, English wasn't that fancy in France. Like, years ago when I had visited first, freaking, even if they knew...
Good evening. I'm just...
I think you're robotic.
The word response speaks in English. I mean, Euro knows better. It's not British. Euro, where you come from.
No, Francis do choice.
Come to Kitover time.
I was gonna say, oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I mentioned the ballots earlier. Like when I put a ballot in the mail, it has on the first page it'll have
Outside Kitover.
English, and then on the other page it'll have Spanish. Say, why do you guys think that we do stuff like that? Have it in English and in Spanish, or like just I don't see you buy like some electronic device thinking the Bobby or TV or whatever, and you pull open the instruction manual. It has like in many cases like 30 different languages on the back, and they all have the same exact instructions on how to use this product. Or
Councilman Brindle's hiding some...
we do that.
Councilman.
This just has nothing to do with political dialogue, Elliot.
So allow for all,
Jason,
like,
did you say
talking
something?
their own language.
I mean, especially your example of the device, that is just commerce. Okay, that's not even we doing that as a polity. LG decides to do that.
I don't.
So the short answer to your question is Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act.
What does that say?
It requires the distribution of multilingual ballots in certain areas.
Okay, that's what the law says, but my question is why? Okay. I think you answered the question. All right, let me ask the next question. Why do we have a law like that in the first place?
I think it's an...
I don't.
Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think I would say that because the U.S. has a history of discrimination, and this is an attempt to reduce that and to eliminate a functional barrier, similarly to the way that they abolished literacy tests. There's the equal protection principle under the 14th Amendment. So I think that's probably the general reasons.
Also, people thrive most, obviously, in their own mother tongue, right?
St.
So
Patrick.
it allows for productivity and just, yeah,
Did you hear
they
that,
can
Jason?
actualize their potential through their own languages. So they might, unless they're working in certain areas such as the corporate or, high efficiency, English-speaking jobs, one doesn't need such a thing. I mean, yeah.
The answer that Euro gave was a good answer, and he directly answered the question, and he explained why we have those laws. Did you get that, Jason? That's what the good answer to that question was.
Sorry.
Yeah, but it's still like, whatever. It sounds nice, I'm just saying, like, I don't know, Edwin, why are you having such trouble with this?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the very
John.
span of things we were talking about earlier. It's fine for the government to post materials in other languages, but that doesn't mean we can't still require or shouldn't still require people to have basic English.
I don't. You're lucky he's coming. With a little star. I'm over here. I'm the leprechaun from there.
Why don't we just stick with Vote Kitover on the posters?
Nonsense. No.
In particular, one of the languages of their country, okay, if they have more than one. You can't just bring your language there, even when
Good
they have
evening.
one.
I'm John Kitover.
What are they, I don't want to say
somebody doesn't speak a lick of English and they speak Spanish fluently, and they receive a ballot.
A big human.
They receive a ballot. No, that's horseshit. They already have a community. They have a community already.
Yeah, their own little tribe.
Right. They have community. They have community already. They're not missing on something. Right? We don't need to save them from something they've already got.
No, the law that.
Well, let me just finish what I'm saying. Like, you can receive a ballot in the mail, right? And just flip the page to the Spanish language.
All right, time to create some social media
content in the Spanish language with your family and your friends and your community members who all speak Spanish, and there's no problem here. Like, where's the problem?
All they're voting on is for the whole community, not just their local language community.
Problem is being stuck in tribe feudalism. That's the trouble.
Yeah. They're just gonna discuss.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover.
And over the long run, there are two problems there. Okay, one is that the tribe's discussions with each other will grow further and further apart. The other is that the tribes will be aware of this, and that will lead to strife. And that's why there aren't stable societies that follow this principle you're talking about, where anyone can just bring any language they want and become a citizen. Nobody does this anywhere out here.
Elliot, I've lived in 3 different countries in the world, right? But when I came to the US,
I'd like to deposit $1 trillion Bitcoin.
Depositing $1 trillion.
In a country where so many tribes exist, I've actually fetched for tribe because it exists.
Yeah, you need like some normalcy, some continuation of things that are the case where you came from.
Because people are tribal, simply because language is not being spread uniformly. All the 3 other countries I lived in, English was spread uniformly across the board. And they're not America. And it wasn't even an English-speaking country, but that would be people would communicate with in English.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover with Channel 7 Investigates. Tonight, allegations of criminal.
Between different cultural communities, sure.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover.
I think it's a very long.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover. This is John Kitover for Thursday, February 3rd.
Language. I think that comes from other.
Evening. I'm John Kitover. St. Patrick's Day, Chicago. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor.
That's not something.
St. Patrick's Day, Chicago.
I'm out here talking about something not quite as lucky as a whole.
Loneliness, people.
St. Patrick's, Chicago. I'm John Kitover, running for mayor. But first things.
The distances are long, especially in
Chicago.
California, at least where I live. It can get lonely, right? But simply because it exists so much, there's so much further.
Every suit tells a story. This one, it's about confidence, about walking into a room and
Perhaps because one reason being language itself, the fluency in it, is why there's even an existence of tribe. And there's so many Persians that just huddle and cuddle with each other when I came here first. And they stick in that tribe.
Hi, I'd like to make a deposit. Big one.
Sure thing. How many slices we got?
Yeah, and this I would say is pretty destabilizing, and the longer it runs for, the more we will work instability. So we need to nip it in the bud now.
Well, you know what is also destabilizing is
an action hero.
like the Chinese cell phone. That's the average Chinese cell phone does not have a keyboard that is with all the Chinese alphabet. Okay, they don't have that. What they have in China on their cell phones are the same little keypads and the alphabet.
Every suit tells a story. This one, it's about confidence. Walking into a room and knowing you belong there. That's what I love about it.
They're not
struggle to have a sense of a polity, and that is unstable, and that is much worse for anyone than giving up their native language. And there is no country organized on the principle you're discussing. And that, I think, is like one of the puzzles, I guess, to sort out here is like, why has no country done this? And that's a way to approach this question, okay? And see like, well, has anybody tried it and what happened? And if you have more than one language in your country, what problems do you have? And if you manage to do it successfully, how does it work? But it never works based on just like a bring your own language and live in your own community method. That never seems to be stable. There never is a country, to the best of my knowledge, there's no country that does not have some kind of language proficiency as a requirement for citizenship.
And it's really core. I think this is based on the premise that somehow you can have different languages and yet there's no differences in culture. I mean, I just don't think that's true. Language is very tied to culture, and that's why when we have multilingual countries, there's often a great deal of strife. I mean, if you look at Belgium has really taken it to an extreme where their government offices are divided by language. So if I want to visit Belgium tourist office in Paris, I have to decide if I'm going to go to the French-speaking one or the Flemish-speaking one because they have different offices, because they have different administrations and they have different budgets. I mean, it's crazy.
Not to ignore the nepotism that sort of then, and the frequent partiality where one tribe member wants to sort of, in a workplace, offer, I don't know, special treatment to someone from their own tribe, right? This too I have seen, not blatantly, but of course it's done subtly. So just doesn't allow like for the human family, the human collective to sort of grow in a, I don't know, in a thriving fashion.
Yeah, and
Well, so far I've gotten like, it seems like the best case that you guys are putting forward was made most clear by Euro. I think Euro initially pointed out that if we don't have a shared common language, then maybe that might impact the democratic process. It's typically in the democratic process, you have people have conversations with each other, you have debates, discuss this or that, the merits of this or that. That so far seems to be the best reasoning from you guys. But other than that, I can't think of like any other like concrete examples. There's feelings, like it seems bad, or I guess it's very convincing. Like other than that, on tracker.
That would be enough. That would be
Local
enough.
artist is finding laughter in lines of verse. John Kitover, known for his bright canvases.
the other thing.
It is ours. The Battle of Maple Creek is won. Year 1800.
John, you're wearing sweatpants under that coat.
Elastic is a modern miracle. Now, where do we hang my portrait?
Portrait, you were at the mall for a reenactment.
Reenactment is ours. The Battle of Maple Creek.
Citizens, tonight we embark on a brand new era. As your freshly elected mayor, I promise to speak for every man, woman, and child in this city, even the ones who didn't vote me.
Because clearly they were the jobs on a tuna boat. I just like scrubbing the head. Living the dream, Johnny.
Hey, this is John Kitover with KTN 5 News. Tonight, in this warehouse on the edge of Oakland, a hidden safe brought to light what authorities are calling one of the largest cash and gold discoveries.
Bingo, go home. 3 plates aside. Personal best.
Whoever's building my 16, time to sweeten the deal with some homemade.
Hi there, we're following a stop.
If you want some free money, folks, you want to make free money with Rook.
I don't mean striping. Yeah, that's not what I meant at all. I talked about people getting killed. Okay, people getting pushed out, boundaries being established within the country, and things like that. So like.
Quebec came close twice to separation. So the country almost broke up twice over this issue. And the last referendum, the yes vote only won by less than 0.5%. So it's very, very divided, very, very divisive. I gave the example of Belgium where the country is split in half. Right down to the government departments, they have to be duplicated, even in promoting tourism as an example. You mentioned about the Chinese keyboard and that they don't have Chinese characters on the keyboard and they
scientific. I think that they're doing math and physics, or that was their PhD freaking thing thesis. This group just never found the need to go outside of itself and interact with the rest of the world. They bought homes, they bought cars, they thrived. All of that happened, except for intermingling and utilizing whatever the democracy, just being a melting pot. It's not that melting out here. It's like segregated different groups of people just drowning in each other. And this doesn't allow for democracy to thrive as one unit, as one.
Yeah, I was a little negligent to mention that although the Chinese has a much greater character set than English, what happens because of that is that the character represents one morpheme. So it's incredibly more efficient in English in terms of number of characters to send a message. So if I want to send a message like I'll be there in 10 minutes, in English it takes 28 characters, but in Chinese that only takes 5 characters.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, one of the problems that I'm having with this stuff is they force people to speak a different a language that's not native. And then say, I don't know, in France, in Quebec, where I think it's between English and French. If I'm not mistaken, it's between English and French. The French language has, I don't even know, there are hundreds of different ways to say the word love. The majority of French language is based on masculinity and femininity. Okay, and if we take and this helps shape the way that French people think about things, how they behave, how they act. By forcing them to speak the English language, much of that gets lost. Okay, and maybe forever lost. I don't speak a lick of fucking French, yet my ancestors are from France on my father's side. I don't know a fucking thing about my father's culture at all. Okay, and probably because of that, probably because of people like you guys, I might know about that kind of stuff. I might be a different person today, is what I'm saying. I think this is important.
Well, I'm not sure it's important if no polity can survive it. If you can't organize a stable country the way that you're talking about, then it doesn't matter. So everything you're saying could be true. I'm not sure that it is true. That's called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Okay, and not everyone in linguistics agrees that that's right. But let's say it is true. Still, it may just be the price you have to pay to have a democracy. It's not just political dialogue where you're forced to speak someone else's language. Any interaction with the law invariably forces you into one narrow language, or one of a handful, because the laws and precedents are codified in that language. And countries that don't speak English, that have adopted the English common law, unfortunately have to conduct all of their legal proceedings in English. So in Hong Kong, this I guess happened for a very long time. Maybe it still happens. I don't know. But which is very humorous, right? To imagine these Chinese guys wearing wigs and stuff like they're English barristers. And maybe they are. I guess they were English barristers. Okay, speaking English to deliver all their legal proceedings in a country that speaks Chinese. But that's just how institutions work. And so everything you're saying could be true. But if we can't build an institution that works based on your principles, then we can't, okay, for practical reasons. And then it's not the fault of us guys, it's just how the world is. And that's not anybody's fault.
Well, the last thing you said, how the world is, maybe Marshall can speak to this. This seems to be pretty interested in the history of ancient Rome. Rome would go around and conquer little provinces and territories and countries and cities and towns and stuff like that. And it would mandate that all the citizens of the conquered place start to speak Greek or some other language. No, they would just have they would let them exist as they are, but they would impose taxes and other things of change their fucking language. You know, that's absurd.
Well, they did not rule them as equals. I mean, I'm sure Euro can speak to this as well. It was only relatively late in that process that they granted full Roman citizenship to those people. And by that time, large numbers of those people spoke Latin. Because certainly when they came into a Roman court, guess what they had to do in that court? They had to speak Latin. I mean, that's how it was going to be. And so they're consistent, even in the Roman system, at the point where they started to make those people, instead of being subjected, subordinate nations, but into like equal members of society, they had to interact with the state in one standard language or one of a small number. Latin, probably Koine, Greek, maybe one or two others, okay? But they certainly couldn't meet everyone's language needs on an even footing. There's no way they could have done that.
Again, the case of the Native Americans, I don't think we should mandate that the conquered Native Americans all learn English. I just don't. I flatly disagree with that. I also think that, the western half of the United States used to be owned by the Spanish, and then Mexico gained its independence, and it became Mexican, and so people Spanish were there before American settlers were. I just think it's wrong to because we beat you in a war, now we bought your land, now you have to speak our fucking language. I'm not buying this shit at all, you guys.
So first thing is, I think I agree with you. I'm not quite sure what you're saying. So I haven't been talking about forcing people to speak any particular language. What I was talking about was having a certain level of proficiency as a requirement to become a citizen. I'm not suggesting that people go around and check whether somebody is speaking English or German or Spanish in their day-to-day lives. I think people can largely be free to do that. The advantage of having the proficiency, it gives them the opportunity to participate fully in society. As far as your Roman history example, I happen to live in a place that was conquered by the Romans. So at the time it was called Gaul, and they spoke a language which we call Gaulois, or I'm not sure in English you say Gallic or the Gaul language.
Yeah, Gallic.
Gaulish, okay. So we spoke this language, which was a Celtic language, and that the Romans conquered. And do you know how much trace we have today of the Gallic language in French? Close to zero. I think it's somewhere around maybe 2 to 3%. It's very rare. Because what happened was the people over time very quickly adopted Latin. And why did they do it? They don't need to be forced, because commerce is in Latin, the law is in Latin, culture and life, it was Latin. So people just, and this has been the history throughout the world. Languages come and go based on the rise and falls of empires, because people learn those languages. This is why English is currently learned around the world, because of the American Empire, and before that it was French was the international language and the language of the courts because of the French Empire, and who knows, maybe in the future it'll be Russian or Chinese or Turkish. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. The first half of what you said seemed like a contradiction. Before you started off as in well, I don't think that we should mandate that people speak a different language. And then in the next sentence you said, I think that we should have requirements for, American citizens to learn English. Okay, mandate and requirement. This almost seems like a straightforward logical contradiction. Almost, not quite. Or they're at very least at odds with each other. They're contrary.
You want me to explain the difference?
Not yet. The other thing I was going to say is maybe there's a misunderstanding. I don't think that, I think people, and I talked about this before, I mentioned liberty, and freedom, and independence. And I would say that these are some of the key American values that underlie all the vast, diverse array of cultures that we have in America. And you guys will probably agree with this stuff. So if somebody of their own free will wants to learn Gaelic, okay, or wants to wants to learn like Latin or Greek or and Gaelic or whatever, that's their choice. You know, that's what it means to have the liberty, the freedom, the independence to do so. But mandating it or requiring it is a separate subject altogether. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so maybe I wasn't clear the first time, so I'll try to say it again. I'm not in favor of requiring people to speak certain languages. I should also say, just to be clear, it's a very different thing to require people to speak or use different languages versus requiring them to have a proficiency in a certain language. So the proficiency requirement is almost universal. As far as application, in most countries they do have language laws that require the use in certain cases. So like in France, we have laws that require that certain types of like advertisement have to be in French. If they're in a foreign language, there has to be a translation into French. Jason mentioned a requirement that menus have to be available in English, for instance. So you do run into a structural question of, if you're going to allow these communities to have their distinct languages, if you don't have a requirement that services have to be provided in English upon demand, you will result in effectively excluding people from an entire community.
I think we're talking in circles now. We already covered this point. I think like on the reverse side of that, like if we make, you know, like say a ballot measure comes up and like there's a community of people that speak Mandarin, they only speak Mandarin, or they are fluent Mandarin speakers and their English isn't so great, so they decide to go Mandarin. There's going to be concepts and expressions and propositions that are made in the Mandarin language that cannot be expressed in the English language and vice versa. Okay, so it's not a clear, like, it's not clear that, like, English is better or worse than Mandarin or whatever. You know, by mandating we speak in one language for this democracy, I think is, like, kind of undercuts, our own desire to have democracy in the first place.
Yeah, but who's calling for this? I haven't called for mandating speaking one language.
I think there's a distinction here, maybe that is lost for some reason, but Elliot, it isn't about English being better. It's about English being the common language in which public policy is discussed and in which public policy is written. In China, I would say you have to speak Mandarin, not because Mandarin is better than English, okay, but because people commonly speak Mandarin, the laws are written in Mandarin. So when you talk about discussing a ballot measure, and for example, expressions in Mandarin that don't exist in English, well, those expressions are of no value, because the ballot measure, the binding version of it, is not going to be in all the different languages. One version of it is binding. And in a country where the majority of people speak English, that will be the English version. And if someone needs to be familiar with what the ballot measure says, they need to be able to read it in English. And if they ever deal with the courts, their case will be decided in English. And that's also something that, like, if you try to change that, I mean, that sounds like anarchy to me. You have, it's very difficult actually to write the exact same law in multiple languages. I think it's very rarely attempted. Usually international agreements are written like, well, we have the French translation and the Japanese translation and something, but the French translation is the binding one. The French version is the binding one. Or today, frequently, the English version is the binding one. And this, again, comes back to, like, what you're talking about is just unworkable. It's not that anyone wants to exterminate somebody else's language or something like that. But it's just that what you're talking about is not realistic.
Well, of course it's realistic. I mean, we practice it, like, every day in this country.
you claim that no case has ever been decided outside of English. That's just flatly false. There are interpreters in courtrooms like all across the United States right now, speaking Spanish or whatever it is to the defender or the plaintiff or whatever. That's just, like we said, just flatly not true. And of course, there is value in expressing like an American law in Mandarin. Of course, that has value. There's propositional content there that can be made and conveyed and understood by other people. So and that too is not true. Of course, there's value in that, and vice versa with the English language too. No exception. I forgot the other thing else.
But it's when you say the court, there are translators, but the case is decided in English. None of what is in Spanish is binding. There is no binding Spanish version of the laws. And the same thing for the ballot measure. The Mandarin expression of that ballot measure, if it adds or changes anything relative to the English, is just misrepresenting the ballot measure. Because the ballot measure's binding form is the English one.
That's not true, Jason. Like what's the word cognizance? If you don't understand what the charges are against you, then you cannot stand trial. That is against the law.
No, that's not true. But even if it were true, well, say you have a business or something, are you saying your business cannot be found in the wrong? I mean, frequently charges are not against the individual, they are against the business. And there again, the law will be in English. The case governing your business will be decided in English, okay? And the English form of it will be determinative. But more broadly, if you don't understand the charges against you can in fact be charged, okay? An imbecile can be charged. A dead person can be charged. This is just an inaccuracy on your part.
To say that a dead person can be charged?
Yes, yeah. Or the dead person's estate can be charged. Okay? They don't have to be around to understand, that they are liable to pay this debt. That can be done even if they're dead.
I think we've beaten this topic to death. I think the best case that you guys have made is that it's more efficient, that democracy is more efficient and functions a little better when there's a single common language that all participants in the democracy can engage in. I think that's true. I don't think anybody would dispute that. At the same time, that doesn't mean that everybody necessarily must speak English, like when they're engaging in their civic duties, like vote. Okay, because you can just read a ballot or a statute in Spanish or whatever, and you still fully understand what is being expressed, what the propositional content is, even if it's in a different language.
I'm not sure that's true either. And one reason to doubt that's true actually is what is called law French. So for a long time, the English law was a hodgepodge of English and French, or English and French Latin, because as a practical matter, they couldn't rework all of the Latinate law that they inherited from the Normans. So they spoke this weird hodgepodge in courts for a long time.
I already kind of mentioned this, but what
Texas, you that low in both English and Spanish.
But Elliot, none of us are talking about forcing it on people. We're saying if people elect to become citizens, which is their choice, okay, they choose to become citizens, then they need to take a language test. Okay, that's a choice. That's not forcing people to do anything.
Well, you're just wrong, dude. Like, people, not everybody's like, some people are born into a Spanish-speaking family, say, and their parents don't speak English very well, and they just speak in English. They raise their kid speaking English all the time to them. Okay, that's not a choice. Jason, it's not a choice.
But becoming a citizen is a choice.
It's like where I live, Spanish is the primary spoken language. In the Rio Grande Valley, Jason, you can get your mouth with English.
But this doesn't matter. Okay, we're talking about people who choose to become citizens and are taking a citizenship test. When a person chooses to become a citizen in your part of the country, they have to take the English proficiency test. But that's their choice to take the test. It's their choice to become a citizen. They're not being forced to do anything. Yeah, I mean, none of us are talking about forcing anything on anybody. We're talking about requirements for citizenship. Becoming a U.S. citizen, no one's forcing that.
That's what a requirement is. It's a bar that you must meet in order to, for some.
Yeah, in order to do something, yes. In order to receive something that you want, but that's not force. Force is you can't choose not to do it.
Well, there's two different things going on here. So the point that Jason's raising about, people electing to do something, there's a requirement. And then the other thing is the requirement we're talking about is for proficiency, meaning the ability to demonstrate the ability that you can understand and speak the language. It is not a requirement that you have to speak that language in usage. You can continue speaking Spanish or Chinese and doing whatever you want. You have to demonstrate that you understand English.
The tag and some clothing.
Speech in English.
So anyway, I got pissed off. I just selected all on the catalog on WooCommerce and deleted every single one of their products so they can stop selling or continuing to sell the clothing on refugees.org.
I think it's fine.
And I sent you.
Proficient in English. If, like, say you're coming from, I don't know, Czechoslovakia or something like that, you should become proficient in English. Like, that's just clear to everybody. But to mandate it is a separate subject altogether. I think, like, when we say mandate or we say requirements to become a citizenship, what you're really saying is they're speaking English or learning English is a necessary condition to become a citizen. Necessary but not sufficient. So you have to learn a language. I think this is a pretty slippery slope. I don't think we should mandate this, but I do think we should encourage people to learn English when they come here. Absolutely.
Why do we care about this? I know you guys have been talking about it for like an hour, but like, what's
I
the big?
remember.
I mean, it's such a boring topic. Maybe that's my own opinion.
But you're trying to force Elliot to force people to force that they speak the English language of the colonized.
I said.
Look at this boy.
I said something like. I just said like a bunch of. I don't know, things that I believed or whatever. And one of them was like, I don't think that we should mandate that immigrants have to speak English. And then we got on all this.
Next time when you lose money, when you call T-Mobile, and she has language deficiency and isn't able to freaking communicate with you, and you're charged $500 instead of $100. You talk, Elliot. Let's have a discussion after that. What do you say?
Nargis, I fully agree with you that, like, okay, if I have AT&T.
Brought money in right in the beginning.
I have AT&T. I have Samsung and all this kind of shit. And AT&T has customer service. Like, when I call AT&T, all these motherfuckers speak fluently in English, and I greatly appreciate that. What's up?
Someone got you back? All this gratuitous cursing? You must be first.
Sorry.
Do you just appreciate it, or do you expect it and demand it? If the AT&T answered in Chinese, and you said, well, I want to speak in English, and they continue to just speak to you in Chinese, you're telling me you're going to be okay with it because you're going to say, oh, there's no English requirement here, that's fine. I'll go learn Chinese quickly so I can send my bill.
After he receives his internet bill.
Yeah, you will demand that you have a copy in English. When they send you the bill in English, the customer said, you're not going to say, oh, well, they have the right, they can do whatever language they want.
And they just listen to Chinese. Let me learn Chinese for this video.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to learn Chinese to dispute this bill for the next month. You know what I mean? It's just not realistic.
I do expect businesses especially ones that were if you have a position that's customer facing, like you're a CSR, customer service rep for Samsung or whatever, you should be speaking English to people in the United States because that is the primary language of the United States. You should be speaking that. I expect that from businesses, but I don't expect that from the United States government. The federal government, that's an entirely different story altogether to become a citizen.
So then you're saying, do you agree or not agree that the government can require that business has to answer you in English? Or do you think it's up to the company?
I think it's up to the company, yeah, not the government.
Okay, so overnight you could start getting all your bills in Chinese and you're going to say, okay, that's their right.
Yeah, then you can learn Chinese and thereby learn every language in the world. Because you're going to not just have the Chinese, you're going to have all kinds of people.
Are you guys talking about that as world policy or just be the United States?
No, just the United States. United States is the world. It's the melting pot.
I mean, who in the United States in practice gets targeted by these kind of ideas, right? It's immigrants, it's refugees, it's brown and black communities. It's just that it's not the wealthy expats and the executives of big companies and all these retirees who are moving abroad. So this kind of rule, if you did it, it's not neutral. It sounds fun, but
Bro, we want them to thrive too. This is what we're saying. As a democracy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's a democracy, right? Like
Right,
it must demonstrate itself somehow through some
you got to think about who the rule would hurt and who it would help, right?
Oh,
The rule, the requirement to speak English to become a citizen?
So it is a requirement.
Presently, it is a requirement.
I said earlier it wasn't a requirement.
No, I said it's not forced because you can choose not to become a citizen.
It's a requirement for proficiency, not a requirement.
It's like the same argument a lot of libertarians get all up in their panties about when people said, well, it's vaccination, well, you're forcing me to be vaccinated. And then people would say, no, we're not forcing you to be vaccinated. Just like you can choose if you want to be a healthcare worker. People didn't really like that too much, right? That was like the big pushback.
Yeah, I the vaccination people.
There is a world of difference between going around forcing people to speak English, okay, which we don't do in this country, and then if you opt into our program to become a citizen, we have testing requirements for that. But they're enforced on you if you gotta opt into that. It's like saying, well, I'm being forced to pay $5 for a latte. No, if I don't go in there and I don't buy it, I'm not gonna pay the $5. That's not forced then.
Do you think we should minimize barriers to participation in all this individual liberty stuff you love?
No, we should have appropriate barriers, okay, that are neither too high nor too low.
Is a state-imposed barrier an appropriate barrier then? That sounds
In particular, I think that firearms proficiency should be required, yes. You need to introduce firearms proficiency, not just English, but firearms proficiency. You need to be tactical.
So you're basically your ability to belong politically depends on your ability to perform culturally. Is kind of like what your stance is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but that's not small government. That's cultural regulation. But that's cool if that's how you like it.
Well, look, I think there's an argument to make there pro, but then the other side of it is that, like, no society seems to be able to survive without some of those kind of rules.
What empirical relationship do you have for that? Like how fluent someone is in dominant language and how responsibly they vote or they work or, participate in civil life.
When I say
skills to drive, right?
When I say no society seems to be able to survive without doing that. I mean, you will nowhere find a country without a language proficiency exam for citizenship. Nowhere. There's no such country.
Okay, so what's your point?
So it doesn't seem that anyone can do it. Okay? It's not proof, all right, but it is strongly guides my intuition here. Like just like with driving, right? It is a strong guide to the intuition that few, maybe I guess no developed country, does any country let people drive without a driver's license? No, I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
I'm pretty sure it's no, but we might find one.
Yeah, we might find one, but it's a strong guide to the intuition that this is an unworkable state of affairs. Okay, that basically if you have driving in your country, you probably need to have a driver's license. Okay, so is it a strong guide to the intuition? It's not proof, it's a guide to the intuition. And I would say the same thing about language proficiency and cultural questions, civics questions. Everyone seems to do that. So.
Okay, I already argued earlier, like, I made this point. I made this point that, you know, like, if say, like, a freight truck driver, right, they need to understand, like, all the pertinent information and skills that are necessary in order to perform their job. They need to be able to know how to read, like, the user manual of their vehicle. You need to be able to understand the instructions given by their boss.
And why is that?
It's pertinent to their job.
No. You're missing the point. It's pertinent to other people's safety. Driving is dangerous to other people, right? Like when you get a license, it answers a very, very, very narrow question, right? Can you safely operate that big ass piece of equipment there that'll kill somebody? Citizenship doesn't do that. It's not involving operating some kind of a dangerous tool. The real structure is driving is a external risk to all the other people. So you got to get skill certified. But citizenship is just you belonging or politically like involved, right? There's no comparable operational risk. It's not the same kind of problem. That kind of analogy smuggles in false equivalences. It's like language ability somehow similar to technical competence, right? But that's not how that works. Language isn't some kind of a task skill like what do you do with a truck brake and signaling or freaking hazard perception?
I mean, that is all correct.
Language is
I didn't say it was.
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't say it.
Yeah, but that smuggles that idea in when you try to make that kind of equivalency, right?
I didn't make an equivalency. I didn't make an equivalency.
You didn't say it explicitly, but implicitly, that's kind of the analogy if you're making those kinds, if you're comparing them to those things, or whoever's comparing them to those things. Like, language is shaped by where people freaking go, right? Like what your access to school is and stuff. Like, I got somebody in my class today, right? And she was speaking, she speaks 4 languages, and she spoke to me in English about her homework assignment. And I said, she's like, I'm sorry, I don't understand you. You're speaking a little bit fast. Like, she was talking to me after class. And I started beginning to talk to her, and I'm like, holy crap, she speaks really good. And I said, how long did you say you've been speaking? She said, for 3 months, she's been working 5 hours a day on English, and her closest equivalent is French. She does know, like, French pretty decently. And I was like thinking, when I went to Europe, I worked an hour a day for about 8 weeks on German, and I could basically ask, like, where's the bathroom, like, where's the food, like, you know, all the basic kind of crap, and now I've forgotten almost all of it. And she's like sitting there talking to me like fluid. And I'm like, holy mercy, right? But that's a schooling access thing, or if you could buy the app, or, you know, whatever the labor conditions are, let alone if your country's war-torn and you've been displaced, all that stuff makes it ethically and structurally different than from testing whether you can, you know, like parallel park or something is my point.
Look, that's a sound argument that maybe, I guess the argument, if I were to sum it up, I think you're wanted to go, but it's like, there is no safety issue with not knowing English, so we shouldn't require it. We should only, in the same vein that we require driver's licenses to the degree that it fosters safety, we should only require things of immigrants to the degree that, you know, it has to do with safety, if at all.
I think there's a confusion here knows that the last referendum only won by less than 0.5%, and that was after the federal government made all kinds of crazy promises to Quebec. There's been all kinds of stuff. I lived in Quebec and I live in Montreal, and I know how much issues have come up over language time and time again. It's a big problem. It's a big problem in Belgium. It's a big problem in almost every multilingual country. As I said before, there are certain exceptions like Switzerland, which works fairly well in a multilingual society, but they're separated geographically, and they have a very strong federal government where the power lies with the cantons, and the cantons are separated linguistically. In Belgium, it's a near disaster. It works well in Luxembourg. That's another example where it does work well, but that's because almost everybody is trilingual. So language proficiency is very important, that people in a country speak some sort of common language rather than separate language and separate, because over time it causes political division, which is not good for the public. And that's
my entire father's side of my family is from Quebec as well, and my last name is like Smith.
Okay.
French speakers, they're a minority inside of a English dominant country. That to me isn't really an immigrant problem. That's more of a national minority protection problem inside Canada, right? So if you have, some kind of fear of cultural disappearance, which is what it sounds like whenever I hear this stuff with America, then you want a language protection policy. Not immigrants can't integrate, and therefore citizenship must require language. Those are different kind of mechanisms, right? Like, just because you have a razor thin vote, kind of like we did with the Trump thing that I'm always saying, right, doesn't show like multilingual citizenship is something that you can't have. It just shows that you have like an identity and sovereignty question that's a really big freaking deal for the people that live there. You can have one language, one culture, and still have razor thin civil conflict all over the world. I heard Elliot saying something like that earlier. Places have conflict all the time. Language isn't the driver. It's power and it's political status when you look to most countries. Quebec's just regulating their public institutions, not like some human value or worth. Like most Quebec language laws, and I'm probably out of date with some of this stuff, but I can't imagine it's changed too much. It was all like, what's going to be the freaking way that we do the public signs, right? Like is that going to be English or French, or what's the education system stuff going to be? The workplace, all these things we got to figure out every day. That's just how you're going to design your institution. That's very, very different from saying you as a person, you can't fully belong politically until you perform cultural conformity. That's some bullshit, bro. That's just confusing how governments operate with who counts as a citizen. And you don't make that law up front and say, fuck you, you can't come in until you learn the language, right? You just don't do that, man. Unless you're practicing white hegemony. Then you can't. Then go for it.
So, Pro, I think we're much more in agreement than you seem to realize. I'm not saying that I'm against multilingual citizenship. I specifically gave the example of Luxembourg, which I said works because people are trilingual. I'm not suggesting you have to have one language and one culture. What's that?
Jeremy, I won't let you speak, and I'm just trying to read Jeremy here in the chat.
Okay, sure.
What is he saying?
He's like, he's being a little colorful there. I closed my eyes after a little while.
Bro, I'm MAGA, anti-free speech Nazi. Yeah, that's me. That's what everybody's telling me. They're like, damn, man, you're a MAGA.
Yeah.
But
Well, just to finish my point, I'm not saying I want one language, one culture. So I agree with you. Multi-languages are a problem, but people that are immigrating to Canada need to know either French or English, at least one of the two, and that is part of the citizenship requirements. It's even part of the immigration requirements in Canada, as it is in most countries. We want people to be able to succeed and integrate in society, and language proficiency is one of those things. And just the second point on the Quebec law. So the Quebec language laws applies not only to the public
you think it doesn't lead to this, but I do think it is an entailment of your view. Like, remember when you told the story about the place of origin? Like, what did you say? Like, from a Roman place that used to speak Gaelic, but now they speak
Not Gaelic. No,
that's
Gaulish.
Gaulish. Sorry about that. Yeah. So you said like, while it wasn't mandated that they, by the Roman government, that they changed their language, it wasn't mandated. They over time adopt a language, and nobody speaks the old language anymore. And I have a similar story. You know, I explained this earlier. My father's side of the family is French. They're all from France, and you know, like we came. My ancestors came here to escape religious persecution in France. The Huguenots came here to the States, or to the United States, to escape that stuff. And been here for, I don't even know how many generations now. And then like I can't help but like wonder, like, you know, what culture that could have been me that is not me, because I don't speak French. I have like the culture of my ancestors from France. I don't have any of that stuff. None of that is a part of me. It's like that seems to be like the entailment of the view that you're expressing, that by with these like requirements to at least be proficient in the language for democracy's sake. Because when we have like the important discussions about democracy or democratic things, like discussing statute or whether to vote for this or that candidate or whatever, you are having the conversation in a different language that is not of your native origin, not of your native cultural origin.
I'm glad you got Jeremy up here. I want to see what's up for Royce, JCC, and IO, but Jeremy seems to really have some impulse control, so let's bring him up. This should be fun.
He hates Americans.
That's good. No, Jeremy.
But with respect, I'm Canadian, so I want everybody to get
with respect. You say after all that stuff in the chat, you come to your first word is with respect.
Oh, I know Jeremy. I think he's all right. He's a bit of firebrand, I guess.
Pro is literally Trump. Pro is literally MAGA. Is that what you heard?
You're trolling, right, Jeremy?
No, Elliot, I'm not. I raised my hand to have a say in this conversation. I'm Canadian. I wanted to contribute.
I just want to let everybody know that I identify as an American. Fuck this Canadian cunt.
Right, well, you asked for it, Jeremy. You asked to have a conversation with Pro, so good luck.
Well, you can have to say to everybody. It doesn't just need to be me. I was just wondering why I seem Trumpish. Did all my stuff there sound very Trumpish?
Yeah, so I'll respond, but I'll meet up the second because I'm Canadian. What I was saying is that I asked to join the conversation. I asked for free speech. And over again, Pro shut me down. You refused to
shut you down. I didn't even see it until I saw it until I looked down. I wasn't shutting you down. I let all kinds of weirdos come up.
Do you expect to be brought up as soon as Jeremy, do you have an expectation to be brought up on stage as soon as you raise your hand? No, sorry, I don't, JC. I don't. Okay, cool. So that was the case, right? But what I'm saying, JC, is that. What's up, Stutterhead? Well, you're already in town. What's going on, dude? You nervous?
Not immediately, but there is a 30-second requirement.
So, I'll respond again, guys.
What did you say? I was going to say, Jeremy, I know Jeremy from the religion debate rooms, and Jeremy is an excellent conversationalist with the religious people. I think he says a lot of very interesting things to them. But this stuff about Pro being a Nazi or whatever, you're fucking trolling, bro. You're up your...
Elliot, I appreciate that. Elliot, I appreciate that. And guys, again, I'm Canadian, so I won't meet up the second y'all want to interrupt me. But brother Elliot, when I'm making the comments in the chat, and I'm saying, hey, I'd like to contribute to this conversation, and Pro over and over again will not allow me. Guys, it's in the chat. He just says, hey, I'm gonna not listen to this man. And I'll be really succinct because I know that Americans don't have a lot of tolerance. When Democrats have no tolerance, who literally shut down anyone who.
Where did Jeremy respond? Where did Jeremy respond in the chat?
Pro
Pro didn't see your message.
Jeremy, Pro didn't respond. He didn't respond to anything. All I see is you spurting out in chat. There's like 30 fucking text messages from Jeremy.
I literally said, hey, I see Jeremy said, what is Jeremy talking about?
And nowhere did Pro fucking respond. You stuttering Canadian dumbfuck.
And Pro literally stopped the conversation to address your concern.
Yeah, exactly. I also want to point out, Jeremy, that free speech, you're free to say a great many things. You know, you are not free from the consequences of those things. That means you could be put in the audience or you could be ignored by Pro, you know. Come on, Canadian.
Or Sleepy Benjamin. He's up there. Go ahead.
I don't see how a Canadian can be such a snowflake. I mean, I thought they were tough because they live in the tundra. So this guy's act like a fucking snow.
I don't know why you weren't mad at Benjamin. I mean, Benjamin's never really sleeping, is he?
Only fakes it.
Jeremy, I'm still waiting for what you got to say. You seem like you had a lot going on.
I try and again, I'm gonna mute up the second any American wants to interrupt me. And then this the.
Oh, that's your thing. I didn't catch that. So he's muting up the second anybody talks. Oh, I see. So you need the entire floor. Gotcha. Okay. So everybody, shh. Jeremy's gonna talk. Don't interrupt him. Let's give him a fresh five. Fresh five, Elliot.
Please, bro, I just want to be really clear, right? Like all I'm trying to say is that I am a Canadian. I'm civilized. I don't assume to be better than any of you. If you want to talk over me, I'm going to mute up and listen to you because I want to learn. And all I'm trying to say is that when I call you a Nazi in the chat, because when I ask to participate in the conversation, you don't allow me, you don't invite me up, right? You come off mute and you say, hey, I'm not going to invite Jeremy because he's up in the chat asking to participate in free speech. I don't know if you're a MAGA or if you're a Dem, but I know you're an American, so I know you're a fucking Nazi.
Alright, so okay, I would like to just, I'll take care of this Canadian. Listen, guys.
Pro didn't say that.
We have to call the herd. Jeremy, just look over here. Can you look down this barrel?
But wait,
Oh my goodness.
Pro never said he's not going to bring him up. Like, he's lying.
Yeah, Pro never said that. Pro just.
Guys,
Maybe a best imagining.
But
He's like character syndrome. This is simple. Main character syndrome. He's like, wait, I didn't respond to my message, but it was my message.
you're missing the key point. Facts are irrelevant to this argument.
so
Was the only thing that you wanted to say? I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, was the only thing you wanted to say that? What is it? Was it Americans and Nazis? Was that the whole thing you wanted to say? Americans and Nazis. I mean, I got no problem with that. There's a lot of Nazis in America. I like to think I'm not one of them. But what else did you want to contribute? I mean, it seemed like an emergency, so you couldn't have just been.
No, not at all. Not an emergency. I've only come up when I've been invited. I've only spoken when I've been allowed, and I've muted up the second y'all want to talk over me. Pro, all I said was that you were acting like a Nazi. That's all I said, brother. You were shutting down my First Amendment. Americans are killing all of their amendments with ICE and the First Amendment with Trump. Like, you guys, your country is collapsing by kicking yourselves in the balls, by cutting your shitting on all your amendments. And I'll run with this. I'll mute up because I know you guys don't want to hear from people who are American. I'm Canadian. You guys, the Republicans are agreeing that Alex guy shouldn't have had the right to have a gun with bullets. Like, are pigs flying in the fucking sky when Republicans say that a God-given fucking gun-carrying motherfucker shouldn't have a gun? And you have a Canadian in here saying that, yeah, actually, he should have had a fucking gun. Let me repeat that. A Canadian is in your room telling you that fucking Democratic motherfucker was killed by ICE, who should have had a gun. And you're going to tell me that I should shut the fuck up? Bitch! Fuck your legs! Your fucking legs, cracker!
This is Jeremy Drew. This is too much.
No one ever told
Jeremy, you're encroaching on my territory, which is to flip out and fucking rage at everyone. And that's trademarked. And
There's only room for one.
There's a picture of that.
we have a one diva rule in this room, and as far as everyone is concerned, it is Roy Viss and I that is the secret romance. There's no more room for other.
That was not a deal.
Crash on it is the technical term.
Irish is probably the biggest lefty on the whole stage. that's like hardcore lefty, bro.
Yeah, it's not lefty.
It's hardcore lefty who's a Nazi.
No, we're not.
Nazi, I guess. Me, it does clip around
Well,
that.
I feel the passion. I feel the same way, except, minus some of the details, but
The majority of the people in the room were anti-ICE. We're not liking what's going
Hear
on.
most of the details.
We're not supporting anything that Jeremy is claiming. It's like, what the fuck?
the weird thing is to not let me up after you've been told like 6 or 7 times. I didn't see your stuff. I don't understand what you're
GCC,
talking about.
you fucking blonde-haired Mormon Jesus, stop it. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna.
That's pretty good.
I'm done. I'm done.
Jesus?
That was pretty good.
He's not gonna do this, Jesus.
I have not heard more blonde-haired Mormon Jesus. Never.
Call me Mormon Jesus.
That was good. I'm gonna give you that one, Jeremy.
That's fucking hilarious.
I mean, if you just drop one of the C's, it's just, your name becomes JC.
I like to see we're not gonna do this.
Jeremy, where have you
I'm
been?
gonna do this.
Jeremy, I would have brought you up with the quickness if I know that.
Bro loves entertainment. You're definitely entertaining.
He's bringing a lot of spice to the room.
Yeah, Jeremy has some good energy. Sorry, Jason.
Guys, I'm Elliot. I'm so sorry, brother. And just Elliot, this is for you.
An American.
Let me say this, bro. What do you value more, brother? Do you value entertainment? Do you value Trump? Or do you value Bitcoin? Oh my God, I'm sorry. And you know what? It's good, bro. No, this is why intelligent people don't talk to Americans anymore. This is why y'all just fucking go chamber, and smart people are like, you know what? Fuck y'all. You're gonna interrupt me every time I speak? Fine. Go to a concentration camp. You're a Nazi asshats.
Get control of yourself. Get in the camp. Put yourself in the camp. Okay.
Jeremy, I think everyone else will stay quiet just to finish that comparison. So, is it true? You asked me what's more important, Trump or what?
Let me ask you what Purge said. What Purge said is pro a Nazi concentration camp owner, because as it being, just said, listen, Jew, come and play violin at my Nazi party.
You can't afford it, dude. You can't afford it.
No, I'm gonna mute up. I don't want to.
I'm sorry.
I'm really loving it.
I like your Canadian energy right now.
My violin, my little Jewish violin.
I think this is. Go ahead, girl.
No, I'm just wondering if there's any anti-American sentiment in Canada.
I mean, it probably are, but it's hard to imagine because Canadians are just, they're just so fucking nice. Sorry, I'm trying not to curse.
He's Canadian.
I think I've been cursing the most here.
Canadians are so nice.
All of you
That next
can't swear worth of shit. You fuck.
That's okay, Jeremy. I'll say enough curse words for the both of us. Okay.
Jason was trying to
I had to cut back. But I'm really loving your energy here, Jeremy. We need more of this anti-ICE energy. Maybe you're directing it at the wrong people, but the energy's good.
anti-American.
Elliot, I appreciate that, brother. And listen, I'm Canadian. I don't want to be. And listen, and I'll be really honest. I've been on Clubhouse a lot, and I'm just gonna be honest. I'd hang out with Americans, and I really dislike how American I'm starting to be. I'm just being honest, brother. And so, Elliot, can I ask you a question rather than just fucking Nazi your ass, man? Can we have a conversation?
Well, I need to know first First of all, are you trolling?
Show us your papers. Fuck, I hate all of you. You asshats. I'm sorry. You know what? That was the American in me. That was legit. That was the legit American in me being American. I'm sorry for saying that.
When you first found out you were bipolar, what was the reaction that you gave?
That's a great question, Pro. And that's super Canadian of you to ask that. so let me ask this.
Breaking character, Jeremy. Breaking character. This is not good for your reputation.
I'm legit not. You know what?
Guys, this is getting a little tiresome. I mean, he's just like losing control here over and over.
I mean, to be fair, the non-English debate was pretty boring, though. So.
Yeah, before we finish this.
How about that? I'm gonna call this. Elliot, can I ask you this? Are you a Canadian?
No.
Oh. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, I got a question for Jeremy.
Go fuck yourself.
I got a question for Jeremy.
What's up, Sion?
Yo, what's up, guys? You're laughing. I've never seen Jeremy drunk before. It's pretty funny.
He's not drunk. He must have smoked a different strain because he's really insane, right?
He's not drunk. He's high.
The only time I've interacted with him, he's like this. Every time I interact with him, he's like this. I've never seen him the other way.
So I have a question for Jeremy. If you could be honest, are you Canadian?
Not on the stage. Oh no, he is.
No, I'm 100% Canadian. Yeah.
And you're honest.
Yes, I am. And Earl, thank you, man. Thank you for engaging honestly, bro. Yes.
Well, thanks for removing the ambiguity because I wasn't sure if you were Canadian or not.
Mad props. Because like what Europe just did is said, hey, I'm not about black and white. I'm not about like making assumptions. I just want to ask questions to learn. And your last question, I answered. Wow, guys.
Something that I was trying to keep you in the audience hold you down, right? No assumptions like that.
You were trying to prevent us from knowing that he's Canadian.
Right. Instead of maybe I didn't see it. Could have been. You know, I'm just saying.
Pro, brother, I'm Canadian. And just listen, limited exposure, and also we've probably talked a lot, but I'm a Canadian, and I am not stripped of my democracy to the smoke a lot of weed. Also, I don't remember a lot of shit we've said in the past because I smoke a lot of weed, right? But also, I didn't vote because it's weed, and I won't be put in prison because I'm an American because I smoke a lot of weed. But let me start. Brother, and I mean this genuinely, man, because I think you're good. Do you think that my opinion should be suppressed because I'm Canadian?
Absolutely not.
Wait, you're Canadian?
We should take
your opinion might need to be suppressed because you're stupid, but that's a different argument. That's a whole different thing. Not because you're Canadian. I gotta have my rationale, right?
We'll take your Canadian opinion, your head that like splits in half when you talk.
Actually, it's good that people have opinions too. You don't have to suppress them.
And your fucking hockey, and your fucking maple syrup, and your fucking, you know, nice, obviously apologetic about stuff. You can show all that shit.
Rush, you know, fucking.
Russia badass. And Jeremy, you weren't suppressed, so the accusations of being suppressed are wrongly assumed there, bro.
Yeah, but I think we should be honest about this. He is Canadian.
I think so.
Yeah.
Canadian troller. This is how the Canadians troll.
Let's be honest.
Listen, white Mormon Jesus JCC up in here. And I can afford it. I'm sorry, I made up.
That was blonde.
I ain't trying to front them.
But also, hold on. Also, everybody who's privileged enough to have internet access, just Google white Mormon Jesus. And you motherfuckers come off mute and tell me that doesn't look like JCC. But let's not hold on.
Googling in your free time white Mormon Jesus or blonde white Mormon Jesus?
I don't think I have internet access.
Bro, how many MAGA rallies have you fucking attended? How many fucking cross burnings have you? How many TV torches do you fucking own, you piece of shit?
I've been to quite a number.
Not
Well,
enough.
you forgot the stinky leg. What happened to the stink leg? Stinky leg.
JCC, tell me what a white person's leg smells like, you fucking cracker.
Jeremy, I got
Jeremy clap.
I'm gonna white people want to pay a compliment. I'm gonna pay a compliment to Canadians, and I would like to hear a compliment.
I'm really turning on my computer to look up white Mormon Jesus.
And I want to hear a compliment from a Canadian. I want to hear you give a compliment about Americans or whatever. So here's my compliment.
I'm down. So down.
Are you ready? You probably like it. So shortly after.
Brother, I'm a rough. Let's get out of this shit. I'm a fucking.
Shortly after Trump was elected, I think was it the first or second time? I fucking misremembering.
Are you? No. American education. Sorry, go ahead.
It wasn't the
Yeah, American education. I mean, it's hard to remember my point when everybody keeps talking, but oh yeah, there was like shortly after Trump was elected, there was a very big important game in Canada involving hockey sticks. And it was such an important game that they played. It was America versus something in Canada, some team in Canada, I forget, and the American national anthem was played, sung by talented singer. I don't remember her name, it's not important. Anyways, the Canadians in the crowd, while she was performing the national anthem, American national anthem, they waited until there was a lull, a pause in the song, and then they booed the shit out of the song. Okay? So as an American, Jeremy, I can really appreciate the nuance opposition to Trump, or to like at least part of America, which is Trump land. I can appreciate the pushback against that. I think it's it's very nice of us to fuck you. So like, let me say. Okay, so what do you got for Americans?
Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. Oh, my sweet baby Brie. Oh, my God.
All right, I'm done with him. Okay, that was fun. So what else are we talking about?
Well, I'd like to go back to the boring thing, but Pro, it's your room. You can change it.
Jeremy, I'm sorry, I'm ignoring you.
We can change it to something else.
No, you're suppressing him, not ignoring him.
Sorry for being a Nazi, Jeremy.
The Nazi in Pro resurrects. So the booing at the national anthem happened 3 major times: 2003, 2019, and 2022.
And what was it about in 2003?
That explains what I couldn't remember.
You know these kind of
Was one of those that when fucking Fergie did that horrible thing?
What about the knee, taking the knee? Kaepernick taking the knee. The knee. Isn't that also like a disrespect to the national anthem?
I agree, it is.
According to
He should have been deported. He should have been deported.
No, that's what this country's founded upon. Freedom of speech.
Shouldn't he have been lashed first?
He has a right to do
Yes. He should have been lashed, put back on the boat, back to Africa.
that. Oh my goodness.
No, I think the appropriate punishment is what he got, which is from the NFL.
It just was terrible.
Where's Steve been? Steve's mighty quiet.
I'm right here, Pro.
There you are.
Wow, that's big restraint for not chiming in at all. I can't believe it.
Well, if I chimed in, it would have to be about my total distrust, distaste, and plain old negativity towards Jeremy. I don't like him. I don't trust him. I think he's one of the biggest
steroids on Clubhouse. And that's it. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So I thought it would more adult of me, especially since I'm in your room, bro. Just to shut my mouth.
He's like normal relative to the other talking apes in that room.
I'm glad
He's the,
I'm glad Steve didn't tell us about his distaste towards Jeremy. Did that include distaste towards Canada or just Jeremy? Jeremy last night actually made a comparison between the way Nazis treated Jews and human beings eating animals. Okay? So that's just one example of what I can't stand his guts.
Yeah, but you don't despise Canada, just Jeremy, right?
I don't despise Canada.
Okay, good. That's what Euro asked you. Okay.
Yeah, and contrary to what Jeremy says, he's not the way he is because he's Canadian. Right. He's the way he is because he's fucking German. But he's honest, he's Canadian.
Americans love Canada.
Wait, Jeremy's fucking himself? What?
No, but you lived in Canada? You grew up there or something?
No, I didn't grow up there, but I lived in Montreal for a little while.
I've been to Montreal.
I was there as well. It was a long time ago. I was watching the first episode of Wonder Man before I jumped in here, and I feel like I'm needing to go back and watch Wonder Man. Everybody watch Wonder Man yet? Waste an hour of their life yet?
That sounds like a Nazi tendency.
It does, doesn't it?
Wonder Man. Never heard of that.
We are the Wonderlands.
Marvel show. Superhero show. On Disney Plus. Disney? It's Nazi too.
That's cool. That's awesome. I think we all need to get a little more, we need more Nazi, a little more at peace with the Nazis. Yeah, let's get a little more Nazi, They had some cool style.
That's what, what's his name said? Yeah.
Yeah. Right, let's be at peace with the Nazis. Come on.
You advocating for just a new holiday?
Yeah, Nazi Day. That's a good idea. And we could use the word Nazi in a positive way. That's really Nazi to me. That's cool. That's
You're the Nazi.
Right.
Yeah.
The German army is expanding, and I think they should license the stormtroopers from Star Wars. That would be
Well, we gotta be honest. They did have good uniforms.
They did have good.
They were immaculate. Pressed and crisp.
They had some good ones, but that's all in the past.
You got a mass for extermination of human race.
You want to be dressed nicely.
You want to be dressed nicely. You don't want to solicit any ill will.
Right.
Yeah. We forget about that little word, I think. All right. Well.
No, look, we were talking about some things earlier. I guess zooming way out, I got a sense from both you and Elliot that it was basically very wrong that a nation would have a rule requiring language training or language proficiency, but every nation does it. Literally every nation does it. If this was a terrible thing that, undermined democracy and freedom and civilization, there could be no good countries.
My hairs go up on the back of the spine whenever I hear it, because usually it's when people have some kind of an anxiety, that's when I usually hear that, right? When people feel there's a demographic change, which we have, right? Or political power shift, or cultural, unfamiliar, what's the word? Unfamiliarity. I was going to say unfamiliarness. That wasn't good. I think sometimes that language is a stand-in for, I don't recognize the country the way I used to. So I'm used to hearing that from a lot of people. And then they get that, learn the language, right? It's kind of emotionally sacred than saying, I'm uncomfortable with rapid social change and or fear of a black planet or whatever it is, right? I think Chuck D kind of had some of that right. I'm not saying that that's evil. I think it's actually human. It's what people think that that might apply here. That's why it makes people pause, because the pushback comes from a lot of times I hear that people grew up when institutions already were built in their language, and schools already built in whoever's saying it's dialect, and the civic systems already are designed for whatever those norms are. So learning that dominant language feels like a minor little inconvenience or personal effort to people, right? But I just think when you talk about immigrants and refugees especially, it usually means working full-time, raising the kids, navigating the legal system. Then you're still trying to, like I was talking about with my student, you're trying to master a second or third language. From inside privilege, the cost looks pretty tiny. But from outside of it, that's a big, big cost, because that's keeping you from being a part of it. Like, a lot of people are learning quickly, right? Not everybody, but I think most people, it's amazing how well they learn the language here. If we just have that as a policy, then it's like, okay, well, now that person can't come in, right? Because of something somewhat trivial.
It would be
nicer if everyone knew it.
But it's already a policy. You can't become a citizen if you don't take the test and pass basic English proficiency. It's already the policy. So I'm not saying, me and you, we're not Euro, we're not, sorry, I say his name the German way sometimes, even though he's French. We weren't saying have a new policy that you can only come to the country, period, if you can pass an English test. We were saying there is already a rule that to become a citizen, you have to pass an English test. And then Elliot was arguing against this, basically. And then that's what we were discussing, right? And then, but the tone you're striking here is much more severe, but you're talking about a much more serious thing. Okay, which I guess would be excluding people from entering the country unless they already speak English, or not getting a student visa or something like that. Which, okay, is a totally different thing, and is different in many ways. But the big one is, obviously, if you're not a citizen, you're not becoming a citizen, then participating in the political system is not an issue. And so requiring them to speak the language to participate in political dialogue does not make sense. They're not going to vote. They're just a student on a student visa, so that's not relevant.
Yeah, and the proficiency level is intentionally set very low. The idea is just to allow people to be functional. It's not like they have to be able to be a playwright or whatever. And to Elliot's point earlier about his family losing French, this is where I think the wrong idea is being suggested here. I'm not saying that his family should have lost the French language. I think he would have been enriched if they had kept it, and it would be a very positive and good thing. But what would be a bad thing is if he never English. Learning English is an important part of integrating into society, and it just seemed to me that that's the case.
Sometimes it takes a couple generations. I mean, don't you, any of you live in a big, I know Pro does, there's areas near, where I live, where it's just fucking Chinese people. I went to a Vietnamese restaurant, recently, it was a vegan place, Buddhist monks go. They barely fucking, one lady barely spoke English. I had, I had a Vietnamese woman with me, and she translated. But it's the food was amazing. It's why do you want everything to be so whitewashed and, shitty? I'm a fucking foodie. I want to go get, authentic Korean food. I don't care if they speak English. I just want the food to be amazing.
That's what
I don't care.
We're not saying.
Yeah, that's what you're missing. We're not saying
what I'm saying is I don't have a problem with areas being diasporas of people or whatever, where they have their own centers where they work out their issues at benevolent associations or whatever, and some of the generations just never learn English. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, no, you can't. In the long run, you can't have the generations never learn English. No, that's crazy.
Of course, the generations are going to learn English.
Yes, then that's fine. Okay, that's
nice. Everyone's going to learn English, but their kids.
No, some don't. That's what we're saying, Reverend.
That's why they make it a requirement for citizenship. And that's why they have exemption for old people, because they understand it might be too difficult for some people.
Yeah.
But their children should be learning English at some point.
But I mean,
I just think they would by default. I don't know why.
They learn English.
Well, you have to have it as a law.
But
I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary.
Well, once
don't want to learn English. I think they
Oh,
should.
yeah.
You don't think it's necessary, but every single country on the planet has this type of law. So you have to think that there might be a reason. And if you look at history, like when Italy was unified, most people did not speak Italian. The majority of the country didn't speak Italian until the 1950s or 60s, thanks to television. And it was a very important requirement for the state to make sure that everybody learned Italian because it's a unified factor. When after the French Republic, only 5% of the population, 8% of the population spoke French. So the Third Republic made it important that education was mandatory and that it was taught in French because it was perceived as important to have a common language.
Well, that's really cute, but I live in Los Angeles and I'm surrounded by El Salvadorians and Mexicans, and a lot of them don't speak fucking English. You know what? I speak Spanish, and they assimilate in other ways. They have the same cultural sort of goals that we have as a people. Like they're into like freedom, democracy. They just want to have a good life. And yeah, some of them don't speak English. You know, that's no problem with me. So I'm not too lazy of a white person to really learn another language.
Wow. He's not a lazy white person.
What do you think?
No, I don't think you're white.
What do you think?
I think you're Somali.
I think JCC is white.
Speaking of international,
I'm white though. I'm Mediterranean. So
You're a blonde, Jesus.
I'm not blonde, Argus. It's not blonde. I got more gray in my hair. I'm brown hair.
Did I tell you that I made pheasant jaune the other week? Yeah. Fucking white dude. It really came out.
If you're white, why didn't you make a spätzle?
what do you mean?
You take it's like 300 milliliters or whatever of walnuts, and it's actually like not that many ingredients. I was kind of shocked, and you put some pomegranate molasses in there. It's really good. It tastes like meat. It's bonkers. I made saffron rice. I made actual saffron rice, like a fucking Persian restaurant. I was so proud.
Well, I'll say Persian.
Did you make
No,
it
he's white, he said.
You made it with, did you make the crispy rice at the base?
I didn't make the crispy. I just made
The original Aryan race. They qualify in some countries.
You made it with white Persian.
Yeah, the Persians are the original, the Assyrians. But
We are the Aryans.
So
Did
yeah,
you make crispy?
I took like 6 little saffron guys, and I made the boiling water, and I made the yellow, and I cut the rice. I didn't make it crispy though. I don't know what that.
Has anyone acknowledged that Jesus is here? What's up, Andre?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay. You just have to chapter was the end for 5 minutes.
Because that's the picture he was referring to. It's a more sort of propaganda leaflet version of Jesus.
That's the JCC version.
That's the original. But you see, JCC, one only sees that your hair is graying when one, actually opens like your profile and gets that thumbnail a little larger. Otherwise, it's sort of kind of appears.
He needs more facial hair too.
I've seen a younger version of that born in Jesus, but I have to say I can't see a difference between that image and JCC. It's like identical. It's uncanny.
It's uncanny.
I've been cooking with saffron a little more over the past few months.
Yeah.
Saffron in tea. It's
Saffron is the national ingredient.
Well, I'm an incel, so maybe I'm torturing myself. But
Don't do any of that. What ginseng? Yeah. Stay away from that.
Saffron should be a requirement.
yeah, I put saffron in tea.
Tom says elitist Frenchman.
Wait. Saffron has to be
That was a plastic
requirement.
gold. Saffron's very
Wait,
important.
you disagree, Elliot?
Yeah, so if you should, okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think that we should make it a federal law that all Americans use saffron in our cooking?
It should be a state law, not federal.
You think it should be a federal law that you can't be a felon, a rapist, a pedophile, or a seditionist to be president? You think like 1 out of the 4, if you have, is kind of or do you think you need 2 or 3 or 4 out of 4? How many?
The problem is because a law wouldn't do it. You have to have a constitutional amendment.
There you go.
Yeah, see why the founders left it out.
Gotcha.
It means that people can have even a person who the state has, run through the laundromat of like bogus charges and whatever. The people can still say, no, we want this person to be president.
Well, I think the founding fathers were under the assumption that a criminal wouldn't be elected.
No,
They don't need a law for it.
I think they fully understood how a rule like that could be misused.
Well, they also understood that and expected future generations of Americans to amend the law and interpret it in different ways. And that's exactly what we have done.
They thought we had
amendments.
You think they thought we'd have lie machines that can change the nature of reality and make images that never happened and movies that actually weren't based in reality, and people can be led astray by narratives in the newspapers that are completely fictitious even though they claim to be real?
Not to mention time travel.
Always got to throw that in there.
Yeah, I think we should have some new amendments like, with the 28th Amendment, the president cannot be a felony convict, cannot be credibly accused of sexual assault or rape or child molestation.
Give me a very guy. But you can know his own. Long and what the rape for. All good.
This is so embarrassing. Every president should go through a background check. And a lie detector could go.
Well, you guys feel so strong about that, but don't you see the danger? But don't you guys see the danger of political persecution, of this being misused, right? To make maybe even large numbers of people ineligible for office merely by accusing them.
No, that's what I actually
Found guilty.
I qualified that with.
Valuable time that's going to go into like persecution.
Let's face it, the American people, the voters, the majority, the popular majority, voted for Trump.
Everything
Against
Jeremy
their
said.
knowledge from his first round, yeah? So don't blame Trump. Yeah? He's just,
Wasn't a majority.
Yeah, it wasn't a majority.
yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Burlington, no, it wasn't.
Well, here's the facts. Like of people who are of eligible voting age in the United States, 31% of them voted for Trump.
I'm not even counting that. I'm saying that the people that voted, he fell just under the requirement for majority.
Yeah, the definition of majority is probably what he was missing.
Right. I don't even know if it was a majority. I mean, so I was just like, let me just make my whole point here. So 32% of voting age
30%
voted for Trump.
Did they get the majority?
He did not win the majority of the vote.
Hold on a second. Like, I'm going to tell you what the majority is. Just listen. 32% voted for Trump, 31% voted for Harris, and 36% did not vote. Those are of voting age people, and that's not including all the people who aren't even registered to vote, but they could have voted. Okay, which is millions of people. So that's what I want to say. The majority was, nobody voted. That was the majority.
Even of the people that did cast votes, he didn't get a majority. He fell just short of the majority of votes.
Yeah, he won what is called the plurality. He won the popular vote. He won the most votes of any.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He won the popular vote. And all the 36% who didn't go to vote, they don't have any excuses either. They don't need to come and say, Trump this, Trump that. Yeah, you didn't, you considered your right to vote so little precious that you didn't go. Don't go complaining about Trump now.
No one should be.
They have the right to complain.
No one should be complaining about Trump because we avoided a much worse outcome, which was Harris. I mean, when you vote, you're You're not just voting for
An action hero runs for Congress, you know he's ready to fight for...
You're choosing between two people, okay? And you have a choice here between a party and a candidate who conducted a massive fraud in the course of the election. Okay? They concealed that the person they were putting up for everyone to vote for was complete incompetent. Okay? It was like non compos mentos. Okay? I don't mean that I dislike him or think he's stupid. Okay? And then when they realized that situation happened, who did they put in his place? One of the worst performing of their primary candidates, Kamala Harris. They didn't even pick a winning candidate from their pool. Okay, they picked the loser.
And there's one more element, was how she was picked. She was designated, and that offset a lot of people, including people that liked her. But yet the polling data show that he won precisely because people were against Harris.
He won the first time because people were against
Kitover.
That's right.
Democrats are as guilty about Trump's two victories as anybody else that's blamed in this game. You know, had they put up Bernie Sanders the first time, it wouldn't have happened. If they had put up Bernie Sanders the second time, it wouldn't have happened.
Why not the second time?
Well, I don't know about Bernie Sanders, but they could have found a Republican and put him up, and then maybe they could have won. Okay, they don't really have anybody that people want for. So.
Yeah, so in 2016 what happened is both parties put up candidates with incredibly high negatives, and so a lot of people were voting against more than who they were voting for. So that happened with Trump. And then in the 24 election it was the same thing. And the polling
artist is finding laughter in lines of work.
Trump's negative vote, you know, the disapproval number, much higher than the approval, about 9 to 10 points. The only reason he was ahead of Biden and then Harris was their negatives were even higher.
Oh, for crying out loud. Order! People bangs, head flies off, glass tips, water splashes, microphones, squealers.
I mean, you're Andre the Swiss. You're not even in NATO, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to offend people up here, but, you know, I've heard a lot of sort of half-truths and, you know...
No, up on the roof, who needs a fiddler when you...
Makes me think you're not really in the picture, not really in the loop. I mean, Trump...
All right, let's see what comes.
37% tariffs on Switzerland, a country that the US once called its sister republic, because when Switzerland became a federal state, turning from a confederacy to a federal state in 1848, the only other republic in the Western Hemisphere was
Finally, out of that conservative nightmare. Hello, open-minded paradise.
Let's go next door. Welcome to the Climate Action Pub.
The US parliamentary system. So just because he didn't like our then president, which is a rotating, insignificant office in Switzerland, you know, he imposed a 37% tariff, and you want to tell me that I should like Trump? And then he kind of made an example Switzerland again in his Davos speech, which you evidently didn't listen to, otherwise you would have known.
Kitover, you're the lad.
You know, Trump has done something. You won't perhaps feel this in your lifetime fully, but I can tell you that this is not going to, the long-term damage for the US from this is going to be very, very bad.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover with Channel 7 Investigates. Tonight, allegations of...
But everyone knows that we switch presidents every 4 to 8 years. I mean, I don't think that's... I mean, how can it be that damaging?
Andre, what did he do in the Davos speech?
He did use Switzerland as an example, and he referred to the lady in question again, and that, you know, that...
Jingle, go home. 3 plates aside. Personal best.
You got, come on.
Oh, I see.
He talks like...
Hi, I'd like to make a deposit, a big one. Sure thing. How many slices we got?
man.
Stop to attack my country. Like, Jason, what kind of question is this?
He's a bad man, okay? He's just he's the worst possible president except for all the others. That's the situation we have in the United States. Okay, that's not making excuses for him.
I
That's
don't
just the truth.
Trump is, for Trump, this was a move of survival to become president again. Like it was for Jacques Chirac of France, when he became president the second time, it was either that or prison. He later went to prison, but he could prolong his time out of prison by becoming president again. So we've had these things in Europe before. But, even Jacques Chirac wasn't that erratic. And being erratic has its advantages in negotiations. He leaves people guessing, and nobody can really feel secure. But the long-term damage this is going to do to the standing of the United States in the world is there, and it's irreparable. The decline of the U.S. will take a long time. It's not going to happen from one day to another unless he really wrecks the bus like the dollar or something like that. But you guys, I do not blame Trump. I blame the American people and the Democrats and everybody else in that country as much. He's just doing what he needs for his survival. It's not like we didn't know what would happen if he became president again. This is exactly how we thought it would happen.
Well, but what was the American people's choice? I mean, you blame us, but what did we have to choose from?
Jason, when I hear you saying that Kamala was a worse choice with Hillary Clinton, I kind of get it, But when you say Kamala Harris was a worse choice, or even Joe Biden was a worse choice than Donald Trump, that shows to me that you have a completely broken moral compass, like most Americans these days, I have to say. Including your Supreme Court. The founding fathers couldn't have foreseen it. Nobody should blame them. What sort of moral depravity the U.S. would come to over the centuries that would completely undo the separation of power they had envisaged.
Okay, so it just is not sensible to you that there's just no good reason, or few good reasons, to prefer Trump to Biden or Kamala Harris. I mean, ultimately it came down to.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly after knowing him from his first term. No excuse. No excuse. In fact, if I would punish anybody, put sanctions on anybody, it wouldn't be Trump. Trump actually is doing us in Europe a huge favor right now because he's unifying Europe. He's given Canada some sort of impetus that it hadn't had for a long time. He's doing actually something really good for us in the long run. But the American people are the ones that really need to feel the consequences, and they will feel the consequences of the decadence into which they have fallen, that they elected a mobster just because they self-radicalized against the liberal left in that sort of way.
Well, I guess you guys can stop selling us, energy, computers. You can stop selling us fancy German cars. You guys can stop selling us food. You can really put the screws to us, right, with all the things that we buy from you guys.
That's completely insignificant. That's completely insignificant.
How will we feel the consequences?
See, what's going to happen now is what Trump never said. Trump is right, America did pay for a lot of the defense costs of the world, but what it got in turn that he never mentioned is, and Mark Carney made this very clear in his speech at Davos, it is the other allies, Japan, Canada, and Europe, NATO, shutting up about U.S. violations of humans and giving the U.S. special conditions that it did not have to subject to the International Criminal Court and things like that. That was the hypocrisy
what the US actually paid for by paying more than the others. That nobody ever mentions.
Okay, here, well,
Now, particularly after Greenland, come on, guys, you know.
So the U.S. is going to be subject to the Human Rights Court going forward.
No, it's not. No,
okay, then what's going to be gone? What's going to be gone?
Will probably isolate more and more, and it will be isolated because all its former friends are already finding different partners, different trade partners. The EU just signed an agreement with Mercosur and with India, and it hastened those processes because of what Trump did.
And Trump
You guys are friendless in the world. I have, met several U.S. tourists with Canadian flags around Europe in the last 12 months since Trump got elected. And that's going to continue because you're the pariah of the world now. And
oh no, the pariah.
It's a lot worse when your allies betray you than when people do that, like Putin or China, who you would expect to do that.
Yeah, like our allies buy all their energy from Russia and shut down their nuclear power plants. They don't meet the 2% target. They don't meet their 2% target. They have 12 divisions on paper and one is deployable. Yeah, when your allies betray you, it's a bad thing, right? When they deploy 5G from Huawei, okay? Yeah, that's terrible, all right? And then we try to stop them from doing those kinds of things, but they just keep coming up with stuff. It doesn't apply to Switzerland. You're not an ally of America. You're not an ally of anybody. You're Switzerland, okay? When the Germans wanted to give their 35mm artillery to Ukraine, what did the Swiss say? Hell no, all right? So this, Andre, you're onto something, okay, but you're leaving a lot.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Jason, because I agree with a lot of your points. But don't you think when Trump says that he's going to take Greenland by force, and, territory from a NATO ally, isn't that
super dog? We're going to get a super burger. The pants are falling down. So we're going to get a super cheesy burger and a chocolate milkshake.
America can still call the shots and will be able to call the shots for a long time to come. But it will do so from a position of isolation and with no friends. We'll see. I don't know. Perhaps we should stop talking about it. Stop talking about Trump.
Kitover, you're the last vote. Do you vote? Kitover, you're the last.
To run for president the next time, and perhaps look at the midterm elections, which are going to be the make or break for American democracy. I can tell you that already, because if he doesn't respect the outcome of the midterms, there's going to be a civil war of some kind.
Yeah, that will be awkward, certainly.
This is kind of weak sauce, Jason. You need to be more vocal about this stuff because people, I was going to say people on your side of the political spectrum, they need to hear
things with the people, with the conservative people. But with you, I need to talk about other things, you know. But with you, I certainly say, yeah, it's an issue. It's not good. It's wrong. I certainly acknowledge that, but I don't need to sell it to you. Anson, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just said it's a non-issue taking a Greenland by force. Do you need to take Greenland by force? With the forces like 50 whatever cooks on the land, yeah, and then they send in some dog sledges as reinforcement.
I mean, I think we do need to take control of Greenland. I don't appreciate, there are things Trump said that he should not have said, but I think we do need to take control of Greenland. It's just not sensible that Denmark could secure it, and we're relying on Denmark remaining a sovereign nation. But Europe is turning into a wing of, you know, the Islamic Caliphate. I don't know, the Ottoman Empire. They may not even be democracies in 20 years.
Please stop with Islam there. We don't need this right now.
You already have several U.S. military bases, a lot of which you put into disuse, by the way, on Greenland. So absolutely no good argument at all.
The U.S. has only one base on Greenland.
Yes, right.
Yeah, it used to have more. Yeah, it used to have more. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? The current contract treaty between the U.S. and the Denmark from the 50s allows you to reopen them. Yeah?
Not only reopen them, but open more.
Yeah, but even open more. But there's no need for that. Absolutely no need. You have made zero valuable contribution to this conversation. You're just repeating Trump-ist.
This is getting, we can disagree without having to like take some steps.
Okay, we're here to
I'm not going to take
super
you
dog.
imbecile. I'm not going to say you contribute zero value when we disagree. Okay, I mean, sovereignty is a big issue. And Denmark, as long as Denmark is sovereign over that land, they can choose that we can't be there anymore. And that creates a security problem for us and not for Denmark. Denmark, if Russia invades Greenland, they're farther from Denmark than where they are now. Okay? But they're to the U.S. They're closer to Canada. I mean, it should be Canada or the U.S. that controls Greenland. That's because from a security standpoint, it sure as hell will be Canada and Denmark protecting it. And I think it always has been. In World War II, the U.S. protected Greenland.
The U.S. has protected continuously since World War II.
And we don't need to own that land in order to do so.
So I actually have a solution for all this. We can call it the Greenland problem.
Okay. What's the solution?
Well, it's very simple. Look, the polling in Greenland, the overwhelming majority want independence from Denmark. So I would give them independence so they become an independent state.
Okay, we're here to
So we get the separation from Denmark, which is crucial to the U.S. And then Denmark enters into a free association agreement with the United States. And then they effectively get all of the control over Greenland. And Greenland maintains its political autonomy. And the U.S. doesn't have to worry about, granting them SIP and all that stuff that they would have became.
Okay, we're here.
They would control the defense system completely.
As if. All I'm going to say to you is no citizenship, no senators from Greenland. I can already tell you that if Trump did invade it. Yeah. So, I don't know.
Puerto Ricans do have citizenship.
It makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. If the U.S. wants to and it already is on the verge of abandoning its NATO commitments, it may do that. Yeah. I mean, nobody's going to stop the U.S. But to claim that this is
necessary. It hasn't been so far. And given the half-hearted commitment and swinging from one side to another in the Ukraine conflict that Trump is showing, I mean, it doesn't, I think Russia could just take Greenland anyway because of the way he sucks up to Putin.
So just to be clear, I'm not talking about Puerto Rico at all. Puerto Rico is U.S. territory. People there are U.S. citizens, and they don't have full autonomy. I'm talking about a different situation, which is called free association. It gives Greenland full autonomy, and it also gives U.S. complete control over defense and other areas. It also gives Greenland tremendous cash resources, and the U.S. already is in free association with 3 other states, and it's been very successful.
What you don't realize is that now, after all this charade, the Greenlanders do not want to abandon Denmark anymore in the way they used to before. So congratulations. Everywhere Trump goes or does things, unites people, Quebecois are now singing the Canadian national anthem again. It doesn't for Europe, for other places in that sort of indirect, unintended way. But this is not going to end well for the US in the long run, because now a lot of former or still officially on paper US allies are turning even to China and others to replace the trade they're having with the US.
Andre, that's where I agree with you. He made a very tactical mistake by pitting it as U.S. versus Denmark. So what he should have done was go to Greenland and say, we agree with you, your independence from Denmark is important, and we will facilitate that, and we will provide the necessary economic guarantees for your viability. Because like I said, the polling is like 80% in favor of this solution, and you're right, it alienated a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right. There would have been a lot more clever ways to achieve all the things he's done without being the elephant in the porcelain shop, the China shop.
And the Greenland political officials said they don't object to any of that. That's the thing that's odd about this.
Istanbul, sorry Andre, I had to correct you on that. Istanbul in the trap.
I've read some polling recently that in America, I forget, I might have been Gallup or something like that, I forget, but the idea that we should take control of Greenland, whether militarily or otherwise, is a deeply, deeply unpopular idea especially Democrats, but also with Republicans.
John Kitover.
It's well below 50% support. Well, that's a clue for you.
If you're stuck at the same career level for years, I need you to listen carefully. Become a certified map.
And that's what I said. I'm all in favor of free association.
Hello.
From the west side saying, oh yeah, bring it in, but it's going to bring taxes, it's going to bring our taxes higher for our area, and there would be no parking.
I looked into it.
There's 500 people coming in.
The Marshall Islands and Palau.
That's the thing.
That could maybe work good. Yeah, that's a good alternative to us controlling Greenland. I do think you guys have way too many sovereignties in Europe. There just are too many countries there. I mean, Switzerland can stay. It's not, that can't really change, but basically, we look at, what do we got? We got Belgium, that other country right there, Netherlands. No, that's not there. Belgium, the other country there, Netherlands, Denmark,
France or Germany, okay? There's going to be one or the other. And then Portugal and Spain should be part of France. Austria should be part of Germany. Okay. And then, I don't know, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, okay, they're all going to be Sweden. That's what we'll call them from now on. This mess needs to be cleaned up. I mean,
well, we're heading in that direction, but slowly.
Well, it's an interesting argument, right? Like, what are the consequences if it doesn't get cleaned up? And I think one way to think about those consequences is that's the work China has done. Because China used to be a series of small provinces, and it isn't that anymore.
The US used to be 13 separate colonies. Yeah.
For example, but not for very long, right? China has been a series of small empires for a long time, and it was unified, and now it's a big country. Now, that big unification means that the table stakes have changed on the planet. And because if you're not as big as the biggest country on the planet, then you have a power imbalance. So what is Luxembourg going to do if China decides that it wants to push Luxembourg around? Well, precious little, right? There was a time.
No, it's the EU. That's what the EU is there for.
Already prevents that. Why do you think Trump walked back the same day?
Okay, I get that you're saying, look, I want to follow this up. I get that you're saying that's what the EU is for, right? Now, in theory, that's what the EU is for. In theory, that's what NATO is for.
Theory and effect.
It hasn't really been tested, to be honest. We've only had.
I just gave you an example.
China invaded. Wait, China invaded.
The U.S. had to back down because of the EU response.
No, but as much as I think that the EU is
absolutely
the United States of Europe.
Oh, I don't think that's the case.
It will probably not happen like that.
I want to get to the final point here, which is that if the table stakes have been raised, Luxembourg may not have enough to play. Now, you say, well, the EU solves this, but here's the problem. Hungary has a veto on every decision the EU makes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turkey
Not
has
every decision, but yeah, a lot of decisions.
On almost every decision.
No, a lot of decisions is the proper way to say it.
Well, enough.
Yeah, I would say enough.
And this
is an identified problem in the EU, and the EU is working on resolving that.
Yeah, including
at the pace. Right, but here's.
No, look, Benjamin, I agree with you. They do it at a slow pace. But you know the other thing the EU always does is they're able to respond to crisis. And if it was a crisis that involved the sovereignty of Luxembourg, they would overcome the Hungary veto very quickly.
Of course they're able to respond. They're able to respond at the speed of Canadian maple syrup. Is what they're able to do.
You didn't listen to what I said. I agree with you. They respond very, very slowly. But what they do is when there's an actual existential crisis, suddenly they speed up and they find the solution. And so the Luxembourg sovereignty, well, they've done everything. They've resolved every single crisis.
Why do they have a war? Why are they still at war with a pissant country like Russia is on their border 4 years later, and they're still.
United States.
No. It's not because of the U.S. being unable to fulfill its commitments. The U.S. has to be able to save Taiwan as well, right? It's because the EU cannot make 155mm artillery. It's because the French do not even know how to make a tank anymore. Okay, they cannot even build Leclercs.
Yeah, but the Germans do. That's not.
Yes, but the French cannot build Leopards. Okay, you can't just have only one country in Europe that can make tanks.
Okay. If your point is that the EU is not sufficiently equipped on a defensive front, that's true.
But it's also
a large part of that has been that there was always been this assumption that the U.S. and Europe work in concert on these these issues, and Europe was surprised that the U.S. flipped on the Ukrainian issue.
But there were targets that were set that were not met. The EU has a bunch of defense programs. Let me finish what I'm saying here for a second.
Because you're being I want to point out that Euro is taking advantage of our generosity.
You mean, Benjamin?
Pointing out and pretending that everybody here doesn't know that Europe has failed to live up to its armament from NATO. I don't know why we're being that nice to Europe.
But I'm explaining.
I've always explicitly acknowledged that. So
but I'm explaining why.
Nice to Europe. I don't know why you're
I'm explaining why. Okay, it is not because just of will or whatever. It's because of lack of coordination. All right, and that is why this sovereignty situation.
No, it's not lack of coordination.
It is. It is lack of coordination.
Europe is doing.
The Germans and the French have been trying to decide what makes.
No, it's because there's no young people in Europe. The old people vote. They're all on Social Security.
Of course, there are young people in Europe. Come on, man.
I'm just talking about defense policy. All right. I'm just talking about defense
Europe
policy.
is full of people who only going to vote for social benefits for the old because they're a bunch of old people.
But lots of countries have this. Lots of countries have this problem. But like the French and the Germans have been trying to decide what gun to put on the main battle tank they will both build for like 10 or 15 years.
That's a long time.
And they just keep doing these kind of discoordinated things.
Three or four wars. Let's call it two or three world wars of time. To put this in terms of wars, like decisions like this in like a quarter of a war,
in like a year, a year.
That's why Jason's right that the lack of coordination is a serious problem.
It's a serious problem, okay?
Okay, but in that 10-year period, did they ever decide that it would be appropriate and acceptable to produce tanks that could be mounted with both the German favorite gun and the French favorite gun?
No, the French just decided not to. They shut down their tank building.
Right, that's a desire to not function as a military.
Right, and the Germans can make tanks, but they have to issue recalls on them a lot of the time, apparently. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy.
They can engage in faulty or weak military building as an attempt at diplomacy and world peace. They could genuinely disbelieve in weapons of war such that they civilly disobey constructing workable ones. It's plausible.
It's the same reason the U.S. reduces commitments all over the world, and it's because there was this mistaken notion that we had this huge peace dividend and that the world had changed, and then suddenly people are waking up and saying, oh, guess what, we still need
But it was never a peace dividend.
Maybe we don't have to fight. Maybe the Europeans are right.
Peace, it was never a dividend. It was always an American dividend.
Whatever you want to call it. People called it a peace dividend.
Yeah.
They
Ben wants to collect.
believed the world had changed and that we need less defenses, and people started reducing the defenses.
Look at the American dividend for France, right? When France
what did they get for it?
When France was attacked by Germany, France endured what? Was it 14 hours of war? And then it said.
How many years ago are you going back, Benjamin?
It's going back to World War II.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Exactly.
And then America had to do to Germany. America had to do to Germany what France should have done.
They helped France overthrow the Vichy government, which was occupied by Germany.
Please let Elliot say something.
I reject this entire premise that countries like France are somehow incapable of producing like a functioning military, whether it's like tank specifications or whatever. the end of the war. Okay, because we had a desire to stay out of the war. And what's unique, and that seems like what some countries in the EU are like now. They have that kind of mentality. But at the same time, no, wait. There's more. So now I'm gonna bring up ICE here now as an example. So ICE is supposed to be like an agency of the government that enforces and upholds the law. Okay, but the reverse of that is true. What they're actually doing is they're doing illegal things. They're doing bad things. That we're supposed to trust them and what they're doing. And that's kind of a microcosm for like Donald Trump in the United States right now with respect to the rest of the world. The United States is supposed to be, in theory, at least historically, kind of the good guys on the good side of things, protecting freedom and democracy and sovereignty and autonomy and shit like that. And that is changing right now. That's changing right now. So I mean, France can easily come up with this shit.
I disagree. I think that it's not changing.
If I could speak to there are facts here that I know and other people don't, I guess. When I said that they can't produce Leclercs, I mean they really shut down the whole facility for doing it. So unless they rebuild it, they can't make another Leclerc. Okay, they drones because of what we see from Ukraine. Okay, but let me just explain to Elliot what I was saying. Okay, I'm not saying they're incapable. Benjamin, you have a lot of slapping and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so they shut down their capability to do it. That's what I mean by they can't make Leclercs. I don't mean they can't figure it out. I mean they put themselves in a situation where they are years away from being able to build another one of their main battle tanks.
Right. But Elliot is saying that the metric we need to look for is not whether a particular project in military innovation is stunted, but rather whether or not a country has the wherewithal to mobilize into a defensive posture quickly and effectively. And that's a broader metric. And he's also then like drifting to America and saying that America used to be a trusted resource that some good guys could call in to assist them with a military victory. And he feels like now it's not that because of the officers of ICE that are patrolling for illegal immigrants within the borders of America. He feels like maybe America is not producing the good guys in charge of the big war machine anymore.
Okay, but this is what I was speaking to earlier was like the Ukraine situation. And why it hasn't gone so badly is because Europe lacks a lot of the manufacturing capability that it needs to stop that war. And that's an immediate thing. That's not a thing 5 years from now. Okay? And the inability of France to manufacture armored main battle tanks or of various other European countries to make military equipment, 155mm artillery, or the inability of Europe to make drones. Okay? All of these things are industrial problems that are a big problem for Europe right now in the battle with Russia, really. And that is not about the future, that is about today. Okay? So I'm not saying the French lack imagination. They're actually one of the best partners the U.S. has, one of the best NATO countries. Okay? They have one of the largest deployable forces. They have done a full spectrum of military operations for decades. They're much more well militarily prepared than Germany, for example. But they have succumbed to this same industrial malaise. Okay, they have energy independence. They have kept their nuclear power plants. All right, the environmental movement didn't do to them what it did to the Germans. But nevertheless, okay, they're in the same situation as far as defense manufacturing.
Well, unfortunately, we did suffer a little bit on the nuclear front, not as badly as Germany, which actually just closed down their plants, which was totally ridiculous, and carbon emissions shot up and prices shot up to ridiculous levels. But there was a movement to reduce the degree to which nuclear supplies. The same reason, the renewable.
They're afraid of it?
No, not because they're afraid of it. It's actually popular in France. No, it was because to promote renewables. But
that's a name. Renewables for the environment as nuclear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They wanted to promote renewables, but it's not because, like in some countries, like in Germany, that they have a fear of nuclear. But what ended up happening is they ended up backtracking on that. So we've had a slight reduction. It's going to continue because now it's going to take time to.
So you guys are like trying to use more renewables to improve the science of it.
Yes, yeah, we're definitely pushing towards more renewables, and nuclear is a very significant, overwhelming majority.
And have you developed amazing insights with renewables?
We have like almost full utilization of hydropower, so we can't get more there. And
is hydropower itself problematic? Like, wouldn't we prefer renewables?
Well, I think they're considering hydropower as is one of the green sources.
That doesn't interfere ecology.
Okay, it's already maxed out, so they're not going to do anything new there.
They're just doing it.
They've already done it. It's already been maxed out for like a long time. And like Jason's point about the main battleground tank line production line coming down, this didn't just happen recently. This is like 20 years ago. I think it was 2007.
Yeah, he said it's taken them 20 years to do nothing.
Yeah, he's right. That was 20 years ago. They shut it down. So where was I going with all this? I got sidetracked.
So basically, focuses on the renewables and avoids the nuclear.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that was a minor point. But basically, France has a strong military, as does the UK. But coordination is really a key issue. And the assumption in Europe, up until recently, is that the U.S. and Europe, as part of NATO, were on the same track. And it didn't really occur to people that we would have divergence on major defense issues. And so that's one of the reasons why, they don't have sufficient defenses to be independent of U.S. policy. So now Europeans are starting to say, hey, we need to get better at building up our own defenses.
Yes.
In cases where the U.S. doesn't join us.
Yes, they should.
Yes, and that's recognized.
I think it goes even further than that. Like the EU has been making a lot of moves away from the United States, like away from Donald Trump, like on trade, on energy policy, like where they get the energy from, stuff like this. It's not. I don't think it's out of concern primarily for like what Putin might do to them, like defend themselves from. When I say Putin, I think it's more concerned about what Trump and the United States might do. Trump has been talking a big game about invading other countries militarily, and people are taking that very seriously, as they should.
What I was trying to say was the EU is understanding the need to have more autonomy and independence, including from the U.S., to have their own capabilities.
Right, and they're realizing that that isn't truth. Europe is not so short-sighted as to note that Donald Trump is in the middle of his second to the last term as president, and that he will be replaced with some polished replacement politician. But what they know is that they're trying to be occupied by Trump, right? Or someone like Trump. And they know that that will always be true under like the terms of America that separated from them long ago. So their considerations are whether or not they will rely upon that war machine with that open sea, or if defend themselves and be ready to do so, have coordination with their other ally. Like you're telling me that France is having difficulty coordinating with its sworn ally England, right there with the military, but like they can't talk to each other. Okay, that's a failure of your military. You as a citizen should not trust that government.
Yeah, they're all working this, and Canada is one of the ones that's been very vocal about it and been very explicit about it. So their prime minister has said.
That's right. Canada has French people and a military. Where's that coordination?
Exactly. No, but Canada has said explicitly, like the old long-term relationship with the United States is finished, and it's in their interest to also look
No, but they have a trained, well enough army. Just whatever the EU needs.
Canada, the French will coordinate a little more. Sure.
Yeah. But Canada has style military, and they're deeply integrated with U.S. air defense.
That's right, they're American.
So really, like, Europe needs to rely on themselves for energy and many other things, and they are doing
American states.
They're moving in the right direction, and that's really positive. And that's all due to Trump, who you should be praising, Andre, and thanking. You should be saying, who can I donate to in America so that Trump gets elected again because of how many good things he has done for Europe. It's not about what he says, Andre. It's about the outcomes. The outcomes are what matter in policy.
Yeah, but he's doing pretty well as president, right? If you measure his...
Exec, could you please let the foreign guy respond to Michael?
Already Caesar said, I love treason, but I hate the traitor. That's my response to you.
Okay, but Jason, there's a huge problem with
That sounds bloodthirsty.
I already explained this, but I'll try to say it like a different way. I suppose in some way you could say that it's good that the EU seems to be becoming a bit more independent. I don't have any problem with people being more independent. That sounds fine to me. But the reasons why they're doing it are also important. I think primary reasons why they're doing that is out of concern for what Donald Trump and the United States may do to them. As I'm talking like militarily, okay, and economically. These are, the reasons why they're doing it are not, I think, the reasons that you think they're doing it for.
I mean, it would be nice if we could choose, but as long as they're doing it, it's better than if they're not. And we've needed them to change for a long, long time.
Their motivations matter less than their actions.
So you're ad-libbing in this weird way, Big Zed. It's just very weird. But the fact that, the conceit of the contention with Trump is extremely valuable to the European leaders because it gives them a way to have an enemy without a real enemy. Because ultimately it's the U.S. who is their buddy. And that makes it easier for them to sell things to their people that their people are not well prepared for. Okay? Their people are not used to this idea that the citizen has to defend the nation and the nation has to buy weapons, okay? And very recently, Germany introduced voluntary conscription. What is voluntary conscription? It means that military recruiters can go to high schools and talk to students. It's not conscription at all, okay, but they call it voluntary conscription. Well, the Germans protested this, okay? The fact that,
a couple of kids doing something or saying something that is, just even to...
All I know from what I've heard from other people who are friends with the people in the board, right, are that they're heavy two-staters, heavy two-staters. That's all.
Big fatty. You don't want to be too fat.
Well, I thought the steak and the bread is butter itself. All the veggies were cooked separate, and then I put it on the griddle, and I just reworked up the veggies that were already cooked with the steak and the cheese provolone, and then I cleaned with the bun all the fats that were coming off from it, like the griddle itself.
Cool. Sounds delicious.
Very fatty.
How was it? How was the date?
I'm still chewing it. I can't even swallow anymore. I'm so full.
How was it though? What did it taste like?
Honestly, I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, like the truth.
My nose is stuffed and I can't taste nothing right now. I'm sick.
Well, then stop eating.
I'm eating just to eat, to get some vitamins in my body. And yeah, I just eat nothing all day.
You said no. No, sir. Is that what she said?
Yeah, she responds.
Driving, and I
to listen before you come up. Obviously, we're all having a dialogue, and you came up and just started inserting. Like, why are you so important?
Okay, so
I'm not saying I'm important. I'm saying you're strong.
Right, no, but we're all talking, and you just came in and just started talking over.
I'm talking too. We're all talking.
No,
Well,
right.
saying that God
No, he's
was a
somebody
Jew
else.
does not necessarily say he was only a Jew.
I don't care what Isaac was saying. We're all trying to talk, me, you, and Amir here. I can't have it. That's too much. Too much. My brain can't handle like 4 people talking.
Would you freak out if I told you I'm doing 10 other things while we're talking? That's
No, right, but what I'm trying to understand, to have dialogue with 4 people talking all at one time, I can't hear.
Gotcha.
That's fair, right? Yes, I'm doing 5 million other things while I'm talking to you, but I don't have having 5 people talk all at once. It's
Whatever you can manage is fine by me.
Can you understand a conversation with 5 people talking all at once?
Absolutely. I do it every day, all day long.
I know.
And I was a New York City public school teacher, and that's what you do for that as well. Plus, I was managing 2 other businesses while I did that, and getting 2 master's degrees. I like to multitask.
Multitask. It's done very well on Clubhouse, having multiple people talk all at one time. It's really, really, it leads to really great dialogue and understanding.
I'm reading like a couple of newspapers here. I'm texting my girlfriend.
Listen, I'm doing a lot on this side of the phone. I have a twin.
What?
So I've been doing a lot on this side. And between 5 people talking all at one time, all trying to be louder than another person. You tell me how that
bother me.
Well, obviously, because you partake in it every day.
That's correct.
Me, I don't just.
Okay.
Most people.
So let's move on from the meta to what you're.
Do you remember in kindergarten when you said, "Do not talk with other people" or "Do not interrupt"?
No, nobody ever said that to me.
Your teacher never. Oh.
We all talk at the same time in my culture. So what you want to talk about? Serious. Like we'll go to the dinner table, everybody's talking at the same time. You got to figure it out.
What? I mean.
It sharpens the brain. I'll tell you that.
It does.
Yep.
No, it does not.
Of course it does.
No, look at you.
Exactly right.
Hear about this.
Exactly right. Look at me. Look at what I've achieved.
If you're with an echo chamber, yes, everyone can
No, I'm never in an echo chamber. I find echo chambers boring.
Your family at dinner table.
That's not an echo chamber. Everybody disagrees with everybody else.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on. What do you want to talk about? Enough with the meta.
Okay. Well,
no?
It's too quiet.
So Anna, you believe that Jesus is God, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you that the Old Testament says that God is not a man, right? And do not worship anything that's on the earth, in the seas, or in the heavens.
Oh my God, the Trinity.
And worship it, right? So hold on, let me finish, man. What's up with this?
I know, but
Stop whining and complaining. It's humiliating as a man. Men don't complain like this.
I'm talking about what the Bible says, right?
Yeah, we heard that part.
Later on, a group comes and say God is a man. Do you see the issue here? Is that a big issue?
Yep, it's a contradiction.
Well, no. Same thing. A contradiction. So are you asking me? It would seem like a contradiction for those that, and I understand things the way that I understand them in my faith, what I believe in. And I respect that everyone can think differently and have different faiths. I can respect that you have the free will to do that. But if you're asking me to explain it because you're trying to understand or you're trying to strawman me, I'm not trying to have an argument or convert anyone, right? If you want to hear why I truly believe the way that I can go through all of that, but are you ready? You got pen and paper?
I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you believe that God uses all things for people to come to the light and come to Him, whether it be through a person, like God uses us in different ways, right? To spread the word of God or to learn a lesson from God, right? Like that gut, that conscience that you feel when you know that you're doing something wrong and your gut saying that's probably not the right thing. To me, that's like God telling me, you probably shouldn't do that, right? Can you understand that, Amir?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So, like, to me, God lives within me. My conscience, like, I know right from wrong. I know that killing people is wrong, right? That is when your gut is like, you feel anxious, that's God telling you don't do that, correct? So when I say that God uses us all, why would it be so outlandish to think that God wouldn't be capable of sending someone in the flesh to spread the word of God? Why would that be? How else would we know God?
Right, so now I understand, I believe in Christ first of all, right? So, and I believe that
Christ means he's the Messiah. That's not what Muslims believe.
That's
I can speak for myself.
You can, but you gotta be accurate.
I try to do this every time, bro. Like, I really don't want the headache, bro. I really don't want the headache. That's what
You know what? When men complain like that, it's humiliating. You gotta stop it.
I want to finish saying what I'm saying.
Stop with the complaining.
I can.
I don't argue with all the people I come from.
Amir,
I
don't know where you come from. Where do you come from, man?
We feel here. We don't argue.
Amir, talk to me.
If you want to, if that's what you want to be the last thought that you ever have, if that's the last thought you ever want to have in your life, proceed.
Okay, so go on.
Come on, man, please. All right, so we believe in this Messiah. We believe in the Christ. We believe he's a word from God, as the law says in Quran, right? Which he is not God. Never did he ever say that he was God. He said God sent him.
I am who I am.
Right? So,
I am who I am.
I am who I am. Yes, he is who he is, but he's not God.
Okay. When does he say he's not God? When does he say he's not God?
Okay, I'll say it next. He says in John 5:30, he says, I can do nothing of myself. I judge as I hear. So that means he judges based off what he hears from God. And John 7, where he says that there's only one God, and that God sent him.
Who was the first person to hear from God? I know that it was
Adam.
Well, it's Adam.
Okay, then who?
Yeah, Adam.
Okay, then who?
Well, I don't want to go skip fast forward to Abraham.
Yes.
How about Noah?
Okay. So here's the thing, is that in the flesh, that's how we would see God, right?
No, I'm saying that if you're saying that God was Jesus in the flesh, if you're saying he was all God walking earth,
Yes.
according to the scripture itself.
Okay, but that is your interpretation of it. I internalize it different. You also believe that that Genesis is talking about Muhammad. So like we are reading it and internalizing it differently.
So you're telling me, sister?
I'm telling you that Muhammad is not mentioned in the Old Testament, sir. And you internalize it as Muhammad is mentioned. So,
well, he's described. I say he's described.
And no, you said he was mentioned first. Norm and
What's that? If the scripture is saying, right, that this man is going to come from Arabia Peninsula, right? Because he's an Arab, so obviously he's an Arab, right? And it's saying that he would fight his enemies, right? And he would defeat his enemies, right? And he will come with a law, like the law like Moses came with. He came with the Torah. So this prophet will come with a law, meaning he will have the word of God, and he will speak everything that God commands him, right?
Yeah.
And this is the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's in the Hold on, man. You can go. So we can hear each other. I'm telling you.
I know, but remember when we said, like, when I want to understand you, like, so I'm not, if I'm speaking, like, over you, I'm not trying to, but, like, you can't pancake with me because I'm trying to understand your perspective, and I think so is simplistic. We're not trying to interrupt you.
Okay.
So let's, like, talk slower.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that reading the Bible, I read the Bible before Quran, right? The star, and I made them stars.
Right, and when you first read it, you did not contribute anything to Muhammad, right? When you first read it. Correct.
No, it was this character that's in the Bible, right? That this is what that means to Islam. And it's talking about someone who will come and he would be like Moses. And it's not just in Deuteronomy 18:18. Then I go to Deuteronomy 33:2, and Moses is talking to the children of Israel. He's about to die at this point, and he's saying that God appeared. God appeared at Mount Sinai, and he appeared in Seir, and he appeared in Mount Paran, right? And he would come with 10,000 holy ones and a fiery law for them. So this thing is like, wow. He's talking about a man is coming. Now, I don't know who these holy ones he's coming with, right? At this point, we read the Bible. But he will have a law for them because Moses already had the law. He had the Torah. So he's talking about someone who's coming and Paran. I remember reading in Genesis that Ishmael's mother.
And wait, hold. Do you consider Moses to be a prophet?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Of course he's a prophet.
But no. I'm trying to ask his perspective. I'm trying to understand him, where he's coming from. Keep going.
Right. So now remember I'm reading Genesis all the way through. This is, and I'm in the pen at this point. I'm in the penitentiary at this point. So I have nothing else to do but do this. So I'm reading it, and I'm saying,
Did I call it, or did I call it, by the way?
You got it. But he obviously is acknowledging that he paid his time for his crime. So that's where it's at.
Pointing out, I know what I know.
Pointing out something, right? So people paid their time for their crime, and he's done that. So why do we keep bringing it up?
Right. So now look.
Why? He brought it up, not me.
No, you brought it up first. But go ahead.
No, I didn't keep bringing it up. He brought it up, Benedict.
You brought it up. Wait, you brought it up 3 hours ago, man.
Right, and he brought it up just now. So when you say keep bringing it up, he's the one who kept bringing it up, not me.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, it's okay. I'm not ashamed of it.
He wants you to
I have a question for Amir.
Why should we be ashamed?
Amir.
That's all what it is.
Not you.
Hold on, Amir, I just want to build on what you're saying, right? Let us say, right, the Bible spoke of this man from Arabia who's going to teach us the word of God. Now, the understanding, Jesus Christ spoke about him. So the understanding is this, right? This man is supposed to teach the same God that Moses taught, that Jesus taught, right?
Right.
So if according to the Bible, right, according to their Bible, the Torah and stuff, right, if they say that this God, right, is the same God who appeared to Moses and showed him his back, if he preaches a different message from this what Moses taught, right, in his Torah,
yes,
should we accept him?
The answer is no.
No.
But that's what Muhammad did.
Right. You gotta understand this, right? We are talking about what was revealed to Moses, right? Now understand this. When I'm reading,
and you believe that Moses was a prophet.
Right. I'm considering
that prophet God, to you. Right? So you consider Moses and Muhammad to be equivalent?
Right. They're the prophets. Both of them. Jesus is a prophet from God.
I'm lost.
Abraham is a prophet
see
from
the back
God.
of God?
God.
Yes, he did.
Moses led the people to God.
Hold on. Amir, did
No, on Mount Sinai.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Okay,
did.
I'm asking Amir, guys.
I'm asking you, brother. It's not going to change that. I'm going to answer you right now. I want to answer you. Now, the Quran says that the Jews changed their scripture.
Why are we bringing it?
Oh, and the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's just in the book. It's things that God would not have done. They're things that are fabricated, right? For example, when you say that God showed it back, right?
Okay. No, let's get to no. The simple question that Simplistic was asking you, the direct question, please don't take it around it, is Muhammad. To say that Muhammad is equivalent to Moses and had this revelation from God, explain how that happened 600 years later, 500 years later. Tell me how that happened.
I mean, how would happen? How you got the?
How is Muhammad a prophet?
Right, because he received revelation from God.
You worded the question better, Simplistic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the more specific question is this: what we're talking about is the prophesied individual, right? Of which you're saying in your case is Muhammad. Fine, I give it to you, right? Let us say it's Muhammad. But my question is now this, right? Then, if he is that
prophet, they're supposed to at least in some sense teach the same message. So I'm just asking, Moses told us that he saw the back of God. Muhammad needs to agree with Moses. If he doesn't agree with Moses, then he's not that prophet at all.
Right, so there's a contradiction there.
So now, look, now we gotta use our minds that God has given us, right?
God warned us about prophets like Muhammad.
It's not about having a conversation. It's just about the truth. Now look.
Lost in the grip.
Now if Muhammad.
Lost in the grip.
Oh my goodness.
No, really.
What did he say that made you think that, Ann? I stopped listening at some point.
What?
What did he say that made you think he's lost in the sauce?
I mean, the fact that he believes that Muhammad was a prophet. That he believes that Muhammad was a prophet. And that, right, no, right, but it contradicts what God had warned us about in the Old Testament.
What, about false prophets?
Yes.
I know. What are you
Have
gonna
you read that verse?
do? A lot of people fall into that trap, Ann. What are you gonna do?
And the grip.
Have a conversation.
One of them great is trying to put them to God because that's what I'm supposed to do.
Well, just because you follow a false prophet doesn't mean you're not following God. It's just you're in the path.
Okay, but what I'm asked to do from God is to spread the word of God and bring people to the Lord.
Yeah, you're doing that.
Right. That's all I'm doing.
So I wanna answer your question then.
So wait, hold on.
Hold on.
Just give me 2 seconds. I don't even talk for a little bit. I know when you people, the Jews, they
I'm in the
corrupt.
matrix.
So
Can you show up for simplicity? You're in the matrix for just a minute. Can you
I'll
show
say
up
that. Okay, I'll say that. I know what Amir is gonna say, the gist of it. Let us say, right, Amir is right, the books have been corrupted, right? Amir, then we have a problem. Because then the question is, how do we know that what Muhammad is telling us is exactly what Moses taught? Because your premise begins in the Hebrew Bible to say that when God said, number one, you can
Oh, it's just
like me. Like,
wait, simplistic. Go back 10 seconds. You dropped out again. Go back 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm just saying that Amir, right, is gonna say that the Bible has been corrupted. But then the problem is, how do we know that whatever Muhammad is telling us is what was taught before?
Right.
Amir begins in the Bible. That's where he starts. He starts by telling us facts. Moses said this.
Yes.
Can I answer that?
I don't know if you hear me, guys, but like, yeah.
I heard you. Yes. Yes.
All right. So now, this is the thing. These are all the questions I ask myself, right? So now, here's the Quran from God. That would be the question, right? Is it from God, and what criteria would I use to determine if it's from God or not? So now I gotta have a criteria. But this criteria can't be subjective. It can't just be based off what Amir say. It has to be based off of what all of us say if we all believe in God, right? So 3 criteria. We all believe that God can do that which man cannot do, right? We all can agree to that. If you're a Jew, if you're Christian, we all agree about God. That's our criteria.
Perfect.
Right? And God knows that which man does not know. Right? We all can agree to this, right?
From Marjorie.
Right? Oh no.
You.
Because we try to see if this book is this Quran from God. And God is perfect and man is imperfect. There's a 3 criteria.
But hold on, I mean, there's a problem with that criteria of yours.
What's the problem?
The problem is this. The way in which we're all agreeing is by looking into our relative revelations and seeing what agrees. For an example, if our revelation said God is all-knowing and your revelation says God is all-knowing, right? That's how we come to that criteria you're coming about. That's how we agree.
No, I could say God was all-knowing before I read the Quran.
Yeah, but
before I read any kind of scripture.
Hold on, slow down, bro. But you gotta understand, right? The only way in which we can know about God, who He is, what He is by revelation.
Revelation.
What I'm trying to explain to you, what I'm trying to explain to you is that before any religion, right, I came to the conclusion that there's someone taking care of us. You know what I'm saying? By looking at life itself, right? We come into existence, we rely on our mother, we're weak, we don't know nothing, and then we grow, we're given this strength, we're given wealth or riches or we're poor, and then we die, we go into an old stage. We go back into being feeble, like we were babies, right? Like we now need someone to wipe us. We need someone to take us across the street, right? We're weak again, right? So there's a purpose for our existence on earth, right? There is a purpose for us being here. Why am I here? It was the question, right? So now you're looking for, this is just innate things. If you're using your brain, if you're actually thinking, you're saying, is there a creator?
But God warned us about false prophets and things that false prophets would do, and gave specifics of what a false prophet would do. And then 500 years later, here comes Muhammad. He is his characteristics. He is exactly what God was talking about. That of being a false prophet. He checks a lot of the boxes, and for you to ignore that, and to me, to ignore that and turn the other cheek is you making that choice willfully to willfully ignore. So then the Old Testament means pretty much nothing to you. That first book that you read, right?
Well, there's things in the Old Testament that I agree with 100%, right? But you don't.
And Muhammad came along and changed your mind.
No, Muhammad agreed with those verses in the Old Testament. For example, Ezekiel 18:20, right?
Yeah, he agreed with some things. He had to, because he was Christian, just to create his own thing, his own religion.
Let me speak. I'm speaking of the Old Testament. I agree when I read the Old Testament.
You're not addressing my point. I'm going to say it one more time directly. Moses is who God warned us about. The characteristics, this is who God warned us about. Do you understand? He was very detailed in what he explained what a false prophet would do. Muhammad has done those things.
Okay, let's run it down. What did Muhammad do that, let's see if it matches?
Oh my God, because I went over this with you, like in great depth. In great depth.
Not do it, sister. I've already tried.
Lots of ads that can't be.
Muhammad passes with flying colors. The only one that was like a false prophet would be Jesus, because the Old Testament said he who dies and who's hung on the cross is a curse from God. So when you say that they crucified Christ, you're saying he's a curse from God.
And you guys don't believe that Jesus was crucified.
He took all of those curses on himself. Exactly. Removed the curses from the people. He said he died for.
Thank you.
That's what he said.
I'm here, and I know that most people don't believe that Jesus was
Let's be
crucified.
honest. Let's be honest. Muhammad only passes with flying colors if you get rid of the Tanakh and the Bible. That's when it passes with flying colors.
Any verse, I'll challenge you right now. Any verse
Did you hear what he just said?
a false prophet, will not match Muhammad, but it's going to match who you call Jesus.
Yeah.
It's so close, because this was so awesome. You totally missed it. Muhammad never heard anyone.
That's not one of our mouths.
Okay. Well, can I tell you something? Then if Muhammad was this prophet, okay, and such a great prophet, so I believe Jesus is God, right? And I will say that Christians, overall, if I'm going to say as a collective, now individual Christians, we have our own relationship with God. As a collective, I would say that we've done a pretty good job since Jesus' time of spreading the word of God. When I think of Muslims, which the Prophet Muhammad created the Muslim religion, and what the Muslims have done was spreading the word of God, that looks different than what I believe spreading the word of God is. Very, very, very different. And when I see them side by side, I'm like, ooh, that sucks. The discernment, my wisdom from God tells me that is not right. That is bad. What I see and what I know with my eyes, with my ears, everything says that is not right. And I know this from God.
So how do Muslims call people to?
Tell me this. because I cannot wrap my head around this one thing that just gets me. How could anybody believe that God would tell you that to get to heaven, paradise, that it's okay to strap a bomb onto your own child to go kill your enemy? Tell me, what kind of God would tell you to do something like that?
Not in Islam. It's not Islam.
Oh, really? Really?
Yes.
So the war that is going on in the Middle East, you're trying to tell me that there was not anybody that tied a bomb onto their own child to walk them over to kill Jews? You're gonna try and tell me that?
Sister, I'm telling you.
That was a corruption. That's a corruption.
That's not Islam. I don't care who did it. It's against the religion.
No, it's
against the religion to kill a child. It's against the religion to kill a woman, to kill a citizen.
I'm here. Right, so what I'm saying when I asked you earlier, do you believe that Muslims as a collective have done a good job in spreading the word of God? And you said, well, yes and no. And then you went and you didn't answer the question directly. When I'm seeing what Muslims have shown me in my lifetime, just what I've seen, it is bloodshed. It is murder. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. But the thing is that is a corruption of their beliefs.
And
they've suffered the same thing that Christians have in the fact that people in power do try to use the faith for their own means instead of for to serve God.
I know. I just can't. Like, can you imagine? I just can't wrap my head around this. How someone would believe that their God tells them to do that to their kid,
It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. I don't think I'm here to believe that. Because he knows that the Quran says that to kill one person is to kill 1,000.
Also says that the will die fighting in Allah.
This is not Islam, which is speaking about, sister.
Islam and Muslim is different?
Right. Yes, the religion is from Allah. It's from the Creator. The Muslim is one who says that he submits to that, right? So I become Muslim by saying, Ashhadu la ilaha illallah, right? I'm witnessing that there is no God worthy of worship except for one true God.
And I'm you just said a bunch of nothing. I don't.
But the problem is that any time that we don't look at it critically and think about it, we can't blindly follow leaders. We have to directly understand what the scriptures are telling us, and not just blindly follow any leader.
And
because that's how people
I
get
believe that Jesus and God is the only that is my only blind faith that I can say that's I believe that. My blind faith is that Jesus is God. And that's the only thing that I can say is a blind faith. What I know in my heart and my soul is that. And that's the only thing that I would say.
Even though Jesus said he's not God?
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so again, the way that you're saying it and internalizing it is different than the way that I'm reading it.
We don't read the same.
No. We did go over, but you can go over it again. Your interpretation.
I love the Bible, bro. I love to talk this Bible.
I know, we went over that part of that scripture that you're talking about, and the way that you internalized it, and the way that I read it is different.
No, we didn't go over the scripture, sister.
Yes, we did. I love that you call me sister.
Look, I'll show you. Look.
A sister from another mister, huh?
Yeah, you're the Christians, Allah.
Right, so God, Jesus. I'm a child of God, Jesus.
That's what you guys say. You make the claim. Justice is always
So when you call me your sister, then that would mean, okay, if I'm really your sister, then Jesus is your God too.
No, I mean,
that's not calling me sister. That's not calling me sister. Then I'm not your sister then.
You come from Adam and Eve, right?
I come from God, from Jesus.
You're a descendant of Adam and Eve, right?
Jesus is God.
That's your belief. But you're a descendant from Adam, right?
Oh my gosh. I'm a descendant from God.
So we have a family. It's called human.
Who created Adam?
God created him.
Okay.
Not Jesus.
Okay. That's really funny too. See, this is why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at me though?
I had a question for Amir. Now, since Amir said that, hold on, Amir, this is interesting. So you said God created Adam, not Jesus. How interesting is this?
Oh.
You say Jesus is just a man, right?
Oh.
At the same time, the Bible then says all things were created through Jesus. How can you make sense of these two?
That don't make sense to me.
Right.
What does that mean?
So if you say God created Adam, that means that. Hold on,
Wait, hold on, listen.
Listen to this. If God created Adam, right? And if what Jesus said is true, that means God created Adam through Jesus. How does that make sense?
I wouldn't know what that even meant.
Did God create Jesus? Did God create Jesus?
The only thing you can do is give you a.
Did God create Jesus? Did God create Jesus?
That's already going to make you believe
Did God create Jesus?
Did God? Yes.
Okay.
Do you believe God created Jesus?
I believe that God is Jesus and Jesus is God.
No. The scriptures say he was made. Jesus was created.
Now, if what Jesus Christ says is true, that means Jesus has always existed from everlasting with the Father.
No, I'm saying, does the Bible say that God created Jesus?
Well, I read such a passage that says that.
I am.
Y'all, I guess y'all ignoring.
No, but you're the one that said that Jesus said that he's not God, so I'm still waiting on that.
Yes, he said, John 5:30, he said, I can do nothing of myself.
I can do nothing of myself. Say it slower and understand what you're saying.
Okay. He says, sister,
Sister from another mister, I love this.
Listen. No, I mean, I'm just saying that just to have respect.
No, respectful is actually disrespect, because that would be a sister from another mister, and that's weird.
I'm just trying to give you some respect. Jesus says, where was that? Yeah, he said, I can do nothing of myself. That was Jesus speaking. He says, I can do nothing of myself. I judge. My judgment is coming from what he hears from God. So if he's saying I can do nothing of myself, why would I turn around and call him God Almighty?
Okay,
he's telling me that he judged.
Just a clarifying question. Hold on, fine. He did say that, but you also believe that a man can do whatever he sees the Father do.
What does that mean now?
That's what Jesus said. You're saying. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna make it simple. You're saying Jesus said, I can do nothing of myself, right? At the same time, Jesus says, whatever I see the Father do, whatever. He didn't say some things, one thing. He said, whatever I see the Father do, I can do likewise. Just as God can give life to people, he can do likewise. That's what Jesus said.
Right. And Jesus is saying, if you understand what he said first, I can do nothing of myself. Right?
Right.
He said, that means that what he does what God shows him.
So are you saying that by permission of God, a man can do whatever God can do?
Yeah, and he's not saying that he's powerless. He's not saying that he's powerless.
He's saying
that he is not perfect. That he's claiming that he's like in perfect unity with the Father.
Let's read it. Can we read it? I'd rather read first, right? That
Okay. If Jesus could do something separate from the Father, it would mean there are two gods or two compelling wills.
Exactly. So
if he can do nothing of himself, he is saying his nature and the Father's nature are identical. They act as one. John 5:19. For whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise.
Have you ever seen a man who can do whatever the Father can do likewise?
A prophet or a man cannot do everything God does. Only God can do what God does.
Can we read the verses, please?
I just.
It's real easy to do this, right? The verse is going to tell you itself. I ain't got to do it.
John 5:19. For whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise.
Okay, all right, let's read it. It says here, right? John 19, he says, then answered Jesus and said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he sees the Father do, right? So he's dependent on the Father. The Father is independent. You understand that? So he says, he says, but what he sees the Father do, for what things soever he does, these also does the Son likewise. Yeah. Right? Right. That means that he is dependent on the Father.
Yeah, but the Father is in him, and it means the Father is in him.
The Father
answer the question first.
Without seeing it first.
Amir, listen. The thing is, the concept is not one of a specific entity. We believe that God is something. God in one form is separate. Christ in one form is separate, and the Holy Spirit is something. There's distinct entities but all of them have the same spiritual being. They integrated between them. And that's why he says the Father is in me and I am in the Father. He can't do anything apart from the Father because it's part of him. It's like the cells of your body. Okay? It's like
Jesus was a vessel.
Yes.
Okay, so now look, let's just read first, right? Because here's what I'm telling you.
Hear her point.
You should understand this because in Islam they treat water as a symbol of purity in life. Okay? Water is one of the elements that's very important throughout all of our religions. It's one of the things that connects us. And it's also one of the strongest examples of what we believe in the Trinity. Okay? Water can transform from steam to liquid water to ice, but it's still water. And that's what it is in the Holy Trinity of God. They're still God. It's a different form, but they're still God.
It's not water, it's ice. Different molecule. It's different.
It's the same thing. You're not listening to me. You're trying to find fault instead of listening. Think about, look at the Surah 1094. Okay, you should know that quote. It says that if you find the truth in the word of the Quran and in the Quran, if you have doubt, look to the older books. It says to look to the people who read the older books, to the Jews and to the Christians. It directs. The Quran directs.
So now, if I was to do that, right, then Jesus is telling me to be Muslim. Because in this verse, I'm going to read it. He's saying, for as the Father raised up the dead and quickened them, even so the Son quickened whom he will. For the Father judged no man, but has committed all judgment unto the Son. So the Father gave it to the Son, right? So that all men should honor the Son even as they honor the Father. He that honors not the Son honors not the Father, which has sent him. See? He's the Father sent him. Hold on, let me finish. I'm going to read up. All I'm saying to you is that I'm reading the scripture, and what the Christian is saying to me, that he's God. God is not sent by no one, because he's the Almighty. He sends, right? Jesus was sent by God. And it makes it very clear in this verse that Jesus is dependent on God. That makes Jesus not God at all.
Dependent on God. Okay, so I'm going to read John 10:27 to 33. My sheep hear my voice, and I give them life everlasting. I and the Father are one. The Jews then took up stones to stone him. Jesus answered them, many good works I have shewed you from my Father. For which of those works do you stone me? The Jews answered him, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makest thyself God.
And what did Jesus say? You read. It's going to answer itself. You see, that's what I'm going to do. You can't. If you read.
John 20:27 to 29.
Right, so
then he said to Thomas, put in thy finger hither, and see my hands, and be not faithless but believing. Thomas answered and said to him, my Lord and my God. Jesus said to them, Because thou hasn't seen me, Thomas, thou hasn't believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and have believed.
All right, so now, sister.
And
now,
Thomas calls Jesus God.
Hey, sister, you know you're talking to somebody that read the Bible, right? That first verse that you started reading, right? You didn't go on to read how Jesus answered the Jews when they said that he was committing blasphemy by calling himself God, right? He answered them, and that's what you didn't read. See, I've read the book already, so you can't get me with it. I read those scriptures you're reading.
Okay.
I read the whole book.
Okay. So explain to me why you were so certain of this. Okay, I don't know why you were so, like, you speak with conviction. You speak with conviction that you know what you know. And I want to know why you believe, why you have your full faith in the Prophet Muhammad. Explain it to me so I can understand what gives you the conviction that Prophet Muhammad is going to lead you to Allah. Explain that to me. How do you know that is true, that Prophet Muhammad's word is the word of God? How do you know with conviction?
Right, because when I read the Quran, and I told you the criterion that we all agree about God, that he knows that which man does not know, he can do that which man cannot do, and he's perfect, and man is imperfect. That's the criterion that Christians have.
You're just speaking platitudes.
Okay. That the Quran passes this criterion. It's like no one can write it but all.
One second.
Okay.
One second.
So the Quran, Allah says in Surah Al-Baqarah, he says, if this is not the word of God, then produce a chapter like it or similar to it. But if you can't, which I know you can't, then fear the fire, the hellfire, who fuel is men and stone that's prepared for those who disbelieve. So now Allah's challenge them and all humanity until the end of time, that if this word, if this Quran is not from God, the creator of the heavens and earth, then why don't you make something like it? And we know as human beings that anything a human being can put together, another human being will come behind them and put it together or something better. Right? We know this from history. But no one can create a bird.
How did Jesus die? Amir, how did Jesus die? Amir?
You said what?
How did Jesus die?
He didn't die.
Okay, so he was crucified, right?
No.
Why don't you believe that?
Because the Bible says so.
Not just the Bible. Not just the Bible.
And it says so to follow up.
Not just the Bible says it.
Yeah, because Jesus said, ask God for anything and he shall give it. What if it like a son asking his father for a piece of bread and his father give him a stone? Or a son asking his father for a fish and his father give him a serpent? And Jesus asked God, he asked God in John.
Wait, stop. Don't speak too fast. Don't speak too fast. You're speaking too fast. So if you say that Jesus never died, so, hello? Jesus is everlasting life, which is God. So no, Jesus never died. He didn't die.
He will come back, and then he will die.
You said Jesus never died. The thing is...
No, he didn't kill me.
You said...
Can I ask that question?
Like, one... Sorry.
The Quran is the servant's path. It does show you how to lead the life of a servant. It does do that. The Bible, the Torah, all of these things do show us how to live a life closer to God. But the thing that's different about Christianity, about Christ, is that he gives us forgiveness of our sins. The grace that comes, that's the key element that is not within the other belief systems.
Are you saying that by you being a Christian, right? That Jesus died for your sins. So does that mean that if you sin, you will not go to the hellfire?
Oh my gosh, wait, hold on.
He died for all our sins.
Yeah,
does that mean that if I go and sin, I will not be punished? I will not go to the hellfire? Does that mean
Political beast, you might as
if he died for our sins,
we have to confess our sins and we are forgiven.
So once I confess my sins, that means I can sin, right?
Okay, what's a sin?
against something against truth.
No, I'm asking.
And God is the only one that knows that part right
If
here.
I believe what you believe, can I sin when I go to the hellfire if I die in that state? That's what I'm asking.
No, but we won't go to fire. You won't have to go through that. That's the difference. In you didn't have to go.
Right. So that's why I was believing the religion that comes from God. Because any religion that encourages you to sin, because the mind believing that Jesus died for our sins, so now that would mean to me, on the surface, I can sin. Because I won't go.
Well, we're keeping
No, it doesn't mean that.
Right. If I know I'm not going to be punished.
Okay, is it you're not being punished?
It doesn't have to do with having to be punished. The thing is, it's not. We don't serve God. We don't follow Christ because we're afraid to be punished, or because we think we're paying off so that we can go to heaven. That's not why we follow Christ. We follow Christ because we love Him, because He changes us intimately, in a real way, and on a very, very essential level of our spirit. Even it brings stuff in our body. It changes us. We are different.
You're explaining why you follow Christ to a God who doesn't know who Christ is.
And I appreciate you, but it's a lot right now. So I don't know how long you've been in here, but can you just get in when you fit in?
So y'all don't let new speakers
I'm not being mean. It's just too many voices at one time. I can't keep track of everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's been him.
Well, we were in Anna was in the middle of speaking, and you came up and interrupted her, and Amir was speaking, and we're interrupting him. It's read the room. Appreciate it. With all due respect. Amir, so what were you saying?
Got the concept of what you're saying to me, right? I mean, talking about before I became Muslim, the Christians are saying to me that Jesus died for my sins.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then my question was always, that means so that means I can sin?
Okay, so we are given free will, okay, by God. And, but we confess our sins. So, and you would have to, what is a sin to you? Because, there are two different sins, right? So, essentially, every night before I go to bed, because I've done something throughout my day where I've sinned multiple times, and I talk to God about that, and I say I will do better tomorrow, and if I don't do better tomorrow, then my confession just falls flat. So I'm confessing that I've done these things, but then I continue to do these things, and I'm disrespecting God, and that follows that, right? So that's different. So God knows our hearts. So when you say, well, I can do whatever I want, well, yeah, you can see clearly you guys do whatever you want. You tell people. God doesn't say to do that.
No, that's not true, sister. See, the thing is that when I'm looking at what that doctrine is saying, right, what you're telling me is that Jesus died for my sins, which would mean, if this is true, right, that He died for my sins, will mean that I can really sin. I won't go to the hellfire if I died in that state. Meaning if
there's only one way. So we are not perfect, right? The only thing that is perfect is God. We can agree on that, right? So essentially, we are all sinners because God is perfect. So we are.
Now look. Now that's.
So we are not perfect like God.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, that doesn't fit righteousness to me.
Because God will give you the grace and forgiveness if you ask. If you ask for it, you're not understanding. At this point, you're not trying to understand. Because you're talking over me, talking over Emma, talking over Simplicity. You're not talking to understand. I talk to understand. You're not trying to understand what we're saying, because we are trying to literally say it in so many different ways. You're not trying to understand it. So why are you wasting my time? Don't try to ask me questions when you're not trying to understand where I'm coming from.
I am trying to understand.
No, you're not, sir.
Okay, tell me, how do you understand?
I have in so many ways, and Emma has, and Simplistic has, and even McStud has. David has, Megatron has. So many people have. Stanley did. In so many different ways. You're
Okay, so
not trying to
okay.
understand, sir.
Do I not understand? I'm saying I'm understanding.
You understand, but that's okay. You understand what you understand. You understand what you understand.
Okay, is my understanding wrong?
I'm not to judge that. That's something that you have to answer about.
My whole understanding of what that says is that I can go on and sin in my life, and if I die, I won't go to the hellfire.
Who said that?
Regardless of my sin. Because Jesus died for me.
No, that's not what it means. Look, if you go into belief and you just continue to sin, you do it falsely as a overture just to be seen by other people or to be accepted into a certain group, or if you do it for any other reason than a true conversion, then no, you won't be forgiven. You won't be forgiven, and God knows all things. You know this because you believe in what you believe is the same that we believe about God, that God knows all things. And yes, He knows if someone is doing something falsely. You know?
Okay, so now if I do certain sins, right, and you're saying that if I continue to do them,
No,
I won't be.
Any sin.
Right. And you're saying that I won't be forgiven at some point, but Jesus died for the sin, right? See what I'm saying? Like if He died for the sin, there's nothing. I don't need forgiveness no more.
He didn't die for the sin. He died to cover all sins. And then there's that. So that opened up the availability of the Holy Spirit. It opened up the availability of us to become reconciled with God. But we have something that we have to do too. He made the door. He made the gate. He made the keyhole. But we still have to open it. We still have to go to God. We still have to do that. And we still have to try to live a godly life. It doesn't just say, profess your belief and walk on in your life. He says, profess your life and sin no more. He says, pick up your cross and follow me. You know, he does not say that you can just go on with your life and live your life the way you were in the past. It's supposed to change you. It's supposed to do something different about you. You're a different person. That's why it's called born again. That's where all this stuff comes from.
And we like to do bad things, right? And
I literally don't like to do bad things since I accepted Christ. I get physically ill when I get exposed to stuff.
Because I know Christians. I come from a family. I got my family. So I know y'all do some bad things.
Well, you know what the thing is? My dad always told me. My dad always told me that standing in a church and calling yourself a Christian is not the same thing as standing in a garage and calling yourself a car. Just because someone says they're Christian doesn't mean they really are. It doesn't mean their conversion is real.
Exactly.
That's the same thing with Muslims, right?
Are you trying to say that Muslims are perfect or something?
They're divine.
Are you saying that Muslims are the most perfect, holier than thou people in this world?
I did not say that.
He didn't even infer that.
Wait, we've been in this room for 5 hours. So over the course of time, that's the reason why Simplistic asked what he said, or asked what he did.
Yeah,
Is that why he asked, or he didn't ask?
No, I'm telling you, there's been a lot of dialogue in the past 5 hours, so there was a reason why he prompted that question.
No,
So you know.
it's
And
because
it just come out of nowhere.
it's because okay, right now we're talking. Amir is talking about how Jesus died for the sins of the people, and we have a lot of Christians that are not perfect.
But I thought you said Jesus. Oh, sorry, I thought that was a miracle. I'm like, Jesus never died. You said, sorry.
No, it doesn't. I'm saying isn't that what Amir sort of alluding to say that Christians somehow the story is now going into line of we have Christians who are not perfect, who done all this stuff. I mean. And I think you guys have been answering, they're not perfect and yada yada you're talking about. So I'm wondering, where is this conversation going? Are we supposed to be holier than thou? What is it?
See, because Noah said that.
Christians and the Jews are going to walk through the hellfire as well.
Okay, I get you.
The thing is, we don't think we're holier than thou. We don't think that we're holy. We don't think that we're godly. We serve a holy God.
So, I mean,
Emma, you're going. Emma, you're in the matrix a little bit. Can you start over? And Amir, can you not talk over her? I'm gonna try again.
I said, we follow a holy God. That's the thing. Our direction is always toward the God that we follow. It's not supposed to be about us. Like, it's not supposed to be about us. You know, we're supposed to serve God. We're supposed to be vessels for that light in the world, and we're supposed to try really hard to follow the path that is laid before us. But it's a narrow path. It's hard to follow. That's all there is.
But as humans, we are natural sinners, but we want to do better every day. No, God is perfect. God is perfect. That's the only thing I know to be perfect. Okay.
I agree, but this is the thing. Is that, I'm sort of like.
Can you finish chewing whatever you're eating and then talk?
I'm not eating anything.
Oh.
Listen, this is the thing.
Lying.
When I'm reading the Bible, right, the first story was Jacob's story, right? That Elijah's father Isaac. It was hard.
Well, that's the Jacob thing.
It was hard.
I spent an hour on this earlier.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this earlier. What
Oh God, I don't want to hear it. No, go ahead.
I'm just saying that the Bible, I'm reading the book, right? It seems like you guys haven't actually read the book because it's like you're standing. I'm like, I don't know why you can't get me explicitly in the book, right? Mm-hmm. So, if in the book, if it's saying something, and then later on in the book it's saying something that contradicts it, then there's an issue there with me. Really, right?
What's
like,
the contradiction?
I'm going to go deeper into why is it an issue, right?
Yeah,
is
why
it
is
from
it
God?
contradiction?
If it was from God, it won't have it.
Wait, this is a complicated situation, so let me explain some things to you. One of the reasons why we do find the validity of the Bible is because the books that are put together, they have been verified back for very long time periods. They were written in different time periods, in different contexts, in different countries even, under different governments, and they were written specific to the time period where they were written. And in order to understand some of the things, the contradictions that you're talking about, you have to go into very deep study about all of these issues.
Yeah.
And so I can't answer that simply, but I would be happy if you would send me a list on the private chat on the backside of your contradictions that you want me to look at. I will look at them, and I can come back and talk to you about it. But it is so complicated that you have to look at it.
But Emma, we don't even read our own book, right? That's what you said. So,
No, I read my book.
Amir said that we've never read our book.
I read the Bible 2 times before I was 14 years old.
Yes.
I read the whole Bible 2 times before I was 14 years old.
But he knows better than
I was taught to memorize scripture. I was a friend. I read the Book of Mormon. I read the Bhagavad Gita. I've read stuff. Okay. But that doesn't matter. You can read whatever you want, but that doesn't mean you have any understanding. The understanding only comes from God's love.
Exactly.
Like I read my word.
Leonardo, misunderstood.
Right? It is Ezekiel, right? And it says it. It says this, right? And I love this guy.
You love that your son Snapchat you. That's how you're reading the Bible a little bit.
Well, look what it says. It says, I'm going to go start at.
Straw man's egg.
No, let's listen to this. It says,
Okay.
Jackie asks, why does the son not share the guilt of his father? Since the son has done what is just and right and has been careful to keep all my decrees, he will surely live. The one who sins is the one who will die. The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor will the parent share the guilt of the child. The righteousness of the righteous will be credited to them, and the wickedness of the wicked will be charged against them. But if a wicked person turns away from all the sins that have committed and keeps all my decrees and does what is just and right, that person will surely live. They will not die. None of the offenses they have committed will be remembered against them because of the righteous things they have done. They will live. Do I take any pleasure in the death of the wicked? So here in Ezekiel, God telling you, if I'm a wicked man and I want to live, then I turn away from all he did. That means to me that no one has to die for my sin.
Okay, then why are so many people being perished in the Middle East? Do you think that that's God's word?
Someone died for my sin. Where you been?
But when I asked you simply, and Jew the Muslims as a collective, are they a good example? Islam and Muslims are different, which that I don't understand that. And I apologize for my ignorance. But when you say that that's different, but I think of the Muslims as a collective. It looks really bad, Amir, and not something that I know God would not ask of me to take it upon myself to fulfill what he needs to fulfill, which is coming back. And the trumpets, and people will become ash, and there are others that will just walk through it. And when I see that, what's going on in the Middle East, does God tell you to kill your enemies? My God, Jesus, tells me to pray for my enemies. Pray for peace. For them to have joy and peace within them. When you have inner peace.
Bring my enemy to me.
What?
Lord, bring my enemy to me, and Jesus will cut him up. The Bible says that.
When you trust in the Lord, when you trust in God, you know that at the end, when it is our time, we all have judgment day. We all will have to answer to God. Right? We all will answer to God at the end. Right, Amir? Amir?
I agree with you. We all will answer to God in the end. And that's why I choose Islam, because Islam gives the rights where I'm just towards you. I don't have to disrespect you, because the law says not disrespect you, Christian.
You can just do whatever the fuck you want. Sorry for my French. You can just do whatever you want. You can just sin, you can just murder, you can just do all those things. You know, to me, like...
No, the Quran does not say nothing of that sort. You can't read that book, the Quran, and come out...
I don't read it. I'm just saying based on what I see.
Understand, sister, that is whatever you see is what an individual does.
No. That's not just an individual.
Do a crime, and he said, I'm Christian. I don't think that's against...
Amir, that's why I asked you 1,000 times.
I mean, look how quick for a fight.
Do you believe, Amir, as a collective, as a group, if I group all Muslims together, would you say that they're doing a good job in spreading the word of God as a whole? You're like, well, you say yes? Okay. So when I see the majority of Muslims right now, today, I see the most horrific things that I'm like, oh my gosh, I would never want to be a part of that. You think that you are doing God's work in the Middle East? You think that's God is asking you all to do what you're doing? To kill innocent people? Do you believe that is God telling you to do that? Is God telling the people in the Middle East to do what they're doing? To kill innocent people? No. Answer what I said, and you will have no problem answering what you have to ask after that. Is that God telling them to do that? What?
Did you believe that everyone...
No, you cannot answer a question with a question. No, do not dance, do not kiss scalp. Answer the question. It's simple. Is God telling them to do what they're doing in the Middle East? Or are they making it?
Yeah, that's a big question. Can you clarify?